We are live at Collectible for tonight's sale, live sale. Welcome. Glad everybody's here. Glad everybody is rolling. Glad everybody's alive and with us. It's going to be a great night. Whoops, there went my phone. That's okay. I'll get it later. I think Jill just paused the music. Thank you, Jill, for pausing the music. That was a great idea. Thank you. I think I've still got to step back up there anyway, but that's okay. All right. The show has began. You can see all of my messes from previous last night around midnight. I was pretty tired. No, it's like 11:30. And the last bundle didn't sell. No one bought the last bundle. I was pretty bummed out because every time we sell a bundle, I keep going. But usually there's a certain time of the night, the last bundle just don't sell, and I either end the sale or I start bringing out miscellaneous. And so I was like, let's show a few autographs. And we ended up selling 3, 4, 5 maybe. So I brought out all the autographs, sold 3, 4, 5 autographs. And it made a mess because I went through probably 300 autographs. So now they're stacked everywhere, as you can see. They're stacked everywhere. And I'm going to clean this up right quick. I'm glad I started as advertised. Been here since about 5:05, eating my Subway and my Subway cookies, my Subway chips. Yeah, I was eavesdropping on Jill and Caden's conversation. I'm going to share this link now. I told Laura, I said, tonight is the night I don't have any plans for the gym. I don't have any plans to do anything after. I'm pretty well rested. I'm going to try to organize a bunch of stuff back here so the rest of the week will go extremely smoothly. So welcome everybody. We do have a couple crates of new vinyl. Me and Laura was just talking. Tomorrow should be a bunch. It's been weird lately. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll correct itself, but we're just not getting the big deliveries like we used to. They're like spreading them out. And I think they've been saving them up for Friday. Because the last couple Fridays, we've been overwhelmed. And that's probably the worst day to get new vinyl is Friday. Even though that's the day it comes out. I mean, there's probably the least people watching on Fridays. So, let's go back over here. And let's open up YouTube. I'm walking around in circles, so I'm every once in a while catching a question. Show officially hadn't began yet. I'm actually on YouTube right now. Y'all can't see what I'm doing, but I'm on YouTube sharing links. That's what I'm doing. I'm on YouTube sharing links. Now I've copied it. And now I'm going to paste it. Oh, I got bill paying to do too. Whew, I got a lot of stuff to do. All right, show's over. I got to go get to work. Yeah. YouTube. Live. All right, there's that. All right, so now what we're going to do is put that on our story. Let me see what I can see so far. Kind of magic. Tim, that has not been pulled yet. The 6 a.m. new vinyl, I'm about to do here in about 3 minutes. All the 6 a.m. new vinyl is pulled live. So here in a minute, I'm about to sort the comments by first come, first serve. I'm going to tell everybody who got what. And if you're watching and you see it pulled, you definitely know you got it. Or if you get a like comment later from me, that means you know for sure you got it. Pink Floyd 45 laying there. That is The Wall, music from the film. In the next half hour, that's going to be going up for auction. I got a little stack of 45s here John found. We found a rare funk 45. We've already got it on Discogs for $1,500. But we found a funk. It's called the Inner Circle. The Pusher. Go check that one out. The Inner Circle, The Pusher. We got it on Discogs for $1,500. We usually just go ahead and put that stuff on Discogs. We highly doubt anybody here wants it. It's usually an international thing. But we did find a 1,545. And over here, I've got a stack of 45s that probably average $250 to $500 a piece. They're all rare soul, funk, garage, and maybe some psych. And I've got to get them on Discogs. I've been accumulating them all year. Probably a stack of 45s about like this that are all between $100 and $1,000 a piece. And it will be stuff you've never heard of. It's just all rare funk and psych and garage and rockabilly and rare soul, mostly rare soul and funk. But we don't normally show those here. We typically figure y'all are looking for like Motley Crue, which seems to be the truth. All right, so here we go here. So, let's stack these here. I'm going to sell all these. We went through a bunch of signatures last night. There's some stuff I'm going to pull out and get ready for tomorrow night's auction. And then a lot of them is going to take many, many more hours to get ready. I'm going to go lay these over here on this table, actually. I'm not for sure how or what has happened here. It's going to take some time to... Take time, the wounded hand. That's a Stone Temple Pilots song. Take time. Nothing now. Nothing. Take time. Take time. All right. Let's get those off. Poof. Just like that, it's cleared. Need a lot of boards and bags. A lot of boards and bags here. Take time. I'm half the man I used to be. There's my phone. Don't need that. Oh, I got home and I was like, oh, I left my chapstick on that shelf. New vinyl, there's 2 crates. You beat Jerry Stone and John Robb to the question. I'm going to step up front and make sure I've got all the little miscellaneous stuff I want to sell tonight that I was going through. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the first crate of new vinyl. Take time. I need a trash bag while I'm up here. Whoa. Okay. Here we go. Oh no. What happened to this trash can? But it's like destroyed. Alright. Good to go there. Got everything shared. Okay, this was $6.99 stuff from last night. Might do something with that later. I gotta sleeve those. That would be Kiss Carnival of Souls, which is a 2014, looks like it's the Euro remaster. That sticker usually means the Euro remaster, but I guess it's US. Carnival of Souls is $36.99. $36.99 for that. Okay, this was all the leftover cassettes from last night. I'm going to take those off the table. And air fresheners. Yeah, they're up front on the counter, but give me a second. I'm about to have to walk up there again. And I want to show the Funko pins. I showed those last night, one of the last things. We got new Funko pins in. So we already sold out of a couple more new ones I've got. But I got them over here as a reminder to show them again. So here we go. Let's go ahead and get our first auctions going. And I'm going to start trying to knock out the rest of this stuff here. And the rest of the stuff is going to be Kiss Alive 3. This cassette tape here. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Kiss Alive 3. And I'm also going to go ahead and flip through this crate of supplemental auctions and pull out anything that's not metal. Metal, there's something that's not metal or hard rock, so we have a few even extra things to sell. If not, then Thursday night's going to be loaded with stuff. Tomorrow night, you probably can expect an autograph sale tomorrow night, maybe, possibly. Def Leppard, we'll go ahead and wait on those. There's more Beatles. Got some cool stuff here. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and slip in some of these 45s too. Okay, and let's put up, let's see here. Here we go. This is always popular. That is the Close My Eyes Forever with Ozzy, with Lita Ford, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, let's get my phone out and get to work on this morning 6 a.m. video. Hopefully everybody has hit the like button. That's a very important thing for you to do for me every day. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, or as Metallica says, hit the lights. Dun, 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 dun. That's a Metallica song. And let's go over here to this. And I'm going to open this up. And we're going to find this morning 6 a.m. video. Make sure you're in our group. And where is that 6 a.m. video? There it is. 9 comments. That's excellent. I'll take it, especially for stuff that technically wasn't new. And there's that. Here we go. So I'm looking for Pink Floyd Poppers, Mr. Big, Bjork, Kiss Elder, Ramones, Queen Kind of Magic, Supertramp, and Black Label Society Stronger Than Death. Ozzy, Lita Ford, $10 start. Probably a VG sleeve, a couple dog-eared corners. The vinyl's clean, and Kiss Alive 3 cassette is a $10 start. Folks, that's where we're at right now. We'll get started with Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell is $49.99. That's a 2 LP remaster. Also, we have Rush Power Windows. Rush Power Windows is $36.99. Rush Power Windows. Also, we have Filter Short Bus. This is on Crimson Moon Colored Vinyl, a 30th Anniversary Edition. Filter, Hey Man, Nice Shot, $33.99. And then we got G.G. Allen. G.G. Allen's $29.99. I still got a couple of those. And 3 Days Grace Live Starts Now. I Hate Everything About You. And also with a song Just Like You, $29.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder. Last night was Kiss night. Very successful. All the way till midnight, we sold Kiss auctions. Here's a fully loaded Elder. Foil cover, alternate S's, half-speed master, clear vinyl, 180 gram, numbered. It's fully loaded. $39.99. Gerald Whitworth has Lita Ford for $10, going once, going twice. We have REM Chronic Town. REM Chronic Town is $24.99. And we have Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft, Special Edition Splatter, kind of a one-year anniversary with poster. That is $39.99. And we have Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That is a stereo remaster, 2 LP, $46.99. Excuse me, it's a single LP. It is a single LP. It's a gatefold jacket. Jerry Torres is in on Lita Ford at 12. So Gerald Whitworth, you're out. And we have Prong Cleansing. That's a limited edition, 1500 on smoke-colored vinyl. $39.99. All righty, Kiss Alive 3 is a no bid, $10 buy it now on Kiss Alive 3. If anybody wants in on that, you can get in on it right now for just a $10 buy it now. The next one I'm going to go ahead and put up is, let's go ahead and see what else I have here. Ah, nice. Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. We're going to put that up for a $10 start. There's our next cassette. Also, the Cramps Black Leather. The Cramps is $33.99. Black Leather and Pantera Vulgar Display of Power. That's a 2 LP, $49.99. A New Level Walk for This Love. Pantera is $49.99. 3 Days Grace Outsider. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. Joseph McCormick said he'll take the Kiss cassette for $10. Thank you, Joseph McCormick. That's so do you. That's technically the first sale of the night. And we also have Nirvana Incesticide. They've mastered this at 45 RPM, so it plays as a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $54.99. It's worth it for that first track. Dive, Dive. And Lita Ford's at 15. Gerald Whitworth, you're out. Cannibal Corpse Worm Infested. $38.99 for that, and Bjork is $39.99, and that's called Post Bjork. Pink Floyd, this is a complete set here. It's a live show, live at the Fillmore Volume 1 and Volume 2, which is a double LP gatefold, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 on those. More Pantera, this time Far Beyond Driven at $33, and Napalm Death From Enslavement to Obliteration, $38.99. Top Gun soundtrack is $29. Danger Zone, that also has Berlin, Take My Breath Away. Coldplay Viva La Vida, $34.99, and Parachutes is $34.99. Matt Nichols wanted The Elder, just now seeing that on the chat. Or over here on the post. Matt Nichols got Elder, and Samuel Kopich also got the Bjork album. I missed a couple of things there. So Samuel Kopich got the Bjork album. Thank you on that. So we got Elder, we got that, and the other ones I hadn't come across yet. They're probably going to be in the next crate. And here's Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. Billy Idol is $33.99. If anybody wants Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, you can pick that up for $10, the cassette tape there. Let's throw up another Kiss. Here's a little bit tougher one to get on vinyl. Cool cassette to have. That's Kiss Unplugged. Kiss Unplugged is going to go up for a $10 start. And Paul Brothers is going to pick up GNR for $10. Thank you on that. Here was the cassettes that were left over last night. Most of them were lots of 2 for $15 or individually for $10. So let's reduce these for the first time for $6.99. I'll do these individually for $6.99 now, which is the leftover, now a price reduction. Queen, News of the World. Queen, Innuendo. Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. Cheap Trick Self-Titled. And Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight. I'll do any of those for $6.99. And let's go ahead and say that Lita Ford, Jerry Torres is out. Gerald Whitworth gets that for $17. Thank you for the Lita Ford Aussie, $17 on that. Got another 45 here to throw up. I'm going to read these titles one more time quickly. Hope everybody's already on the chat and with me. We already know that some people are. And how about Skid Row, Youth Gone Wild? This picture sleeve from Skid Row is going to go up for a $7 start, okay? $7 start on Skid Row, Youth Gone Wild. Chris Frazier's in on Kiss Unplugged for $10. Tom Kelly wants Queen, News of the World. Sell that to him for $6.99. Thank you on that for $6.99. Jerry Torres gets both of the Twisted Sisters, $6.99, $6.99. Matt, you did get the Kiss record. You did. You did get the Kiss record. Thank you on that. Let me stack these. Let me do it like this, okay? I'm going to try to move these a little bit differently so we don't have a disaster here. And then let's read through these one more time. Whoops, I got a little problem here with those. Okay, I see. There we go. That will work. All right. So Skid Row, $7 and final cost. Still got a few cassettes over here. So we had Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, Rush, Power Windows, G.G. Allen, Filter on colored vinyl, 3 Days Grace, REM, Billie Eilish, The Beatles, Prong, The Cramps, Pantera, 3 Days Grace Again, more Nirvana, more Cannibal Corpse, Pink Floyd, the last complete set there, the Fillmore, Pantera, Napalm Death, Top Gun, Coldplay, and Billy Idol. I'm going to step up front and get crate number 2 that was from this morning's flip video. Let me go do that right quick, and we're going to go ahead and sell, though, Chris Frazier, Kiss Unplugged for $10. Thank you. And Skid Row has bids for $7 and $10. Got a little stack of picture sleeves here to sell, and we're also going to go ahead and put up Faster Pussycat. This is going to go up for a $10 star. Faster Pussycat cassette. Good luck bidding on that one. That's going to be a popular one. $10 start on that. And Skid Row, what is side 2? Sweet Little Sister. Youth Gone Wild and Sweet Little Sister. That's an original picture sleeve single from their debut album, a.k.a. Skid Row. All right, let me go up there and get that. Should be a fun night. Looks like Laura's pulled some really good auctions. We do have a couple crates of new vinyl. We have the tracking. Tomorrow will be insane. Tomorrow we'll probably have... Tomorrow we'll have, like, it'll be one of those nights where 7 crates are already full of just pre-orders. The Led Zeppelin EP comes in tomorrow. The Led Zeppelin Deluxe comes in tomorrow. The Motley Crue comes in tomorrow. Right there alone is like 150 sold records. That's probably going to be about 5 or 6 crates just already pre-sold for tomorrow. The new Motley Crue is in. The new Led Zeppelin, and that should be here tomorrow. So if you want one, I would go make sure you've locked it in on the post. The FYI, okay? Just FYI. I'd make sure you're already in on that. That's the Led Zeppelin EP Motley Crue. Plus, there's plenty of other stuff. There's some... But it looks like they held those. They didn't ship them out like on Thursday like they normally do. They shipped them out yesterday. So that means we didn't get them till Wednesday, which I don't like that. I like it when they ship them out on Thursday, so we get all that new stuff on Monday. We go ahead and sell out and take waiting list and have it in again by Thursday and Friday. But you know what Mick Jagger said, though? You can't always get what you want. I think Earth has been postponed to like next month, the last I remember. I think that's something for like next month now. They've pushed it back at least twice, I think, due to demand. Skid Row is sold to Calvin Ward for $11. Thank you, Calvin. No bid on Faster Pussycat. MT Matt just bid $11. Final call. Skid Row sold to Calvin for $11. We've sold Lita Ford. We've sold Skid Row. How about we go ahead and put up Poison? Nothing but a good time. Poison here in the picture sleeve. Also going to go up for a $7 star. Poison. Nothing but a good time. That's now going up for bid. Okay. First thing we have is Pink Floyd at Pompeii. That's an official release, a 2 LP. The 2025 Steven Wilson remix, that's $44.99. Also, we have Supertramp, Breakfast in America. That's sold to Ken Helplin. Thank you, Ken Helplin. That's sold to you. Then we have Neil Young, Harvest Moon. This is $44.99. It's a 2 LP clear vinyl. The Ramones self-titled Ramones is $29.99. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis. This is $29.99. That's called Sunday Down South. The Sundays, Static and Silence, $33.99 for the Sundays. Also, Alice in Chains' Dirt, Them Bones, $36.99 for Alice in Chains' Dirt. Over here, we got Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. This is sold to Blaine Zapnick. I've got 2 left. That is remastered in mono. Patrick Lear does want the Sundays. MT Mac gets Faster Pussycat for $11. No bid on Poison, going once, going twice. That is a $7 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be, let's go ahead and do Black and Blue, Nasty Nasty. This one's also going to go up for a $10 start. Black and Blue, Nasty Nasty. Let's leave that one flat right quick. Aurora, The Best of Asia Live. That's $29.99. Queen, A Kind of Magic. This is sold to Tim Rory. Thank you, Tim. That's so to you. Gatefold Remaster. Anything you see me sell out of, I can order you another one. Wingers on green vinyl. That's $33.99. And we have 7 Mary 3 American Standard. That's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. If anybody wants Poison, you can pick up that picture sleeve for $7. Nothing but a good time. That's available. And then we have Mr. Big. This is sold. And that's sold to Kevin Scott, $34.99. Thank you, Kevin, on that. And then Jerry Torrey's over here on Poison. Over here, this is Poison, and this is sold for $7, and Poison is sold for $7. 2 Jerry Torreys, black and blue, $10 start. Final call on that. Bullet Boys behind the orange current. Bullet Boys is $38.99. Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. That's going to go up for a $7 start. GNR, that's in a picture sleeve. Picture sleeve's probably around VG. It's got a little bit of fraying and dog earring going on, but it's okay. $7 on Guns N' Roses. Next is Black Label Society Stronger Than Death. This one sold to Greg Preston. That is $34.99. Greg Preston, thank you on that one. Mr. Big, lean into it. Mr. Big here is $34.99. Kevin Scott, by the way, did not let me know which Mr. Big he wanted. I'm going to say, I'm assuming you wanted the debut self-titled one. There was 2 Mr. Bigs in there, so he never did say. Kevin Scott, I don't know if you're watching, but there was 2 Mr. Bigs. So I'm going to give you one. I hope that's the one you wanted. Next thing I have is 2 more copies of Stronger Than Death, Black Label Society. Motley Crue Theater of Pain is $33.99. And then we have Deftones Around the Fur, $33.99. If anybody wants black and blue, it's a $10 buy it now. Here's some more unsold cassettes from last night. I'm going to reduce them to $6.99. We have Crocus the Blitz. We got Bon Jovi self-titled, Whitesnake self-titled, Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, and Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. Those are now $6.99 each. Crocus the Blitz, Bon Jovi self-titled, Whitesnake self-titled, Aerosmith Greatest Hits, and Toys in the Attic. Let's lay over Guns N' Roses here. Black and blue is sold to MT Matt for $10. X-Wing gets Whitesnake for $6.99. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time, $34.99. Gojira The Link, $39.99. Motley Crue Girls, 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 $33.99. Jefferson Starship Dragonfly, Friday Music, $39.99. Chris Frazier said he bid twice on black and blue. He put BB10, and he did. Wow, my gosh, I completely missed that. Well, let's say black and blue's the final call to Chris Frazier. How did I miss that? I love getting through the 6 a.m. video because I'm looking at 2 phones, and I miss so much stuff. I'm trying. It's hard enough looking at one phone and keeping up with comments and concerns and questions and claims, and the next thing is like, when I'm doing these crates, I'm like, holy crap, what's going on? Chris Frazier has black and blue for 10. Final call. My bad. Tim Graham was second on Wild State. Kathy got Bon Jovi for $6.99. Now Guns N' Roses is at $8. Jerry Cantrell, I Want Blood, $34.99. And then Black Label Society Mafia, $34.99. Neil Young, Ragged Glory, $54.99. Sorry, Chris Frazier. MT Matt, if you want to bid more than 10, you probably need to let me know. If not, I need to go ahead and sell that. Chris, I was not ignoring you. Apologize about that. That's crazy. All right, but I think I can close my phone now because I've got everything from the video. Yeah, everybody that commented on the video got what they wanted. So we're done with that. I probably won't be opening that phone up again, hopefully for several more hours. Well, I might have to here in a minute for pre-orders. Guns N' Roses is at 9 and Black and Blue's at 10, and when that's a final call to Chris Frazier. And let's go ahead and put up another single right quick, and that next single is As Tears Go By. Take a look at this early Rolling Stones picture sleeve. Not bad whatsoever. As Tears Go By and Gotta Get Away. That's an original Rolling Stones picture sleeve, a $10 start on that one. $10 start on that one. So Black and Blue is sold to Chris Frazier for $10. There is GNR, which is now at 11. There's the Rolling Stones, which is now a $10 start. And let's go ahead and put together these other 2 Black and Blues, okay? I'm going to put together Black and Blue and Heat, and then Black and Blue Without Love, and we're going to put those together for a $15 start, okay? $15 start on that. This is GNR, Sweet Child of Mine, and it's a 7-inch picture sleeve. The B-side is It's So Easy Live, and that has a high bid of X-Wing at $81. Anybody else want anything else from this video, just let me know. I have Neil Young, a triple LP of Ragged Glory. That's $54.99. Black Label Society Mafia, that's Zakk Wylde. Red Vinyl, $34.99. Gatefold, that is a 2 LP. I have 3 in stock. Jerry Cantrell solo album. Cantrell from Alice in Chains, $34.99. This is a new Friday Music. I got 1 for Jerry Stone. I ordered 1 extra. I was like, man, should I order an extra copy? And here it is. I was hoping somebody would claim it. Jefferson Starship Dragonfly from Friday Music on blue vinyl, remastered, $39.99. Motley Crue's $33. Gojira's $39. Iron Maiden's $34. Deftones is $33. So is Motley Crue. Another Black Label Society, this time Time clear vinyl, Stronger Than Death, 34. Mr. Biggs, 34. Bullet Boys, 38. 7 Mary 3's, 39. Winger is on green vinyl, 33. The Best of Asia Live. It was the heat of the moment, 29. Pink Floyd, Alice in Chains, Johnny Cash, Neil Young again, and Pink Floyd again. GNR is officially sold to X-Wing 81 for $11. 2 black and blue cassettes are at $15. No bid on the Rolling Stones yet. Carol Puckett and Brent Robley must not be watching. Final call for $10 and final call on the 2 black and blues, which already have a bid for $15. All right, I'm going to swap out crates. That's both of the crates of new vinyl from today. I'm going to go ahead and bring over some of the newest new stuff that came in today. Probably we'll have that knocked out by 6:15, including all the pre-orders. And then for the rest of the night is new arrivals from John. John is here, isn't he? Yeah. New arrivals from John, new arrivals from Laura, and we'll be doing discount crates. And we got hundreds of cassettes to auction, dozens of autographs, and what else? Fire extinguishers. Yeah. Okay, so Stones has a bid for 10. Is I Want Blood? No, those are out of stock. Technically discontinued. The only thing I can get now is black vinyl. This does have 9 bonus tracks. It's only on vinyl. I don't think you can even stream them. So pretty cool. They've made that exclusive to vinyl. I like when they make stuff truly exclusive to vinyl. Like, hey, there's essentially 9 tracks here, a whole album, and the only way you can get it's on vinyl. That's pretty cool. Very, very much entices you to buy vinyl, right? There's 9 tracks you can't get anywhere else until they do decide to remaster it 10 years from now and then release it as a box set, and then it's available for streaming. But until then, that's it. Okay. Actually, well, I have the leftover flip crate stuff. But let's go ahead and knock out at least one of these short but sweet crates of brand spanking new vinyl over here. Brand spanking new vinyl over here. And let's go ahead and do that right now. GNR. GNR was a 7-inch single. It's already sold. The Stones have bids for 11 and 12. Black and blue, both of these are sold to Chris Frazier for $15. Thank you on that. The Stones picture sleeve is at 12. And here was some stuff we were waiting to come in. And I have about a crate and a half of new vinyl here. Not before we go ahead and start showing this right here. We've got 2 Van Halen cassettes. Let's go ahead and make it 3. So 2 for 15. Let's do 3 for 20. I got 3 Van Halen cassettes. Van Halen Self-Titled, Van Halen 1984, and Van Halen Diver Down. 3 Van Halen cassettes, a $20 start. Their first album, their last album of Roth, and then kind of in between, Diver Down. Over here, the Stones, As Tears Go By. That's a final call to Tim Graham for $15. Eric Van Leuven, you just got outbid. We won't say a final call. Eric literally just got outbid, but he did just say out, so that's a final call. Let's go ahead and pull a Jerry Cantrell for Josh Jones. Josh Jones. Thank you, Josh Jones. This is sold to you. This is sold to you. Thank you, Josh Jones, on that. Now, this Elvis, actually, I told you, I was like, well, I posted it when I saw that I missed the pre-order, and they are limited edition, but we got lucky, and they did ship more. Okay, they did ship more. So this was a pre-order. We have some right here that's available to finish the pre-order. Then I have a waiting list, and then we have more showing up from somewhere else. So this is a new Elvis Presley deal. It's called Elvis Sings, limited edition 2500 on white vinyl, a compilation of Elvis renditions of famous tracks from Bob Dylan, the Beatles, Ray Charles, Neil Diamond, the Bee Gees. It's essentially Elvis doing covers. It is an official release for Music on Vinyl. It is $54.99. It's new. It's a new compilation they've done from Elvis here. $54.99. So the people still waiting to get one was Sherry Darnell. Also, Tim Holloway. These are $56.99. Lily McCurry. There's one for Lily McCurry, Catherine Lutz, and Chris Gardner. And then I have a waiting list on my laptop. These are still people from the original pre-order post. So all those are sold. Thanks, everybody, on those. Over here, the Rolling Stones is sold to Tim Graham for $15. Thank you, Tim Graham. And Tim Graham also has the 3 Van Halen cassettes at $20. He has the 3 Van Halen cassettes at $20. Next thing we're going to put up is Wasp. Yeah, Wasp. and Wasp is going to go up The Last Command. Lyrics may be considered offensive by some audiences. That is definitely the original cartridge or the original case that came in. Wasp is a $10 start. There's that. And then here's another really cool Stones picture sleeve. Wow, look at this one. Painted black. How sweet is that? The B-side is Stupid Girl, and that's going to go up for a $10 star. The Rolling Stones. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic is sold to Tom Kelly for $6.99. And the next thing in here is new. Now Yearbook 1976. There it is. $59.99. That one has not come out yet. It's on green colored vinyl. $59.99. That is a triple LP. Now that's what I call Yearbook. Or how about just now Yearbook? That is $56.99. Also, we have another copy of that Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, Sunday Down South. That is $29.99. And then another stray copy of Supertramp, Breakfast in America, which I just found out that Ray Davies died yesterday. Gone Hollywood, The Logical Song, Goodbye Stranger, Book Breakfast in America, Oh Darling, Take the Long Way Home. That's a classic album. Jerry Stone on Now That's What I Call Yearbook, $76.99. The 3 Van Halens are sold to Tim Graham for $20. Wow, y'all are missing the... Can I bid on this Rolling Stones picture sleeve? Y'all are missing the boat here. Rolling Stones picture sleeve. No bid, $10 start for Painted Black. Whoops. Ho-oh. Let me get these back in order. Alive, Guns N' Roses. Then we had Bon Jovi. There's the Tooth Black and Blues. And then the single Black and Blue. And then Tim Graham, I'm going to make sure none of your Van Halen, all your Van Halen escaped live. They did. Let me go ahead and take these in here. There is an imperfection on this crate. And it wasn't here yesterday. Oh, probably because I had that sticky note laying there. It's like a little bit of a stray piece of plastic that's sticking up. And I was like, boy, that's a bad thing to be... stacking cassettes on, right, Caden?
What's that?
Nothing. Just continue your job. What happened here? Okay, I think that was everything. All right, now and then Painted Black has a bid for 10, another bid for 10, but another bid for 10. Rick Davies. I said Ray, didn't I? Now Yearbook is sold to somebody else claimed one. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Wasp is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that, okay? No bid on Wasp. $10 buy it now. Next thing I have for you is another single, and this one is going to go up right now, and this one is going to be the Bangles, Just Another Manic Monday. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The Rolling Stones now at $12, and Wasp over here is sold to Jerry Torres for $10. Let me see how I want to stack these tonight. I'm about right. Maybe I stack them like that. Yeah, let me move this. I'm going to be selling a bunch. I'm trying to figure out how I stack these things. There we go. All right, and then Kathy said she wants Bon Jovi. I'm pretty sure I've already pulled that for you because it's not in the stack anymore. The Bon Jovi cassette from earlier? Yeah, I've already pulled that for you. Right? That was a long time ago. Yeah, that was already sold to you because it's not in the stack anymore. Kathy got Bon Jovi. Yeah, I already had pulled that out. Okay, Wasp, Stones. These are the sold ones. I'm going to lay those right there. Okay, so now Yearbook 76. Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis, Supertramp, Sacred Rock, Heel, which there was a waiting list for this. So this officially brings out for the first time my laptop. Otherwise, I don't want to do this from memory. Plus, I'm bad about trying to do it from memory and then not taking everybody off the waiting list. And then another one comes in. I'm like, oh, I forgot to tag him for Sacred Rock. And then I tag them for another one. Then they get their invoice and be like, I got 2 Sacred Rocks. And I'm like, dang it. That's because that's on me. I accidentally gave somebody 2. And I've probably already ordered another one. Y'all get where this is going, right? Don't try to do this from your memory, Chad. I'm pretty sure it's John Mincemoyer, though. Sacred Rock, Heel. John Mincemoyer. Boom. There he is. John Mincemoyer. This was on... opaque white vinyl. Oh yeah, I remember what happened here. So John Mincemoyer, I had to order white vinyl. I'm hoping that's okay with you. I think the other ones were orange and they didn't come sealed. This one comes sealed with a hop sticker that says white. I'm gonna go ahead and give that to him. I'll make a note to self to message him if he's not watching right now. And then Stones 15, and then Tim Graham said he would give the rest of the cassettes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for $25. Sell those to Tim Graham for $25. And then the Stones is at $17. And the Bangles is a buy it now for $7. Another Manic Monday. Okay, I'll lay that one right there. And Roland's Kiss, question mark. You missed 7 straight hours of Kiss records last night. You are 24 hours too late. But I do have other stuff I'm still mixing in tonight that I didn't get to last night, including cassette tapes. But Monday nights are solid Kiss nights. Could there be Kiss records tonight? 100%. Over here is Kiss Dynasty and Kiss Animalize. Both of those are going to go up for a $15 start. The Bangles is sold to Brad Waits for $7. Next thing I have is Ace Frehley Anomaly. Anomaly. There we go. Ace Frehley is a waiting list. This was on sale. The MSRP on these are $49.99. I've got them yellow vinyl for $29.99. This is Ace Frehley Anomaly, and the waiting list for Ace Frehley Anomaly is Michael Snared. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. They're $29.99. Michael, this is sold to you. We have MM for $7. Not for sure what that was for. And then the Rolling Stones here is a final call to Brian Colsar. Painted black, picture sleeve, $17. John, I got you a Sacred Right heel on white vinyl instead of orange vinyl. Sacred Right heels on white vinyl instead of orange vinyl, which is a limited of 250. And that's that. Ace Frehley is yellow vinyl. Actually, excuse me, it's half clear, half neon green. It's a 2 LP gatefold. I've still got 3 of those at just $29.99. Final call to get a bid on these 2 Kiss cassettes for $15. The Rolling Stones is now at $18. Let's actually put our first LP up for auction for the night. Our first LP auction up for the night is going to go up right now. This is a MoFi pressing from Electrolight Orchestra. This is El Dorado, a symphony by the Electrolight Orchestra. It's a 2002 MoFi Super Vinyl. EX Plus condition, just a $35 start on that. $35 start. Brian Colsar, you've been outbid on the Stones. Jeff Brindley's in on Kiss at $15. And X-Wing, what was MM7? I'm not for sure on that one. But here is our first short but sweet crate of brand new vinyl. Now Yearbook 76 is $59.99. That's a triple LP green vinyl. Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, Sunday Down South, $29. Supertramp is $38.99. Sacred Reich heel white vinyl, $34.99. Ace Frehley Anomaly, that's on half clear, half green, $29.99 for Ace Frehley. Manic Monday, okay, somebody beat you to that one. Brad Waits beat you to it. Making sure I didn't miss something there. I was like, what the heck is MM? M&M's, there it is. Okay, ELO 35, that's MoFi Super Vinyl. He's out on Stones, so final call, and we're about to sell those. Let me move those over here, and let's go ahead and knock out this other crate. Right behind me, I can sense the presence of John delivering crates of new vinyl right there. You can actually park them in that little alley right there if you want to. And it looks like we got 4 crates of goodness to go through. All right, let's go ahead and knock these out. And what do we have in here? We got the Between the Buried and Me. And yeah, I didn't expect to get these. That's crazy. And this. And the note on these when they shipped it is cut out, which means obviously they're not going to be getting them again. Yeah, that's crazy that they ship these. I can't believe it. It was such a headache when they told me that they were never going to make them again. This must be a warehouse find, or this must be they decided to make more anyway, which is crazy that they do stuff like that. Brian Thurman wants an Ace Frehley, and Gerald Whitworth wants an Ace Frehley. I've got one left if anybody wants one. Jeff Brindley gets both Kiss cassettes for $15. The Rolling Stones is sold for $18 to Tim Graham. Nobody bid on ELO. That's a $35 buy now. And then over here, I've got probably one of the best 45s of the night. Pink Floyd, The Wall, music from the film. Gatefold jacket, trifold actually, kind of folds out. Really cool Pink Floyd single here. And it's super clean too. It's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on Pink Floyd. That's now up for bid. Next thing I have here is, let's do 3 Journey cassettes. And 3 Journey cassettes for a $20 start. And that is Raised on Radio, that is Departure, and Captured, which is the live album. We'll put those 3 up for a $20 start. Unbelievable. Take a look at this. They shipped more Tracy Chapman on orange vinyl. I think y'all know the headache I went through these when they came out, right? We had like 140 pre-orders. Orange vinyl, they said you're only going to get about 30, maybe 20. Everybody was like, no, I don't want black vinyl. I only want orange. So I had to cancel like 110 pre-orders. They said they would never make them again. And look what's in stock, like what, 6 months later? When was this? Last year? That might have been last year. $29.99, orange vinyl Tracy Chapman's. I have them for sale, $29.99. I mean, I even deleted the old waiting list because I told everybody, I was like, they said, I was told these were to never be made again. And here they are. P-Free 3 gets one. We have one for Brian Thurman. And also, I have some with seam splits, okay? So the last 4 up here have seam splits. Now, the thing on the invoice, I think, says, it says sale hold non-returnable, okay? That means they are what they are. And I think that also means that it's like a bizarre thing for us even to be getting them. I don't really know the definition of that. So one for P-Free 3, one for Brian Thurman, one for Jeff Sapia, one for Chad Smith, and then one for Thomas Baumhart. Now, the next person, Wes Will and Stanley Richmond, they have small seam splits at the top, okay? So Wes Will and Stanley Richmond, if you want one, they have small seam splits. Same thing for these two. April 4th. So that was earlier this year. Okay, so that was earlier this year. To me, it seemed like it was a year ago. So Wes Will and Stanley Richmond, y'all are next. The next 5 I have seam splits. I should say seam crackles, okay? That's all I can do. And they're $29.99. I know at one time these got pretty pricey on Discogs. Wes says he'll take it. The 3 Journey cassettes are $20. And what was the question? The Journey, Raised on Radio, Departure, and Capture. Raised on Radio, Departure, and Capture. 3 for $20 there. Pink Floyd jumped up quickly. The opening bid was $40 with James Young. $40 with James Young. We have an offer on ELO, MoFi Super Vinyl. That's sold to Michael Church for $30. And this next item is actually a pre-order. This is Between the Buried and Me, and this one is called The Blue Nowhere. The Blue Nowhere. And let's look this up. Between the Buried and Me. And here is the pre-order for this. And Stanley wants to pass on the seam split Tracy Chapman. And here is, where the heck is it? Okay, 6 comments on the pre-order. This is the 11th studio album for the Progressive Metal Pioneers. Gatefold, translucent light and translucent orange crushed vinyl. 2 LP, $39.99. This comes out Friday. Between the Baird and Me. The pre-order is Scott Dwallow, John Howard, Sean Lee Hooker, Scott Beebe. Scott Dwallow, John Howard, Sean Lee Hooker, Scott Beebe. Also, we have Natasha Pickett and Cameron Porter. Natasha Pickett and Cameron Porter. Those are sold and sold, okay? Sold and sold on those. And Pink Floyd The Wall is sold to Jeff Young for $40. Thank you on that one. And then the 3 Journeys do have a bid with Jeff Brindley for $20. I've got 4 extra copies of Between the Baird and Me that comes out on Friday. That is the indie exclusive colored vinyl. And let's go ahead and put up some more cassettes over here. The next thing I have, let's see here. Ooh, this one's a good one. This is Danzig. Oh boy, this is Thrall Demon Sweat. Thrall Demon Sweat Live. Demon Sweat Live. Thrall Demon Sweat Live. Danzig. That's going to go up for a $10 start. James Young got Pink Floyd. I may have said the wrong name. James Young got Pink Floyd for $40, okay? Next thing is Young Blood, and shout out to Laura, who's doing some pre-orders now in the group for us. And this is a indie retail exclusive that includes a signed photo insert, $44.99, signed photo insert. And we got some showed up today, and we'll have some showed up from a different distributor yesterday. Laura's already wrote down all the names. So I'm going to go ahead and like everybody on the post. Well, I'll do that after tomorrow when they've all been delivered. And then we'll take a waiting list. So here's everybody we have so far right now in the order in which we received them. This is James Hicks, Gerald Whitworth, Amanda Darby, Robert Tomick. And these are $44.99. It is on the indie exclusive silver vinyl and includes an autographed insert. So there's the first 4, which is James Hicks, Gerald Whitworth, Amanda Darby, Robert Tomick. And then we had Sherry Darnell. We had Sherry Darnell, Kelly Gabney, Wayne Davis, and Eric Fisher. Sherry Darnell, Kelly Gabney, Wayne Davis, and Eric Fisher. And then Cynthia Herdron, Robert Barnett, Scott Smith, Oso Adventure, Blaine Zapnick. Okay, and then also we have Autumn Betts, Brent Robley, Brian Reynolds, and Joy Fino. So the remaining people after Joy Fino, let me make a note. It starts with Rick Peabody. So here's who's left, which they should be in tomorrow. That's Rick Peabody, Rob Fordham, Mike Helton, and Dan White. So 4 people left on the pre-order, and then anybody else in here, okay? X-Wing also wants one. So we'll start a new waiting list. Everybody, I'm going to read off everybody that got one just right then. I'm going to leave these sticky notes on top of the record so they can transfer care of those names. And Laura says more arrive tomorrow. Should have like 6 or 7 pre-sold crates of vinyl when everything gets delivered tomorrow. Jeff Brindley, you get all 3 journeys for $20. Thank you. Next LP is going to go up right now, and that is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It is a 67 OG Scranton press in VG condition. A 67 OG Scranton press in VG condition. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Danzig, final call on this, and that's a $10 start. $10 start on that. So here's everybody once again on Youngblood that got one. James Hicks, Gerald Whitworth, Amanda Darby, Robert Tomic, Sherry Darnell, Kelly Gabney, Wayne Davis, Eric Fisher, Cynthia Herndon, Robert Barnett, Scott Smith, Oso Fisher, Blaine Zapnick. And then we still got Autumn Betts, Brent Robley, Brian Reynolds, Joy Fino. And then the last 4 that remain is Rick Peabody, Rob Fordham, Mike Helton, and Dan White. Okay, and I'm going to leave these. I'm going to take a picture of those last 4 names. And Laura, if anybody comments new on the post, I'll try to catch that tomorrow if you want to write them down. Because some people may comment, just FYI, some people may comment as late as next week that they want one. And so if we have them in stock, we'll pull them. If not, we'll just order another one. If they're in stock, they'll be up here somewhere in a crate. So 2.5 crates of new vinyl. Let's condense everything that didn't sell and show all that one more time. Here's everything that came in today. We've almost filled up a whole crate over here. And first thing we have is Danzig has a bid for 12. And I need to put my name on the post. No, they'll write down your name tonight or tomorrow morning, and we'll make sure you get one. You're next after Dan White. But no, they'll write down your name here. And then Laura, keep track of anybody that's commented through today. We'll like all their comments, and that's how we'll do that. It's good that she's posting pre-orders. I think she's already got 5 or 6 up, because that means we'll have even more new stuff coming in. And everything she's posted so far, I hadn't even known about. I would have never even thought about posting Youngblood. Kind of familiar with it, but no idea. Would have never posted it. And it looks like we're probably going to sell, you know, all these. And I told Paul, I said, Paul, I need you logging on there about once a week too, because they reissue some of these rare psych albums every now and then. And I've seen Paul scroll through there. He's like, man, that album's like $1,000 for an OG copy. It's never been reissued. And I'm like, well, heck, we need to post it then. Let's get it posted. And I need everybody in here that works here posting pre-orders. Okay. So first thing we have is the Beatles. This is a 67 Sgt. Pepper Scranton press, VG condition. Todd Doris has it for $25. The Danzig is at 12 of MT Matt. Jeff Brindley's out. That's Thrall Dim and Sweat live. And then here's everything that's left. These do have seam splits. They're still sticker price because it still should be at a great price. Tracy Chapman on orange vinyl. We've Got a Fast Car. This is $29.99. I don't know how these showed back up. I was told months and months ago they probably would not be made again. So yeah, X-Wing got on the waiting list and Jerry Stone got one. They included a signed insert. Looks like not a bad price. It looks like that's about what they start for on Discogs. And it looks like probably when they were really hot, they sold for as much as $58. So not bad. These have light seam crack. We call this seam crackles. That's where during shipment, the really sharp edge of the vinyl has kind of punctured. Sometimes it's on the bottom too, but people never even notice the bottom. But definitely can notice that one on the top. But it is what it is, $29.99. And then I have 4 copies. This is the new Between the Baird and Me. It's on blue and orange vinyl, 2 LP, $39.99. And then the new New Now Yearbook 1976, which they've been making these all through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Here's the newest one. We have 2 left, $59.99. And Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, Sunday Down South, $29.99. Supertramp, $38.99. Sacred Rock is on white vinyl, $34. And then Ace Frehley Anomaly, half clear, half green, $29.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on a Now. On that, I did message on Facebook. Dave, can you, I know, so I remember Monday when I was here, G was like, do you know who Dave C is? And she says, is that like Dave Seretna or Dave Kavanaugh? Somebody who has, and we had a Dave Sergio at one time, and it was some people that I always struggled with their last name. And I said, if he comments live, we'll make sure. So I might need to confirm your last name, or if you've messaged recently, I can find you. Or you are Dave Seretna? You are Dave Seretna, right? Okay. Yeah, so that's what happened. They didn't know which Dave C you were. Let me text that to G, and I'll text them right now. Let me set up Ed and Gundren. We got a group chat, I think. Yeah. I'm going to say Dave C on YouTube is Dave, and your last name is CW IERTN. We usually have a little team. We usually have a little team meeting, and we try to figure out who people are. It's amazing. It's like, well, do we know who this is? Who's this? Who is this handle? Do we know who this is? And I'll get text. Chad, do you know who this is? Who is Dave this? Who's that? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I think it's this. I think it's that. But we usually get it figured out. Okay. And then over here, we got Danzig sold for $12. And that is sold for $12 to MT Matt. Thank you on that one. And then the next thing we have is Aaron Andrus on Tracy Chapman. Thank you. And now my crate's really full. Make sure Jerry Stone's on the Youngblood wait list with X-Wing, and then everybody else from tonight. And yeah, so this order that these Youngbloods came in, they didn't deliver all this. So if they deliver all of this and everything else that's supposed to come out tomorrow, it'll be a great night to be tuning in for new vinyl. But that's everything. That's everything there. So, all right. Ace Frehley's technically on sale at $29.99. The Beatles is a final call to Todd Doris. Brian Call, you've been outbid. All these singles are sold, actually. I have another one here. The sleeve, actually, let's skip that one. Let's do this one here. The sleeve has a little bit of a wear on it. It's Poison, Talk Dirty to Me. That's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? And let's swap out crates. And thanks everybody that has tuned in so far tonight. I greatly, greatly appreciate it, okay? The Beatles is at $30 right now. And we have our first full crate. And let me move these around. Here's John's new stuff. If we can find a great check condition crate. Well, actually, you know what? Let's go through the leftover flip crate stuff so it doesn't accumulate like it did, I guess, yesterday. We had all the leftovers from previous sales. All right. Whoa. How the heck did that happen? Wow, the first time I've ever seen one of these crates crack. Never seen that happen before. That's amazing. That took some tremendous weight to do that. First time I've ever seen one of these crates crack before. That's amazing. I mean, I've like stood on top of them that are stacked 5 high with, you know, 300-400 pounds of vinyl plus me standing on top of them, and they've never even budged before. All right. Poison, $7 start, and here we go. Let me slide these right over here. So Dave Seretna, you probably can be looking for that invoice tomorrow unless they're at home, or they can pull that up and go ahead and tag you for it. So, okay. Still waiting for the James Gang I saw last week. That probably sold. If you comment on an old flip video, there's a really good chance it's sold. If no one has liked your comment, then somebody already got it when you commented. Okay? So that happens quite often. Ed will get a message. He'll be like, so-and-so said they bought something from a flip crate. And I'm like, that was from like last Thursday, and those are not only already all sold, but we've already went through the leftovers and sold all those off. So pretty much if you're going to click on a flip video, you probably need to look at the date. So if it's a 9 a.m. video, I would say if it's past when I go live, it's too late. You can try. You can take time to watch it and flip through the comments, but if you're watching a 9 a.m. flip video that was posted Thursday, like on Saturday, it's too late. Everything's probably already sold, and we've already showed all the leftovers and sold all those. So I would just say you probably need to be watching between 9 and 5 p.m. Probably after I go live. That's pretty much the cutoff. Sometimes I even go and turn off the comments because that means it's all sold. That means there's nothing left, most likely. Okay? And here we go. We have Poison has one bid with Ziggy Chaos for $10. That's a final call. The Beatles over here, Todd Doris has this for $38. That is a final call. $38 on that. $38 on the Beatles. Poison already has a bid for $10, which is a final call. And we're going to put up our first advertised auctions. Glenn and John Smetzer says they're no good after 9:15. Yeah, that's true. I would just set a reminder, watch Whole Lot of Records at 9 a.m. Otherwise, if you're watching it much, much later than that, there's not going to be anything left. All right, our first auction, we got the Beatles up. How about Paul McCartney? This is a 76 Los Angeles pressing of Ram. It's on the Black Capel label, which is the reissue label, Black Capel 76 Los Angeles. $15 start on that. The Beatles has a new bid for $40. Todd Doris is out. Kathy's in on Poison at $11. I still got some cassettes to run. And the cassettes I have to run still over here are the following. I'm about to start doing some in some lots, okay, or some buy it nows. Not many more I want to sell individually in auction lots before I crack open a new one. Let's do one more Black and Blue. Black and Blue is a $10 start, okay? Here's this right here. This is Elvis, 50 Million Fans Can't Be Wrong. This is a 62 Rockaway press, VG Plus, $14.99. It's in shrink wrap. It is a 62 Rockaway, and that's been reduced by more than half off. And it's a fairly new record. I can't believe no one grabbed it in the 9 a.m. video. 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. That is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Let me actually go turn off the comments right now. There's the 9 a.m. video. Let me see what the most recent was. The most recent was 2 hours ago. Humble Pie Eat It. And Gundren locked his comment. So that was 2 hours ago. So Joe Salomo got a claim in as recent as 2 hours ago. And he got it. And now I'm turning off comments because we're showing them live right now. Elvis is $14.99, and then the rest of the crate is $6.99. Everything that's left is $6.99. It's a beautiful day. That is $6.99. We have Jimmy Witherspoon at $6.99. Brian Call, it's up to Todd. It's up to you. Todd Doris bid $45 on the Beatles, so you're out. It's at $45. Now Poison is at $13. Black and Blues at $10. Black and Blues at $12. George Samberez gets Elvis for $14.99. That's so to George Samberez for $14.99. Chris Frazier has Black and Blue for $15. Next over here, Boots Randolph, the Yakety Sax Man. That is $6.99. Boots Randolph and Elton John Friends, $6.99. Over here, we have the Beatles at $45, and that is with Todd Doris. Brian Call says he's done. We have Black and Blue at $15, and the last bid on Poison, Ziggy Chaos had it for $13. Also, Mando Jeff has Paul McCartney for $15. Those are all final calls. The Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. This is in VG condition, $6.99. That's in shrink wrap, $6.99 on that one. And we have the Midnight Cowboy soundtrack. That is with Nielsen's Everybody's Talking, as featured in Seinfeld, VG $6.99, and The Young Lions, Brando, Cliff, Dean Martin. That's a soundtrack. 1958 mono, VG $6.99. Brad Waits wants Boots Randolph. That's sold to Brad Waits for $6.99. And Romantic Warrior, Return to Forever, VG $6.99. All right, so Sgt. Pepper's is sold to Todd Doris for $45. 67 OG Scranton Stereo. Poison, Talk Dirty to Me. The last bid on this was Ziggy Chaos at $13. Kathy, just so you know, you were outbid. Black and Blue is their self-titled cassette. The most recent bid was MT Matt at $16, and Ram has a new bid for $16. And Caden Farrell's heading out. Did you have a good day at work?
I sure did.
Great. Got anything you want to say to your fans?
Peace and love.
Peace and love. That came from Caden. Jill's heading out too. Maybe they're going to go sneak out and get me an Elevate blue juice. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. Well, you can take my credit card. It's on the table. They close in 25 minutes. You probably can't make it. But if you want to, my credit card's on the table. Just pick any card. Well, pick the MasterCard. Or Discover card. Collectible will pay for it. Okay, over here, Ram is in VG condition. It is the 76. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. And then over here, Black and Blues at 20. And I think we're done, okay? I think we're done over here, and these are all $6.99. Everybody else, we have Romantic Warrior, we have the Young Lions, we have Midnight Cowboy, the Supremes, Elton John. Jimmy Witherspoon was a really nice copy, the best of on Blues Way for just $6.99. Looks like a Terre Haute pressing, and It's a Beautiful Day. That was a staple. I mean, this was a huge selling album back in the day. $6.99 on It's a Beautiful Day. Very clean, very nice. San Francisco. That should be the first label, yeah. That was a big album back in the day when that came out. Poison still getting bids, Black and Blue. And Ram is up to Mando Jeff, who came back in at 18, then Topographics out, okay? Julie says, bring me home a steak dinner. I got my whole family watching. Well, I don't know if Jill actually went to Elevate or not. If not, I'm about to go crack open another Ice Cold Monster. So I don't need to get into, Laura used to go get them every day, but I found out how much like sugar was in them. Oh my gosh. I mean, they have a lot of energy stuff, but man, tons of sugar. Okay, these cassettes are $6.99 each. We have Deep Purple in Concert, Michael Schenker Group, Perfect Timing, Europe Wings of Tomorrow, Europe Final Countdown, and Kansas Left Overture. Those are all $6.99. Kansas Left Overture, Europe Final Countdown, Europe Wings of Tomorrow, Michael Schenker, and Deep Purple. Those are all $6.99. Let's go ahead and sell Mando Jeff the Ram. We're so sorry. Boom. Uncle Albert. That's sold to Mando Jeff for $18. Razman's going to go ahead and take It's a Beautiful Day for $6.99. MT Matt wants It's the Final Countdown. Da-da-da-da. Shibbity-bop-bop. That is sold for $6.99. And then we got Tom Kelly on Kansas. Carry on my wayward son. $6.99. Tom Kelly on Michael Schenker was the guitarist for the Scorpions over here. Black and Blues at $23. Out on Poison. And Kathy was next on Michael Schenker. We have Poison. What was the last bid? Kathy's out. Let's go ahead and sell this. Let's go ahead and sell this then. Jerry Torres gets that for $14. And then Black and Blues at $23 with Chris Frazier. MT Matt's out. Final call. That leaves Deep Purple and that leaves Europe. Those are $6.99, $6.99. Okay, wait a minute. Poison's supposed to go back here. Yeah. Okay, and then these last few picture sleeves, well, with the exception of Chuck Berry, because he's kind of the outlier. I'll go ahead and throw him in there too. Chuck Berry's not in the best of condition. And there's 2 records in Prince. Let's see, that's not supposed to go in there. That's what's supposed to go in Prince, okay? So here's what we're going to do. I've got left Madonna True Blue, picture sleeve on blue vinyl. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize that was going to be on blue vinyl. David Lee Roth, Just Like Paradise. Prince, Raspberry Beret. Chubby Checker, Twist in USA. Kind of beat up. And then the Buckinghams, probably Don't You Care. It's Mercy, Mercy, Mercy. That's the A side. So technically 3 picture sleeves and then a couple bonus ones there, but 5 total records, and those are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start, okay? And Black and Blue is sold and that is sold for $23 to Chris Frazier. Bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records left. 6 records left in the bundle deal. 6 records left. Who wants them for $21? That's $3.50 a piece. You're going to get Jimmy Witherspoon, Chick Corea, Return to Forever, the Young Lion soundtrack, the Midnight Cowboys soundtrack, the Supremes, and the Friends soundtrack, music by Elton John. 6 records, $21. That will clear out everything from this morning's flip video. Mando Jeff says, Chad, I'll make a trade. I'll give you back the VG Ram and get a new one if you're good with that one. Let me make sure the backup bidder wants it. Who was the backup bidder? Topographic. Topographic, do you want, let's see, he went out, and that was 18. Topographic, do you want RAM for $16 still? If so, I'll sell it to you, and we'll sell him a brand new sealed half-speed master. I've got those around here somewhere. I've got them right here. Yeah, he's talking about, yay, this right here. We'll make sure Topographic wants that. Bundle deal. Need to sell those. $21. I would love to do that, okay? Those are the sold ones. We'll see if Mike wants in on that deal for his last bid. And 45 and 45. Okay. And then I think I have another one like that to go through before we start going through our newest stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. All right, so change this to Topographic for $16. All right, instead of Mando Jeff for $18, and then sell this to Mando Jeff for sticker. Bundle deal, 6 records, $21. Who wants them? Maybe Mark White. He said sold. That would be fantastic if he's talking about the bundle. And then where are the ones from? Is this the? Okay, this was a $6.99 flip crate. Yeah, let's go through this. This was a $6.99er. This was a $6.99er. Okay. And let's knock that out. So more cassettes right quick. 1, 2, almost so with this whole box again. Here's 4 more at $6.99. We got Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, Accept, Balls to the Walls, Steve Perry, Street Talk, and Andy Taylor, Thunder. Those are all $6.99. The 45 bundles at $15, final call. Every vintage LP in this crate is $6.99. Sell this vintage bundle here to Mark White, 6 LPs for $21. Excellent. Welcome to the bundle club, Mark White. Maybe you'll be watching tonight when we're doing some insane bundles. That's so to you. Everything in here was $6.99, including Rare Earth Ecology. No condition notes on Rare Earth. That is $6.99. Also, the Dillards, Copperfields. The Dillards is a white label promo. This is $6.99. White label promo for the Dillards. A white label promo. No condition notes either. $6.99. Vince Guaraldi. Let me find it right now. Black Sabbath bootlegs have been ordered. Should start being here as soon as tomorrow. If not, then they'll be in by Friday. They're kind of scattered here and there. These are sold to Kathy. And let me actually take these because these are all sold here. That's all those sold. Let me go ahead and lay this. Knocked out that little stack of 45s. Those are gone. Those are gone. Let me move this tape. I love how they're putting painter's tape around. We got to mark off sections back here to know what's going on. This painter's tape. Okay, there we go. Otherwise, it's like, holy heck, what have we all sold back here? All right, and then let's get started with, some of the advertised auction for the night. Let me find Vince Guaraldi. Either it's up here or Laura's still working, but we're about to start right now the advertised auctions for tonight. We've already done maybe a couple, okay? And then we have Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi trio. What a mouthful. I've already said Vince Guaraldi. That is Charlie Brown. Oh my gosh. And Laura's even included a automatic free special sticker. Wow, didn't expect this. It's a 1972 with a very special extra. So this is a 72 reissue. Vince Guaraldi, a boy named Charlie Brown, EX edition, a $30 start on that. $30 start. 21 pilots has been ordered. Yes. Yes. They should flip over. They should flip over the inventory count to let me know how many we're getting and how many still left in stock by tomorrow. And then I was going to make a post, okay? So there's Charlie Brown. That's up for bid with Snoopy hitting a home run. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Traveling Wilburys. Jeff Lynne, Roy Orbison, Tom Petty, Bob Dylan, George Harrison. This is the Traveling Wilburys. It's an 88 U.S. Allied original, VG condition, just a $10 start on that. $10 start. So these are all $6.99. I'm going to go through these fast. Rare Earth, the Dillards, Van Morrison Wavelength, no condition notes. These are all $6.99. Debbie Harry Cuckoo, $6.99 in shrink wrap. Black Eyed Peas is $6.99. Also, we have Rick Springfield, Beautiful Feelings. All these are $6.99. Boz Scaggs and VG Plus condition, down to then left. Flo and Eddie, that's available at $6.99. So is Robin Trower, In City Dreams, $6.99. And then the great songs of Roy Orbison. VG condition, $6.99. The great songs of Roy Orbison. Pat Travers Band, Heat in the Street. Pat Travers is $6.99. And we have James Gang Bang. James Gang VG $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Charlie Brown is at $40. The Traveling Wilburys is at $10. And our next cassettes, I'm almost done with these drawers so I can get to a whole new stack. And here is 4 more at $6.99. And what is left at $6.99? The following. $6.99. We have Leonard Skinner, The Best of the Rest, The Cars' Greatest Hits, Yngwie Malmsteen Trilogy, and Cheap Trick Lap of Luxury. Those are all $6.99. And then also $6.99 over here is Kathy Hodges on Rick Springfield. RS, Rick Springfield, that's sold to Kathy at $6.99. Razman got the Robin Trower, In City Dreams. And then Traveling Wilburys has a bid for $20. Razman was first on Pat Travers. And then we have Charlie Brown at $42, Charlie Brown at $45. Oh, I did get a blue juice.
My tree.
Awesome. Well,
I could do for you.
Appreciate that, sister. Thank you. You could have used my card.
No. I wanted to buy it for you.
I owe you a big one. I will, how about a new car?
You employ me.
Okay, I employ you. That's good enough. Okay, thank you. Blue juice delivery. I owe you $15. These things aren't cheap. You tip a couple bucks, it's like $12. I'm like, oh my gosh. All right, got a great sister. Fantastic. Now I just need to get my brother to start delivering these. Where's Nathan at when I need him? There is not a pre-order for 21 Pilots yet, Jerry. I was going to wait and see if they had them in stock. Okay, that's the big thing. Got to make sure they have them in stock. Matt Nichols gets James Gang. The Black Eyed Peas was a 12-inch single. Uh-oh, I've got a blue juice delivery. This could be dangerous, everybody. This is Bep Empire from the forthcoming album Bridging the Gap. It's got a radio version. Yeah, Bridging the Gap. It's Bep Empire and Get Original. Bep Empire and Get Original. $6.99. I'm going to make, like I've ordered 3 or 5, Jerry, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure if they're in stock, like a bunch, 10 or more, I'm going to go ahead and order 10 or more and then make a post since we kind of didn't get it out soon enough. Look at that. There we go. Blue juice delivery. Now I'm going to get all hopped up on blue juice. I'm going to start shaking and talking in tongues here in a minute. Next for $6.99 is Chris Christopherson, Spooky Lady Sideshow. Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit, VG Plus $6.99. Aretha Franklin, Let Me In Your Life, VG Plus $6.99. And Canned Heat, Historical Figures and Ancient Heads, VG Plus $6.99. All right, so over here we have Charlie Brown. The last bid was Travis Woods at $55. Kelly Vlotter checks out. It's a 72 reissue in EX condition. We started at 30. It's at 55. It includes a lower crate, Snoopy hitting a grand slam there. Traveling Wilburys is at 14 with Ziggy Chaos, and that's an OG VG. Angela Ledbetter's already bid 25. Angela Ledbetter's already at 25 over on Facebook. Everything in here is $6.99. That's it. Just $6.99. I'm going to read through these quickly one more time, and then we're probably about to cut the price in half and do a bundle deal. But right now, they're $6.99. No more, no less. Canned Heat, Aretha Franklin, so to Kathy Hodges. Climax Blues Band, Chris Christopherson, Black Eyed Peas, Roy Orbison, Flo and Eddie, Boz Scaggs, Debbie Harry, Van Morrison, The Dillards, and Rare Earth Ecology. Rare Earth Ecology, $6.99. $6.99. I will have a few minutes for lag to pop up. Looks like Travis, you may be getting the Charlie Brown. Looks like Traveling Wilburys is stuck at 25, which is moving it to a final call. And we are go ahead and do what? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I'm not for sure. Oh, here's some technically new stuff that was shown late last night. Y'all may have missed them. We did get in more new Funko pins. These are $11.99. I've got $11.99. Over here, we have the Deadpool, Deadpool Funko pins. I've got 2 of those. I've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I've got Spider-Man. And somebody asked earlier for the stock of the air fresheners. Sounds like I need to go get the ones up front and also order some more air fresheners. Those have been pretty popular. I need to put one in my vehicle. My mom bought me one the other day. She said, you need to put this in your vehicle. I was like, what are you trying to say, Mom? Trying to say my vehicle is stinky? Travis Woods, you get Charlie Brown for $55. And then we have, this has got a new bid with Todd Co. for $26. Todd Co. is in at $26. Jerry Torres wants a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pin. I have one more remaining. I have one more. Who's my teenage, is it Brandon Lack? Who's my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan? Surprised he hadn't bought one. All right, bundle deal. Let's clear out this crate and get into new stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, 11, 11, 11. Let's do this. Y'all ready? Bundle deal, $45. $45. That's going to be $4.09 a piece. $45 a piece. That is a bundle deal for the last 11 records. Who wants them? You got to buy them. I'm going to start making threats and end the show. Next thing is Funkadelic, One Nation Under a Groove, a 78 Jacksonville. Unfortunately, though, VG minus condition. VG minus condition. Original on her sleeve, $5 star. An Ozo machine. I need to look into this. Craig, tell me more about an Ozo machine. Traveling Wilburys is sold for $26 to Todd Co. That's done. Dang, I have not looked into the Def Leppard or Joan Jett guitars. I'm such a bad person. Go ahead. Y'all can just tell me, Chad, you're a bad person. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me have it. Next thing is another auction, Bob Marley, Kaya. This is an 89 US specialty. It is a reissue. It's an EX, a $15 start for Kaya. That's now up for bid, and that is Bob Marley. Bundle deal, 11 records, $45. Buy it now. Let's try to get these sold while I'm over here grabbing the next cassette case. I'm very excited to see what's in this other cassette case. What's inside this other cassette case? We've sold a whole double-decker and one of those wooden things full of drawers, except for the leftovers back there. And then, never mind. These are all just the copies. Those aren't too desirable. Well, let me see what else I have over here then. I was hoping I had some more extra stuff like magazines. Is that what's in here? Yeah, I think I got some Aussie magazines and stuff like that. Let me see what's in this box. Let's see what's in here. Y'all probably will want these. Yeah, Ozfest, Kiss. Oh yeah, Kiss related magazines. Take a look at that. Dime Bag on the cover, early Slipknot, Perfect Circle. These are pretty cool. Let's start selling some metal magazines here in just a second. Probably some of those are worthy of lots. Some of them's worthy of being sold individually. Here we go. Bob Marley's at 15, Funkadelic's at 12. What are the Judas Priest and the Accept? Judas Priest is Defenders of the Faith, and Accept is Balls to the Wall. $6.99 each on those. $6.99 each on those. Okay. Funk 5, Funk 10, and Funk 5, Funk 10, and Funk 15, Funk 12, Bob Marley 15, Funk 15. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go right over here. And no takers on these, right? Does anybody want to make an offer? There was 11 records, $45. Canned Heat, Climax Blues Band, Chris Christopherson, Black Eyed Peas, Roy Orbison, Flo and Eddie, Boz Scaggs, Debbie Harry, Van Morrison, Dillards, and Rare Earth. Not bad titles there. MT Matt wants Defenders of the Faith for $6.99. Not bad titles there. I would love to take an offer on those and get those sold. If not, I'll keep them over here with the other leftovers, and we'll try to combine them with the other stuff later, okay? So right now we got Funkadelic, which is VG minus at 15. Bob Marley's at 15. And let's try our first magazine here. Let's do this Guitar World magazine, August of 1998, Ozfest. The Shock and Death of Randy Rhoads article. Looks like it's a lot of stuff in here on Ozzy. It's got some tablature in the back, and we'll say that's a $7 start. $7 start. We have Gerald Whitworth said bundle. Kathy said sold. Now, Kathy said sold, I think, for the bundle, right? That was for everything, because that's what that's it. So it would be Gerald if you want it at $45. If not, sold to Kathy. So I think she's saying she'll take them, right? So we'll see. Those are going to go to somebody. I'm going to go ahead and get sticky notes around them. Let's see if we can find the first crate of new check condition stuff over here. And here we go. Always, if you want the bundle, say bundle sold. That just way I know. Kathy does. But Gerald made an offer, so we'll make sure he doesn't want them for $45. If he passes, then we'll sell them to Kathy for $45, okay? Aussie Magazine, $7 start. Bob Marley has a new bid for $18. Gerald says they're Kathy, so Kathy got the bundle there. I've already got sticky notes around them. 11 records, $45. Perfect. Funkadelic is Melanie Jennings for $15. It is VG minus. And here we go. Let's find, let's see if John marked a check condition crate. Let's see if it did. I bet this Monkeys is check condition. It is. It always. Boy, look at these titles. Sweet. Oh, yeah, he's been into some good stuff, it looks like. Just the, ooh, that's going to be an auction record. Ooh. What's he do? He's not supposed to put those out without my permission. He's not supposed to put those out without my permission. Y'all see what I'm talking about here in a second. Okay, I pulled out one to auction because, well, first of all, Tanner may want it. We've started collecting these to use to decorate our office over here, but we'll probably just go ahead and run it on auction. Don't tell Tanner. Don't tell Tanner. Okay, over here, Funkadelic. Over here, this is sold, and that's sold to Melanie Jennings for $15. Bob Marley sold to Gabe Baez for $8. And we have guitar, Aussie, $7 if anybody wants it. Let's go ahead and sell Matt Accept in Europe for $10. Does anybody else want the rest of those cassettes at $5 a piece? You have to buy them all. Deep Purple, Andy Taylor, Steve Perry, Cheap Trick, Ingve, The Cars, and Leonard Skinner. Not bad titles whatsoever at $5 a piece for the bundle there. 2, 4, 6, 7 for $35. Where is Tim Graham at when I need him? He did that deal earlier. Let me go ahead and take all these sold ones in here. Man, we go through some cassettes here. I actually pulled up our numbers. I don't want to reveal it till the end of the year. But the other day we were discussing how much we sold during the dollar sale, and somebody brought up the fact about how much we've sold this year as far as just quantity. And I was like, well, last time I checked, we were well ahead of last year's pace. And this year, the big thing's been CDs. I'll go ahead and share a number with you. We've sold nearly 20,000 CDs this year, and that doesn't include bundles. And y'all know sometimes we did like whole box lots of bundles, over 20,000 CDs, which I'm like, how does that add up to that? But I just think about the stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, amazing. I had a goal this year for vinyl. We've already surpassed it, and we still got September, October, November, and December. So thanks to y'all amazing customers. It's just overwhelming sometimes. I'm like, holy moly. This is why Paul has to go out and buy a whole trailer full of stuff every month or every week. It used to be about every month. Now they're going about every week and trying to buy, you know, an 18-foot trailer full of merchandise. Here we go. Hulk Hogan. Hope y'all ready. We have Pile Driver, the wrestling album 2, 1987 USOG, and yes, this has pretty much been out of print. The wrestling album 2 of Hulk Hogan, EX++ Near Mint Minus, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Pile Driver, the wrestling album 2, $35 start on that. Let's go ahead and get started with more from this crate over here. The next one is Talking Heads, and this is an 85 US Allied with the original under sleeve, Little Creatures in shrink wrap. VG Plus condition, a $15 start on Talking Heads. Let's group together some Metal Edge magazines. So we got Metal Edge magazines, lots of 3 at $10 starts. This features Monster Magnet, Korn, also has Ozzy, Van Halen, Metallica, and we have this one with a perfect circle, Korn, Slipknot, Rob Halford. 3 Metal Edge magazines from the late 90s, right? 1999, October of 2000. This will be a flashback for some people. 3 Metal Edge, $10 start. 3 Metal Edge, $10 start. So Hulk Hogan, Talking Heads, and Metal Edge. New check condition stuff, price is marked. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button for me. Hope everybody's hit the share button for me. This is some of the newest stuff we've marked for tonight. Hey, we just sold a MoFi copy of this. This is VG Plus, $14.99. El Dorado, a symphony by the Electric Light Orchestra. ELO is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And I can't get it out of my head. Great song on there, Jeff Lynne. Yes, Tim Graham got those last 7 cassettes for $35. You did. And now I've got to dig out more because we've sold this entire drawer. We've sold the silver thing. We've sold that. But right now we'll work on these magazines before we get into more cassettes, okay? Next thing is Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get. Great Joe Walsh. It's a top loader, ABC Dunhill original. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. This one has... The first cut is the deepest, and then I like the Killing of Georgie, part 1 and 2. That's EX edition. Rod Stewart's $12.99. Wow, no bid on Hulk Hogan. That is going to go up for a $35 bid. Wow, no bid on Talking Heads, a $15 start. Wow, no bid on the 3 Metal Edge magazines, $10 start. Those are about to be all buy it nows. All right, let's go right over here. So sorry. It's Pile Driver OG. It is. It's an OG Pile Driver EX++ near mint minus, out of print. Really cool. Don't get that one very often. $35 start. Talking Heads is OG, no bid. Metal Edge magazine, yeah. Hope everybody's not all of a sudden deciding to go walk their dogs. That'd be a really bad time right now to say, well, I'm going to go walk the dog, honey. Hopefully Chad doesn't put up that Hulk Hogan album. Holy moly. Matt Nichols gets Joe Walsh. Joe Salamo gets Rod Stewart. Pile Drivers at $35. Metal Edge magazines are at $10. The Police, Every Breath You Take. This is called The Singles, a.k.a. the greatest hits of The Police. VG condition, $19.99. Roxanne's on here. Message in a Bottle. Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. It does have a seam crackle on the spine. That's VG $19.99. Now Pile Drivers at $35. No bid on Talking Heads. That's about to be a buy now. The Metal Edge magazines has 1 bid for $10. Devo, Are We Not Men, with that rare Tom Brady cover variant. VG condition, $24.99. How much was Joe Walsh? $14.99. The Joe Walsh you got. Ooh, Depeche Mode. Wow. A VG copy, $12.99. That's a 3-track. People Are People is on that one. The main advertised song, though, was Master and Servant. Goodness gracious, what's that doing randomly in a bin? Hope everybody's paying attention. Depeche Mode's $12.99. Now we have a 3-way tie on Pile Driver. Somebody just needs to go ahead and probably bid $50 on that one. And the car, Shake It Up. That's the title song, but don't forget about Cruiser and Since You're Gone. VG Plus, $19.99. Now Pile Drivers at $38. Now Craig Weatherford gets Depeche Mode. What's that doing in there? And then Robert Warner was second. Kansas Mask. Kansas is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Also, Paul Desmond, Skylark, featuring Gabor Szabo. A 1974 CTI, VG Plus, $19.99. All right, the Metal Edge magazines, all 3 of these are sold to Brandon Jones for $10. Thank you, Brandon. Those are sold to you. Pile Driver has a new bid for $45. Talking Heads did get a bid with Michael Hamburger for $15. It's an 85 US Allied OG with the original sleeve in shrink wrap. It's not bad at VG Plus. Talking Heads for just $15. Final call, though. The Horace Silver Quintet, You Gotta Take a Little Love. Horace Silver is a 69 original. VG condition on Blue Note, $14.99. Art Farmer, Evening in Casablanca. VG Plus, $64.99. Prestige, New Jazz. That is VG Plus, $64.99. Pile Drivers at $50. And Manteca, the Red Garland Trio, plus Ray Barretto. Wow, in shrink, EX, $37.99. What's those records doing in there? Unusual to see those, right? Here's 3 more magazines. Let's do these right here. Metal Edge. let's see, let's do these three right here. Let's do, oh, this is actually Shockwave. So here's Metal Edge, James Hetfield here on the front and center. Also Van Halen, Aerosmith, Pantera, Kiss, Sabbath, Motley Crue. This is featuring Slipknot here. Also AC/DC, Black Crowes, Iron Maiden. And then Shockwave magazine with Dime on the cover. Pantera, Revolution is their name. That's pretty cool. What year is that one from? It's got to be like 99 or something. Somewhere right in there, but that is going to go up for a $10 start. Who's that? Seven Dust. That's the centerfold there. What's that? Can I get a year on this thing? 1999, yeah. 3 metal magazines, $10 start on those. Over here, Empty Matte on the cars. That's sold to Empty Matte. Thank you on that one. And let's go ahead and sell the Talking Heads. They did sell one bid, Michael Hamburger, $15. Pile Drivers at $50. Next thing we have is Morton Gold, Blues in the Night. That's a 1960 VG, $9.99. And over here, Roy Orbison. There is only one, Roy Orbison. VG Plus, $16.99 for Roy Orbison. Hiram's in the mags at 10. Pile Driver, final call for $50. Final call. Cindy, these are all sticker price. New arrival, check condition. These are all sticker price. Next is Tokyo Blade. This is Black Hearts and Jaded Spades. Tokyo Blade is an 85 German OG and EX condition. $15 start on that one. Also, we have The Doors Volume 2 Star Collection. This is a foreign Doors compilation from Spain. Is that where these are made? Let me check right quick. VG Plus, $19.99. It's actually pressed in Germany. It's a German press, even better. VG Plus, $19.99. Red Garland back here. Cindy wanted Desmond and Manteca. These are sticker price, though. Over here, Red Garland details. Let's go back and find that for Ray Red. Ray Garland, I don't have, or Red Garland. It's on this Prestige label. I don't have a year or anything for you, but RVG is stamped in the dead wax. It's on this blue Prestige label. The Doors, the Soda Thomas Sujar, Matt Nichols was second. What time for new vinyl? We have already shown all the new vinyl. The only thing left is Orange Vinyl, Tracy Chapman, Between the Baird and Me. Now Yearbook 76, and then the rest of them are all restocks. There's about this much new vinyl left. We've already shown all that. Over here is Dark Shadows. That's pretty cool. VG $12.99. Dark Shadows soundtrack with Quentin's theme. It's supposed to come with a poster. No poster with this one. It would be a little bit more if it did. VG $12.99. What are the three magazines? Shockwave Magazine, Pantera, Metal Edge, Slipknot, and Metal Edge 1998. And front and center is Hetfield, but there's a lot of people on that cover. And those have one bid for $10, okay? Next, we have Fleetwood Mac Future Games, VG condition $12.99. Pile Driver is sold. This is sold to Travis Woods for $50. And Tokyo Blade does not have a bid yet. An 85 German OG looking for a $15 start. These three metal magazines going once, going twice for a $10 bid. Final call on those. And then next in the bin is Tony Joe White Continued. VG Plus $29.99, and Elvis 50 Gold War Hits Volume 1 has the book with it. That's essentially an Elvis Greatest Hits box set. EX $29.99. Tracy Chapman, the three I have left, Courtney, do have seam splits. These were never supposed to come back in again, and they have showed up. They have a seam crackle at the top. I have two left. If you buy this one, let's go ahead and tag that for Courtney, $29.99. The Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, VG Plus $17.99, and The Best of Mom's Mabley, which of course is a comedy album, EX $9.99, and then Graham Nash, David Crosby, Graham Nash, VG Plus $14.99. Tony's back in on the magazines at $12. Hiram, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Risky Business soundtrack with Tom Cruise. Risky Business is an 84 UKOG. Most of the score music was done by Tangerine Dream. Risky Business soundtrack, $20 start on that one. Kathy Hodges on Dark Shadows. That is sold over here to Kathy. That's pretty cool. I think it was during COVID, especially when I was spending a lot of time at the store. We were completely shut down, and we had like a Dark Shadows board game or something. And I was like, Dark Shadows, this looks interesting. And I ended up watching like 2 or 3 seasons, starting from, of course, that show was on a long time before Barnabas Collins came out. But I started the first episode when they discover Barnabas outside, or he comes to life or whatever. I watched a couple seasons, and then I kind of just forgot about it, and I wish I would have watched a lot more. Blue juice tonight. Holy moly, no wonder I'm talking so fast. Okay, Next thing we have is Tony McDaniel got Mom's Mabley, Risky Business at 20. Tokyo Blade does have a bid for 15, and you've been outbid on the magazines, Tony. They're now at $20. He's out. Gorilla by James Taylor has the song Mexico and How Sweet It Is on it. VG plus $9.99 on that. And the Leslie Gore anthology, that's a 2LP. It's My Party. I'll Cry If I Want To. That's a Rhino compilation, 2LP, $14.99. Think about those soap operas. If you're like, I'm going to sit down and watch every episode of How the World Turns. Well, golly, you better start right now. It'll take you 25 years to watch all 9,000 episodes. What's the other ones? But what was the one Kramer watched? The Bold and the Beautiful. A lot of those. I think As the World Turns has been on since it started on the radio. I think if you went back and listened to every radio broadcast and every episode, it'd take you about 50 years to watch it all. ELO Face the Music is the EX edition with the original on her sleeve, $17.99. Risky Business at $22. Travis Wade on Leslie Gore. Thank you on that. We have Chubby Checker Limbo Party, VG plus $14.99. And Goldfinger. This is the one I was like, what's John putting this out without my permission? Of course, he probably already knows I have 300 of them, but that is pretty classic there. Goldfinger. Sean Connery movie, the classic. John Barry doing the theme song and Shirley Bassey doing that amazing title track, Goldfinger. Down. These 3 magazines are sold for $20 to Hiram Aponte. Thank you on that. Courtney, we've already sold a bunch of 45s tonight early. Those are some of the first things that got gone. Tokyo Blade, wow, just one bid to Bill Reese for $15. Tokyo Blade is sold for just $15. Risky Business is at $25 with Tim Graham. That's going one, that's going twice. As the World Turns, it started 54 years from 1950 to 2010. 13,763 hours. There we go. Golly. 13,000 hours. 13,000 hours of that's a long time. That'd take you a while to get caught up on that or watch the whole thing. Let's go ahead and put up this right here, Bauhaus. Bauhaus is Mask. It's an 81 UK repress. It is from 1981 though. It's got a slight warp that does not affect back play. VG $20 start. It was at 18. Hiram got the magazines for $18. I might have said 20. I did. Hiram got those 3 magazines for 18. Sorry about that. Next thing over here is Risky Business got a bid for 22. Risky Business got a bid for 25. And then over here, Travis Wade got Leslie Gore. Next thing is Goldfinger. It's $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. Cindy Ass, then Holbrook, and then Risky Business at $27. And David Hoy wants the Red Garland. Red Garland here is sold to David Hoy. EX $37.99. That's sold to Ray Red 73. Okay, and then over here, Bauhaus, one more time, it's an 81 UK repress. It does have a slight warp that does not affect back play. Gatefold jacket, an 81 copy. That's a $15 start. Goldfinger is sold to Cindy Jones. I might not said the price yet, or right off the bat, but there we go. Unfortunately, Amy Mitchell wrote her copy on Toto Hydra. Toto is VG plus $12.99. That's 13,000 VHS tapes. That would be a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of episodes of As the World Turns. I would not make a decision to sit down and say you're going to watch every episode. Holy moly, that would be an investment in time for sure. But you could probably see, you probably could tell somebody, hey, I've watched every episode of As the World Turns. Have you? I bet you hadn't, Jack. Next thing is going to go up for auction right now. This is David Bowie. And actually, excuse me, we already got 2 LPs. Let's do a lot of 3 magazines here. So we got Metal Edge, Circus, and Metal Edge. This is a vintage Circus magazine. Paul Stanley, Ted Nugent, Steven Tyler, Freddie Mercury. You got Blondie. You got Led Zeppelin on the cover. And then you have Metal Edge 2000 with Kiss and others, and Metal Edge. So 3 magazines, 2 Metal Edge, and then a vintage 70s. 1978 with Kiss and others on the cover. Those 3 for a $10 start, okay? Over here, We have Lou Reed Live, Walk on the Wild Side, VG Plus $24.99. These are new arrival, check condition, sticker price. One more From the Road, Leonard Skinner, VG $14.99. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. It does have the bonus EP, VG Plus $24.99. Risky Business is at $30. Chris Frazier, You're Out. Tim Graham has it. Bauhaus has one bid for $15. Michael Freiberger, You're Out. And the Circus magazines are a final call. We have Alice Cooper Killer, VG $14.99. Matt Nichols on Leonard Skinner. That's so to Matt Nichols. And we have Jets and Gilberto, Stan Jets and Joe Gilberto, 64 mono. And this has EX $39.99. This is a classic. And it's in mono too. Nice. EX $39.99. Also, we have Buckingham Nicks. And this is a 78 all disc press. So this is a reissue. However, it is a gatefold. It's VG, Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. How much was Toto? Toto was VG plus $12.99. Feels like a German press, too. Toto is a German press. And then the Kiss magazines have a bid for 10. Cindy Jones gets Alice Cooper. And then Circus magazines also have a bid for 10. So those are the high bids right here. And we're about to sell Bauhaus. Wow. An 81 Bauhaus for just one bid for $15. That's nearly unheard of. And then Risky Business over here. Tim Graham has that for $30. The other bidder's out, so we're about to sell that one. Price on CH. Price on CH. We got Toto, Buckingham Nicks, Geltz Gilberto, maybe Charlie Daniels, VG plus $24.99. Bauhaus has a new bid for $17. Troy said sold. He asked about Toto. That's sold to Troy. And then we got Medicine Ball Caravan. This is a soundtrack, a biker movie that has music from Alice Cooper, B.B. King, Young Bloods. That's a white label promo, VG condition, $9.99. What are the magazines? What is Bauhaus? Bauhaus has a new bid, and Risky Business soundtrack is a final call for $30 to Tim Graham. This is 3 Kiss-related magazines. Circus Magazine, 1978, Metal Edge 2000, and Metal Edge again from 99. And, of course, they all have different people on the cover. They're mainly featuring Kiss. This one has articles about Rush, Zeppelin, Ted Nugent, Queen, and that's a final call. Bauhaus has a new bid for $25. And Johnny Hancock does get Charlie Daniels. Hancock gets Charlie. Risky Business has a new bid for $35. Bauhaus has a new bid for $25. Samuel Kopich gets Gilberto. Unbots out on Bauhaus. Redbone, Message from a Drum. Redbone is VG plus $17.99. 71 Pittman. Hallbrook on MBC. That was Medicine Ball Caravan soundtrack. Etta James, Deep in the Night. Etta James does have a gold stamp promo. It's a 78 press, VG plus $24.99. The magazines just got a new bid. No, that was for Risky Business. They have been at $10 with Chris Frazier for about 3 minutes. They're at $10 with Chris Frazier. Yep, they're at $10 with Chris Frazier. Next thing is this, Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. VG plus $17.99. Cindy Jones gets Etta James. Also, we have Rituals of the Savage. This is Les Baxter. Nice. Where is Tracy Songer at? This is a 56 mono VG Les Baxter, $19.99. Bauhaus is a 1981 UK repress. It does have a slot warp that does not affect back play in the vinyls and VG. It just got a new bid for $27. Risky Business, Tim Graham's out. Stacy Brown bid $35. Chris Frazier, you've been outbid on the magazines. The new bid is with Tom Kelly at $12. Michael Freiberger gets Les Baxter. Right now we're going through a new check condition crate. Everything in here is sticker price. Great titles. There is a Buckingham Nicks that did not get claimed. Over here, American Hot Wax, VG $12.99. Somebody just asked the condition of Buckingham Nicks. It's a 78 reissue. It is in VG condition, VG jacket, $39.99. The magazines have a new bid for $14. Elvis Costello with the bonus EP, VG plus $24.99. And ELO Discovery is EX $16.99. These are sticker price. I always do the check condition stuff at sticker price. They're kind of already priced and reduced according to condition, etc. Risky Business is sold to Stacy Brown for $35. The 3 magazines are now at $14. Bauhaus is out. This may be a final call then. and that would be Thomas Hujar 25, and then Michael Freiberger 27. Matt Nichols on BS, and that was probably for Bob Seeger, the live one. Magazines have a new bid for 15. Next auction is David Bowie Space Oddity. Picture disc and poster. This is sealed. It's a 2020 limited edition picture disc. Fun fact, this is the only time this album has ever been pressed on a picture disc. The only time. Sealed, $35 start on that one. Pressing on ELO. EX condition, $16.99. Original inner sleeve. If you're looking for a plant, I honestly don't know by just glancing at it. But that is a correct first label. It's not a reissue. David Bowie has a bid for 45, and we have Gunfighter Ballads, always a classic. Marty Robbins, it's on the 2i label, VG $9.99. Chris Frazier, you're out on the magazines. David Bowie has bids for 35, 45. Bauhaus is officially sold to Michael Freiberger for 27. And let's keep a rolling over here. Let's put this over here. Bowie already has bids. Let's throw up another LP then. Let's throw up another LP then. Let's go to the top cam right quick. You can kind of see what's going on there. Next auction is going to go up right now. Somebody had asked for something over here. They had asked for ProBot. You want it? Let's do it. ProBot. 2018, sealed, limited edition, $55 start. Dave Grohl is the Metallic Beast Unleashed. This is ProBot, and it's going to go up 2018 sealed, a $55 start. Next thing is Michael Freiberger on Marty Robbins. Hallbrook was second, but Hallbrook, you do get ELO. Chris is out on the Circus magazines. These are sold to Tom Kelly for $15. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Those are sold to you. David Bowie's at 15, which means Robert and Cindy's out. Chris Frazier said he would do 5 on the Aussie magazine. That's sold to Chris Frazier for 5. Thank you. He got that for 5. ProBot 55.65. Next is Frankie Boy and Nancy Girl. That's Frank Sinatra, Nancy Sinatra. VG Plus $19.99. Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits, Sweet. VG Plus $24.99. Older Tomla Motown record there. And always been a tougher Monkees album to get changes. 1970 Indianapolis. VG $24.99. This is after Michael Nesmith left the band. They were just down to Dolenz and Davy Jones. I guess Peter Tork had left too. Yeah, just down to 2 Monkees. I think they were basically, at some point in their career, they was under a contract basically just to put out albums. And I think half of them had left already. So, very interesting career if you've ever watched anything on the Monkees. Very interesting career. They were supposed to just come in and pretend like they're playing music. And then they was like, hey, we actually want to play the music. And actually, there for a while, the label really didn't want them playing. They just wanted them singing and pretending like they were playing. But later, they end up doing their own thing. Of course, Michael Nesmith, big solo career. Davy Jones. Okay. But back before a lot of factual stuff you get on the internet, there was always rumors. The Monkees aren't actually real. They're not actually, that's not even them. That was in all those like teen fan magazines and all that stuff. Okay, here we go. 3 more Metal Edge magazines. We have Metal Edge, 1999, Metallica, Pantera, Black Sabbath, Marilyn Manson, Kiss, Zombie, Motley Crue, Korn. Over here, Metal Edge, that is definitely Marilyn Manson, Poison. And then we've got Rammstein on the cover, more Marilyn Manson, Aerosmith, Alice Cooper, Kiss. Those 3 Metal Edge magazines, 1 lot, $10 start. 1 lot, $10 start. I've got 3 more to do after those. All right, there we have it. Next thing, let's read through that check condition bin quickly one more time, okay? Quickly, one more time. Let's do it. So we got ProBot at 90. The David Bowie, so it's sold to Kelly for $45. Nobody else bid. Sold to Kelly for $45. Magazines have bids for 10. Tom Kelly came in second. ProBot's at 90. Let's go ahead and put up another auction then. This is a really good Who compilation, and it's sealed. It's the Who. Who's better, who's best. The very best of the Who. A sealed 88 club copy. $20 start on those. We're going to run through these quickly, okay? That way we can get in right into another one. Laura's in the back working on marking stuff. We got 3 more crates over here from John. The other ones are EX Plus Near Mint Minus records that will be best offer. First thing I have is ELO, a symphony for the Electrolyte Orchestra, El Dorado, VG Plus $14.99. The Police was VG $19.99. Devo still available, VG $24. Kansas was VG Plus $14. Paul Desmond Skylark, VG Plus $19.99. Horace Silver, VG $14.99. Art Farmer, VG Plus $64.99. Morton Gold was VG $9.99. Roy Orbison, VG Plus $16.99. Fleetwood Mac, VG $12.99. And Tony Joe White was VG Plus $29.99. ProBot has a high bid of $102. The Who, no bid, looking for a $20 start. The Magazines is at $12, which means Tom Kelly, you're out. The Elvis box set, EX $29.99. Outlaws is VG Plus $17.99. David Crosby, Graham Nash, VG Plus $14.99. Gorilla, James Taylor, VG Plus $9.99. ELO is EX $17.99. Chubby Checker, VG Plus $14.99. Lou Reed Live, VG Plus $24.99. Redbone is VG Plus $17.99. What Was the Police? That's called Every Breath You Take, which is the singles collection. VG Condition, $19.99. Also, we have American Hot Wax, VG $12.99. Buckingham Nicks, a 78 all disc, VG $39.99. Costello with the EP, VG Plus 24. Frank Sinatra, Nancy Sinatra, VG Plus 19. Marvin Gaye 24. And the Monkees is VG 24. Okay, how much is Devo? VG Condition, $24.99. Are we not men? Okay, there's that. The Who did get a bid with Samuel for $20. Think about that. A sealed 2LP Who compilation, a vintage copy from '88 with all that great music. If that was out new sealed, a 2014 new vinyl press, it would be what, $40? This is right now just $20, and it's sealed from '88, and we're about to sell it. ProBot is about to be sold to MT Matt for $102. Does anybody else want in higher? If not, we've got to sell it. Matt Nichols does get Devo. The Metal Edge magazines are still at $12. Tom Kelly, it's all up to you on those. Let's bring over another new crate. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I am feeling a little bit frisky tonight. I'm ready for something new and exciting in my life. Just go ahead and give me that whole crate, all of it in there. That's a great selection of music at great prices. I'll have hours of endless listening opportunities, and I'll be like, dang, you dog. Okay, whole crate sold to so-and-so. That would be great, wouldn't it? I heard my whistling back there on Laura's laptop. That was the Devo whistle. Yeah. Okay. ProBot 107, The Who's at 30. And we're about to sell those Metal Edge magazines. Let's go ahead and bring over another new crate. Let's do it. Fast paced tonight. I love it. We'll be able to get through all the new stuff and do discounts and get into miscellaneous and all kinds of other cool stuff. I really want to do some posters tomorrow. It's going to take some time for me to get them photographed, but at least maybe do 10 or 20. We've done a lot of sorting, okay? A lot of sorting. And the best way for us to do posters, I think, is to do like we were maybe earlier and try to do like 10 or 15 every night. And I'm going to try to get this table over here where maybe Laura or me or Tanner or somebody can snap 10 or 15 and us try to get through some of these posters we have. Golly, I mean, if we could sell 10 or 20 a night, it would be amazing, you know. That's kind of what I'm hoping. So I'm going to try to start tomorrow, and autographs. And if they don't sell, I'm going to do like I do anything else, put them out in the store or get them online somewhere. So here we go. All right, so these 3 metal magazines are sold. I think I lost Tom Kelly. I'm going to scroll through here and make sure. Hiram bid $12, right? Hiram bid $12, and Hiram, you do get them for $12. Thank you, Hiram. The Who is at $45 of Carol Puckett. Thank you on that one. And then there was another claim. I didn't pull it yet. It was Horace Silver, and that was for Chad Smith. So Matt Nichols got Devo. The Who started getting bids. And then Chad Smith got Horace Silver, which I did not pull until right now. That is sold right here, Horace Silver. This was sold to Chad Smith. And then ProBot got a new bid for 107. And then over here, do you have freedom of choice? Not handy unless you want a new copy. Chad, is there a horse silver? It was, but it just sold. Chad Smith, I got your horse silver. Cindy, somebody already bought it. Now the Who's at 45. And then over here, we got ProBot 130. I was about to say, that's that song from Ridiculousness. I used to watch that, and I had no idea what that was. I always thought it was just something original, an original song that they made for that TV show. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Devo. It hit me years later when I started listening to Devo, and my realm of music knowledge grew because I was watching that like in high school, I guess. So I didn't realize that was Devo till I started listening to Devo's albums. Have you ever watched that video of Devo and Neil Young? Boy, that's bizarre. The Who's at $50 and ProBot's at $135. Okay, here we go. It's time for the last three. Well, we could have more, but here we go. And this is Hit Parader 98 with Marilyn Manson. Really cool metal edge here. I see Ozzy, Skid Row, there's Metallica, and then here's Metal Edge. That's Pantera, Ozzy, Metallica, Van Halen. Three more, and that's the last that was in this box. $10 start on those, okay? Here we go. Grand Magus and Ice Cube will be next. Here we go. These are new arrivals, best offer. I pulled 3 records out of this crate. Wait till y'all see them. They're crazy, and I'm going to need further research. I may even hand them off to Laura whenever she comes up here and see what she can find out. John just usually gives me basic info. He can price a lot doing that, and sometimes I'll pull stuff out that needs extra info. We'll either just go ahead and sell it, or I'll put it up for auction. So here we go. Ice Cube, those are all on deck. Vanilla Fudge, The Beat Goes On. Vanilla Fudge is $19.99. That's on this purple and plum label. Vanilla Fudge, $19.99. And the best of Jerry Lee Lewis, $9.99 on the best of Jerry Lee Lewis. Red Smash Mercury label. These can be best offer too. Let's get these sold. That's why I'm here. I'm here for a couple reasons. One, to sell records. The other reason is to sell records. Linda Ronstadt, what's new? $9.99 for Linda. And here's a Who's Greatest Hits, a single LP, $19.99. It's a single LP, $19.99, excuse me. ProBot, Paul Catrich, you're still outbid. MT Matt has it for $138. And the Who is sold to Samuel Kopich for $50. Final call to get a bid on the Hit Paraders for a $10 start. The next thing I have over here is the following. Ice Cube, The Predator. Ice Cube is a 2023. This is out of print. It is. Ice Cube is out of print, sealed. A $55 start. This has been out of print on vinyl since this pressing. Ice Cube, $55 start. Paul Catrich, it's up to you on ProBot. This is The Truth, Weapons of Love, $14.99. And Lou Reed. Lou Reed is a 72 Hollywood press. Don't get that one as often as others. Nice vinyl, orange label, $49.99. Let me send, I gotta send a text message here. I just remembered something kind of important. All right. So over here, ProBot, $145, now $150. Thomas Hudra on The Truth, thank you. Ice Cube already has bids for $55 and $60. And next is Moonlight Sonata, Martin Gold and his orchestra. That's in shrink for $9.99. Bonnie Raitt, Taking My Time, $9.99 for Bonnie Raitt. And Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99. Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99 on that. And Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $19.99 for Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Next is Elektra June releases, Aztec Two-Step, David Ackles, Jubal, and the New Seekers, $14.99. $14.99. No bid on these 3 magazines, so that's a buy now. Hit Parader 98, Metal Edge, and Metal Edge. $10 on those, okay? And I'm about to go through this rest of this crate over here. I got all kinds of cool looking stuff that looks like ProBot still getting bids. Ice Cube still getting getting bids. Hiram gets those 3 magazines for $10. Thank you, Hiram. Those are so to you. And just like that, we sold a whole shoebox full of magazines. Poof, they're gone. Next thing here is the Siegel Schroll Band, 953 West, $12.99. And Aztec two-step 72 white label promo, $19.99. And that's a white label promo. Next is Nat King Cole Gold Unforgettable, $9.99. And the Jazz Crusaders Tough Talk. Jazz Crusaders is a double LP, $19.99. The Great Gatsby soundtrack is $19.99. And the band self-titled, $34.99. Wow, that's a nice, clean-looking copy up on Cripple Creek, $34.99. So Ice Cube's a final call for $70 with 007 Platinum. Haven't heard back from Cindy, haven't heard back from Courtney, but time is ticking. Paul Carriage, it's up to you again on ProBot. MT Matt has it for $160. Have quite a battle going on for that one. Well, no more magazines left in there. What is next over here? Empty box, empty box. I've almost sold this whole tub that they brought me yesterday. Here's some cool looking stuff. What do we got here? Yep. Ooh, this looks interesting. What is this, Stropper? This is a Stropper tab book. I've never seen a Stropper tab book. Wow. Stropper. This is guitar tablature, or I guess, I know it's tab. I usually assume it's guitar tabs, so I guess it's, however, if you're talented and gifted enough to read all this, quarter note, half note, treble, bass, you probably can figure out what it is. Stropper, that's pretty cool though. $10 start on that. That's now for bid. I claim Truth, we do for $10. Michael Nath, yes, make sure he gets Truth for $10. I do never mind taking offers on anything in here. Just make sure you get it in with your first comment, and I'll probably take it. So make sure Thomas Ujar gets the Truth for $10. Ice Cube is at $75, and over here ProBot is sold, and ProBot is sold to MT Matt for $160. Okay, Ice Cube's at $75. The Stropper tablature book is at $10, and then the other request was for this thing right here, Grand Magus. Grand Magus. Is that Aleister Crowley on the cover? Grand Magus is a 2014, limited 500 copies on translucent vinyl. Stoner rock and doom metal. This is on green vinyl. Grand Magus, a $25 start. No problem, Thomas. Don't mind doing that. I try to just let everybody, if you're going to make an offer, just get it on the first claim. I've had some people claim something, and then they realize it's a best offer crate, and they're like, dang it. Well, Chad, can I have it for less? And I'm like, well, yeah, no problem. Just want to make sure we do that the first time. I don't mind discounting stuff whatsoever, especially to get all these sold. I would love to discount everything in here and sell it. We have, maybe, Thomas, you just want to go ahead and make an offer on the whole crate. We'll just say the whole crate right now, sight unseen, $3,000. We have the band sold to Jeffrey Sapia for $25. Sold. Next thing over here is the Carpenters. That is $9.99. And the Verve Years, Charlie Parker, the Verve Years is $24.99. That's a 2 LP, $24.99 on that. Ice Cube's at $80. Stropper has a bid for $15. Dwayne Caldwell's out. And the Blackbirds, Night Groove. The Blackbirds is $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Around and Round. That's a German Decca compilation. Hadn't seen one of those since like Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Beautiful vinyl though, $39.99. Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order's $19.99. And Chris Hill's Everything is Everything, a 71 PRC Richmond, $34.99. So Ice Cube is at $80 with 007 Platinum. That's the high bid. Everybody else is out. Cindy Jones is CP. Cindy Jones is CP on Charlie Parker. So to Cindy. Grand Magus over here has one bid with Thomas for $25. But before him, it was Hiram Aponte. So Thomas, you're out actually. Hiram was in first. Dwayne's out on Stropper. Hiram also has that for $15. And we have Denny Daughtery. What You Gonna Do? That's a 71. He was a member of the Mamas and Papas, $19.99. And Poco, Indian Summer. Poco is $9.99 for Poco. We have Heart Babe Lestrange for $19.99. And Little Honda featuring GTO and the Scramblers. $12.99 for Little Honda. And Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. They're about to do an anniversary box set of this album. I'll get that up for pre-order. Grand Magus has a bid for $28. Ice Cube has a bid for $90. And we have Elton John Friends. Elton John Friends is $19.99. And Walt Disney's Cinderella. This is a reissue, probably from the 70s, but I've never seen it. I mean, it is a reissue, but it's a reissue I've never seen. It's sealed too. It's unopened. So this originally, the first Cinderella release was 54. I think on vinyl. This is like a 70s press, $24.99 on that. All right, Striper is sold for $15. And Striper, the Striper book is sold to Hiram for $15. Thank you on that. Kelly Vladicek on the sealed Cinderella album. Ice Cube is The Predator. It's a 2023. It's been out of print for 2 years. And that's true. Like, I can't even back order it. It's like out of production. So that tells me they're going to maybe press it at a certain time, a different time later. But there's that. And that's at $90 of 007 Platinum. Magnus is at $35, and it's up to Thomas Hujar on that one. Next thing in here is Moby Grape Live Grape for $19.99, and Tony Randall Vovo DOD or something like that. Tony Randall $14.99. All right, what was these other mags right over here that I pulled out? Let's see. Might start doing some stuff in some lots. Going through a random tub that all that Kiss stuff came out of yesterday. I think this is like part of a magazine. There's that. Let's see what this is. Kiss Live. What is this? Is this a tour book? Omnibus Press? No, it's probably not. Let me see if I can find some more Kiss stuff to put with that. And then who is this? Preview. Ozzy, Mary Mayhem, Ozzy. I should have put that with that other Ozzy magazine earlier. Let me set all that right there. Let me dig some more stuff out and see what's in here. I think there's another box of magazines. There is. And then there's Kiss cards. And aha, I found another box of magazines. Let me try to find some more stuff here to bundle. Got a whole nother box here of stuff to pull out. Nice, look at these. More metal edge. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Let me toss that right over there. Okay, so let's do 3 metal edge here off the top. Aerosmith on cover. Iron, that's a cool Iron Maiden, Rob Zombie. So 1998 year in review. Metal edge, Iron Maiden, Kid Rock featured. And then I grabbed one too many. And there is Rob Zombie, okay? So very cool there. There's the top one with Iron Maiden. 3 of those, $10 start, okay? Let's go back to the top. Ice Cube, Grand Magus 37, and we have Magus at 40, okay? There we have it, and then Ice Cube is about to sell then for $90, the 007 Platinum. It is sealed. Yes, it is sealed. It's never been opened. Sealed, $90. Over here, we have Morton Gold and his orchestra, Moon, Wind, and Stars, $9.99. And I Left My Heart in San Francisco, Tony Bennett, $9.99. And Belafonte, the Midnight Special, Harry Belafonte, $9.99. The Carpenters, the singles, the Carpenters is $9.99. And the band, Stage Fright, $34.99. The band is Stage Fright, $34.99. Michael Hamburger on GBR, and that was for, GBR was for the, what was GBR? GBR, you might have to help me out on that one. The Carpenters, Topographic, offered 7. That was here for the singles collection. Magazines has a new bid for 10. We got Jamie Willis on Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. So the magazines are at 10. Ice Cube 007, you've been outbid by Stereo, or Gregory Roberts. It looks like Steerborg TX. I think I usually say Stereo. Now it has a new bid for 110. And then over here, next is Bob Dylan Infidels, $24.99 on Bob Dylan. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is an OG, $44.99 on that. And 20 Super Hits by the Rolling Stones, another Decca German compilation, $39.99. Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animals, $34.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bruce Springsteen's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. It has the original on her sleeve, $24.99 on Bruce Springsteen. Wild Women Don't Have the Blues, Nancy Harrow, a 61 mono, $29.99. And Sinatra, $14.99. Thomas Hujar said he would do 38 on Pink Floyd. Sell that to Thomas for $38. Cube has a new bid for 120, now 130. Chris Meisner was going to pay full price for Pink Floyd. Thomas, you owe me $7. I just shot myself in the foot over $7. These 3 metal magazines are sold for $10 to Stacy Brown. Thank you, Stacy. You get those 3 magazines for $10. Appreciate that. Here is 3 more coming up right now. And I saw this one, so we can bundle this one with that other Ozzy item, and then I'll try to just slip in one more random one here. So here is this one with Ozzy on the cover, and then this one with Rob Zombie and others, and then I've got this like newspaper from the Houston Chronicle, November 8th, 2001, with Ozzy on the cover. So like an Ozzy newspaper, a metal edge with Ozzy, and then another metal edge with Rob Zombie. Those three for $10, okay? There's that. Thomas gets Pink Floyd for $38. No, it's yours, because Chris was at $44, but I've already took your $38. So if I sold it to him, it would be for $38. We don't go back on price. So it's yours for $38. It's yours for $38. Okay, Ice Cube, 130. He's out, final call. And then Grand Magnus is at $45. Thomas, this is up to you. Those three magazines are a $10 start. All right, and 007's in on the mags. Chad's got a whole thing over here of blue juice. It was a momentary lapse of reason. All right, I just got a good shot of blue juice. Into the distance, a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. I wish I could sing like David Gilmour, but I can't. Otherwise, I would be in a Pink Floyd cover band, singing like David Gilmour. Ice Cube is sold to 007 for $130. Grand Magus, Thomas, I want to make sure you were done on this. Hiram does have it for $45. All right, let's put this away because that is up. And the 3 metal edge is a final call to Shane for 10. Oh, they get, yeah. That Rick Beato, the new one's pretty cool, isn't it? Man, he's just... Man, imagine meeting that guy. That'd be up there on my list. Whew. And anytime I talk about a celebrity like that, I always mention autographs. Boy, signed Gilmour albums are tough. Whew, golly, so tough. I've had my eye on some, but they're just, man, people crazy price. So you can't like just get a deal on one. You know, this just like doesn't exist unless you meet them. If I was Rick Beato, I'm sure it's kind of probably unprofessional, but every time I met one of those guys, I would get an album signed and have it framed and hung in his recording studio. All the people he's met, all those interviews, if he could have got like signed album. He may do it and just not tell anybody, but that'd be the first thing. David, will you sign this? I'm not going to sell it. I just want to hang it on my wall and know that you've touch this copy of Dark Side of the Moon. All right, so here's 3. Wow, look at this one. Hit Parader with Robert Plant on the cover. Ooh, Cream magazine. You know who that is. Keith Richards, the Rolling Stones, and Pete Townsend from Circus magazine, Pete Townsend from The Who, Circus magazine, 1975, 1979, and Led Zeppelin's 1977. Led Zeppelin, Heavy Metal Celluloid Heroes. 3 magazines there, a $10 star. I could sell Robert Plant and The Who and the Stones by themselves. These 3 are sold to 007 for 10. And then over here is Grand Magnus. That's still getting bids. Let's put up some more auctions. And we're about to go through another bin of new arrivals, buy it now, best offer. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. Don't forget, though, we got Ween going up for auction. Pure Guava. Ween Pure Guava is a 2017 UK. It's on pink and purple marble vinyl sealed. This is a $295 start. A 2017 UK pink and purple marble vinyl sealed $295 start. This album, some copies have sold for as much as $500. And we're talking reissues. Yeah, it's that expensive. Wayne's now up for bid. Thomas is out on Magnus. Every time I'm saying that, I think about the chess player, Magnus Carlsen. Grand Magnus. Hiram gets that for $55. Wayne's a big dog. That's up for $295. These three magazines are being sold together. Vintage Hit Parader, Cream, and Circus. Those are big magazine titles in the 70s. Robert Plant, Keith Richards, and Pete Townsend covers. All three being sold together for a $10 start. And speaking of Led Zeppelin, how about this? It's a sealed 79 club copy. Right there underneath the perforated bag, you can see the RCA catalog number for the club copy. That is now up for bid. A sealed Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, a $50 start. $50 start on that. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know, okay? Here's what's left. Vanilla Fudge, Jerry Lee Lewis, Linda Ronstadt, The Who's Greatest Hits, Lou Reed, Martin Gould, Bonnie Raitt, Led Zeppelin Coda, Elton John, Electra June Sampler, Siegel Schwarl Band, Aztec Two-Step, Nat King Cole, Jazz Crusaders, Great Gatsby, The Carpenters, The Blackbirds, The Rolling Stones, Lindsey Buckingham, Chris Hills, Denny Daughtery, Poco, Heart. Kind of surprised Babe Lestrange is still available. $19.99. The Who at $12. Matt, I'll do this for $15. Substitute, My Generation, Magic Bus, Pinball Wizard, Won't Get Full Again, Love Reign Over Me. That's a good one. I'll do it for $15. Also, we got Bruce Springsteen, Elton John, Moby Grape, Tony Randall, Martin Gould, Belafonte, The Band, Bob Dylan, another Stones, a Lou Reed, a Springsteen, Nancy Harrow, and Sinatra. Let's go through a new crate. Matt Nichols says he will take The Who for $15. Thank you. Joe Salamo on Nat King. Joe Salamo on Nat King for $7. That is sold to Matt for, that's sold to Joe Salamo for $7. Info on Wayne. Pure Guava is a 2017 pink and purple marble vinyl, sealed, $295. $295. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $500. We also have a sealed Led Zeppelin. A sealed Led Zeppelin. And this is a 79 OG $50 start. Now, Cindy, there's two Rolling Stones records in here. There's 20 Super Hits, which is $39.99, and then the other Rolling Stones is this one. And this one here is Around and Round, and it's $39.99. Joseph's in on Wayne at $295. So let me know which one you want, Around and Round or 20 Super Hits. How much was Sinatra? $14.99. How much was the Stones? $39.99 each. How much is Wayne? $295. How much is Zeppelin? $55. And they both have bids. Nobody's bid on the magazines. I'm going to swap out crates. When I come back, if no one has bid on the magazines, they're going to be a $10 buy it now. Let's go grab another crate. Looks like there's been some good stuff put out for tonight. So far, so good. Let's see what's in here. Yep. Yes. Dum, bum, bum, dum. Yep, yeah. Wow. Well, I'm going to leave this in here. The last time we had one of these, somebody grabbed it. And let's see if they grab this one. It's like the second or third record in the crate. I pulled out two more out of here to be re-tagged for auction. So there's some good stuff in here. If I'm pulling records out, that means there's some pretty dang good stuff in here. Okay. Over here. Cindy said 20 Stones. 20 Stones, come on, Chad. Okay. Well, I knew this said 20 Super Hits, but I didn't know if you were trying to make an offer or if that's what you were claiming. So that's why I wanted to be clear. So you do want this one. Thank you. All right. Samuel offered $27 for the other. Samuel, I'll do $32 if you want the other one. Because the way you worded that, I thought you were making an offer. It was 20 Super Hits by the Rolling Stones. Gotcha. All right. Next thing we have is Wayne's at $295. Led Zeppelin $55. And then What Was the Wild Wild? And then over here is Hit Parader. These three magazines can be bought for a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now, and Samuel gets the other one for $32. This is sold for $32. Sealed Led Zeppelin's at $60. Nobody else has been on Wayne. Final call for $295. Everything in here is best offer, okay? Everything in here is best offer. Let me send Tanner All right, let's go right over here. Richard Miller says he'll take them. Calvin Richards already got all 3 for 10. There we go. Everything in here is bought now. Best offer. We got Brian Brain. Time flies when you're having toast. This is Brian Brain. Time flies when you're having toast. 1987 New Wave, 1999, and this is Brian Brain again. Unexpected Noises, $14.99. Also ZZ Top's first album, a 71 AL pressing, $89.99. ZZ Top first album, $89.99. Led Zeppelin, Empty Mat. Empty Mat is at $60. There was one other bidder, and that was Eric Fisher. He has not bid again. He's not set out. Wayne got one bid, and that was $295, and that sold to Joseph Ellis. Wild Wide from last crate towards the front. And also somebody asked about Sinatra. I'm assuming they didn't want that. Wild Wild, last crate. That was Wild Women Don't Have the Blues by Nancy Harrow. That's a 61 mono, $29.99. Wild Women Don't Have the Blues, Nancy Harrow. Okay, ZZ Top, we got Led Zeppelin. Let's put up another auction then. This is Changes Now Bowie. Changes Now Bowie. This is a 2020 US OG Record Store Day exclusive, limited edition sealed, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. There is a new bid on Led Zeppelin. Okay, 1 second, please. Okay. Next magazine lot. I got I've got Circus Magazine, 1978, John Travolta. Circus, 1975, Linda Ronstadt. Cream, 77 with Rod Stewart. And Hit Parader, 76 with Peter Frampton. Right around when Frampton Comes Alive comes out. 4 vintage magazines there, $10 start. Thomas Hujar gets ZZ Top for $73. George Jones gets Wild Women for $20. George Jones has bought some Wild Women for $20. Zeppelin has a new bid for $65. That means that Empty Mat, you've been outbid. No bid yet on Bowie. Next is The Nails. 88 lines, about 44 women. The Nails is a 12-inch single. The B-side is Let It All Hang Out. $14.99 on that. More Dirty Dancing. More original music from the motion picture. $19.99 on More Dirty Dancing. And Otis Redding in person at the Whiskey A Go-Go. A 68 MGM pressing in shrink wrap. $44.99. More Dirty Dancing sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Michael Freiberger gets Nails for $10. Also over here is Sonny Rollins, A Night at the Village Vanguard. Looks like it has a little bit of a stain there on the cover. A 1986 pressing, $12.99. Mortgage Guy Rob, I've already sold Nails for $12. Michael Freiberger, I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Otis Redding gets sold to Patrick Lear. That was a nice copy and shrink, goodness gracious. Richard Miller's in on the magazines at $15. Now Craig takes Nails at sticker price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Over $5. Empty Mat, I've lost you on Led Zeppelin. Let me know if you want back in for more than $65. Next is MLVC, Like a Prayer. That's Madonna, right? That's $19.99 for Madonna. Also, we have Golden Earring Moontan, $29.99. This one looks different. This is a reissue of Radar Love. Yeah, it's still a vintage copy, but why does it feel it's a Canadian? That's why. No, yeah, Canadian. It's a Canadian pressing, $29.99. Madonna 18, Madonna. Travis came in first quick enough I don't have to shoot myself in the foot. Stacy, if you want, no, she's bidding on magazines. She's bidding on magazines, so Travis does get Madonna. Okay, he's out on Zeppelin. Eric Fisher, congratulations on the sealed Zeppelin. That's sold to you for $65. Wow, no bid on Bowie. Sealed Changes now, $50 buy now. That was Record Store Day, out of print. The magazines are at $18. Richard Miller's out. Next auction. The next auction is Big Black, songs about eating Oreos. This is an 87 USOG direct metal mastering, super clean, $150 start. Big Black, songs about $150 start. Thomas Clark on Twitch gets Bowie. That's sold to Thomas Clark for 50. Tim Vigari second. Magazines up to Tim Miller on those, or Richard Miller, I should say. And that's not Richard V. Miller. That's just Richard Miller, by the way. All right, 88 lines. Nick Bargeron, you are very much late on that one. Sniff the Tears, Fickle Heart. This has got their hit song Driver's Seat, 1999. So this is a big auction here. It's an 87 US. This one's been asked about a lot. It's a real OG and it's near mint. It's near mint minus. It's super clean. And it has the insert. It's a $150 start. It has the insert. Big Black is a $150 start. The magazines have a new bid for 21. Falco, and this one has Amadeus on it. Falco is $26.99. And we have Chicago, $9.99. Which one is this? Chicago 19. Wow, $9.99. And Longboards Motor Rhythm, $19.99 for Longboards. Also, we have Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, in shrink with hop and the original under sleeve, $24.99. Stacy's out. These magazines are sold to Richard Miller for $21. What have I done with my sticky notes? All right, let's start a new little pile here. Thank you, Richard Miller. Let's see what else is left over here in this box. Chasing Hearts, that's Tommy Flower on Chicago. Cindy Jones was second. No big yet on Big Black. Looking for a $150 start. Going once, going to twice, going to twice, going to three times. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Beastie Boys. An exciting evening at home with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It looks like a classical album, the way the artwork and the way they've stylized it. But it is an 89 original EX condition 6-track EP, a $35 start. Troy Robinson, Amadeus. That's so to Troy Robinson. Thank you on that one. Final call on Big Black. We're about to sell it for minimum bid, 50-foot combo. Caffeine, a 2002 Belgium surf record, $59.99. And Michelle Shocked, Captain Swing. Michelle Shocked is $14.99. And Keep It Dark, First Down and 10, 86 alternate rock, $9.99. The whole Burbank catalog, much of the world is sometimes covered by darkness. That is one of those Warner Brothers samplers, $24.99. Walter Carlos, Little Jerry, Ry Cooder, Bonnie Raitt. This has Jack Elliott, Kenny Long, Arlo Guthrie. And then over here is this. We have T-Rex, Captain Beefheart, Seals and Croft, etc., etc. Beastie Boys has a bid for $35, and the Essential Doc Watson, $29.99. That's a 2LP Vanguard compilation. Doc Watson, $29.99 on that one. Also over here, we have This Is Soca, S-O-C-A, with David Rudder and Charles Roots, $87, $14.99. And then over here, Longboards at $10. That was right here, so they'll sell that to Robert Barnett for 10. Boy, I thought that was marked 14, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. You one slip by me there. And Big Black is going to be a buy it now for $150. Unbelievable. $150 on this if anybody wants it. OG, near mint, super clean, highly requested, no bids. $150 buy it now. Laura's back there mad as fire because nobody bid on it. $35 of Beastie Boys, just one bid. Cindy Jones on Whole Earth. Things are slipping through. Things are slipping through. Next thing we have is going to go up right now. This is Art Blakey, Pulse, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. A 65 US repress in VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Big Black is OG. It's the real deal. It's the first press. It's on Touch and Go. It's an OG, direct metal mastering with insert, $150. No more, no less. $150, no more, no less. We have Cal Jader. This is 1978 German press, $29.99. Elton John, Red Strikes Back, Gold Stamp promo, $17.99. And we have Ring-a-Ding, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Ring-a-Ding, $14.99. Art Blakey has a bid for $35. Nobody else bid on the Beastie Boys. We're about to sell it. What's our next magazine lot over here? I've got Circus Magazine from 1983 with Ozzy and David Lee Roth. I've got Metal Edge with Metallica, Creed, Kiss, and Korn. And that's just a cover. I got some over here with loose covers that have been well read. I'm probably just going to put a big lot. Here's a cool one here. Boy, I probably could do this one by itself. Rock Special magazine from 1980 with Van Halen on the cover. Holy moly, that's frameable. Newsstand edition. Also mentions articles about Tom Petty. That is going to go up for all three of those together. Metal Edge with Creed, Metallica, Kiss, and then the Circus with Ozzy and David Lee Roth, and then the Van Halen magazine. All three magazines a $10 start. All three magazines a $10 start. Tony's offered 100 on Big Black. I'm going to counter at 150. What's the BBs? What's the Beastie Boys? You asked at a great time because I was about to sell it. Thomas Sujar bid 35 on Art Blakey. We have a $10 offer on Elton John. Kristen Barnett, I will sell that to you for $10. Joe Salamo gets Sinatra for $12. Next thing is the Five Americans, Western Union and Shrink, $19.99. The Beastie Boys, it's called An Exciting Evening at Home. It's an 89 specialty OG. It does have a hole punch, EX condition. It's a 6-track EP, and the high bid on this is one bid, and that's $35, and that is with Stacy Brown, and we're about to sell it. Art Blakey, I just want to make sure you know Holbrook that you tied Thomas when that was laid down, and Calvin's the lone bidder on the magazines right now. All right, let's keep this going. Next thing is canned heat. The Guess Who? That is canned wheat, folks. Not canned heat. Wheat, okay? Wheat. See all the wheat on the cover? That always slips by me. Next thing over here is, hey, hey, it's the Monkees. 20 smash hits, $19.99. This has got to be foreign. Yeah, German. German comp, $19.99. Beasties, 36. Beasties, 39. Magazines, 12. Magazines, 12. What is the Art Blakey? Pulse, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. This is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. A 65 US repress, VG Plus condition. I think it's actually just called Art Blakey. It says Pulse right here, but this catalog number is covering it up. I think it's just billed as Art Blakey Jazz Messengers. VG Plus, $30 start on that. Give me 1 second. One second, please. Okay. All right, so over here, first thing we had was magazines 15. So here's the situation. Here's the situation. Magazines 12, Beastie Boys 36, magazines 16, magazines 20. Robert Wlodarczyk gets the Big Black album for 150. That's so to Robert Wlodarczyk for 150. Now, technically, the only person ahead of you is Tony McDaniel. He did offer 100. He never has actually say pass. But Tony, if you want this, it's yours. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and tag it to Wlodarczyk for 150. The magazines 15, Beastie Boys 41, Beastie Boys 42, magazines 25. Kevin Rufendahl on the Cal Jader for $20. Kevin, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes. Kevin Rupendahl, thank you. This is so to you for $20. Magazines at $30. And then over here, we have magazines out and Art Blakey's at $40. All right, so Art Blakey has a new bid for $40. Those three magazines are at $30 with Richard Miller, especially the one with Van Halen on the cover. And Beastie Boys is at $42 right now. And that is $42, and that is with Shakedown, okay? Also, Queen, A Day at the Races is $34.99. Queen, Day at the Races is $34.99. And Art Blakey is at 40. ELO out of the blue. ELO is $34.99. And John Mayall, a very special double album, Back to the Roots, a 2 LP with a book, $34.99. And we have Bruce Springsteen, The River, a 1980. Check this out. White label promo. White label promo. Bruce Springsteen, $49.99. Art Blakey's at 40. The last bid on the Beastie Boys was Shakedown at $42. Everybody else is out. We're going to go ahead and start saying final call. Now DJ's back in at 43. Kevin's not a first-time buyer. Welcome back. Thank you for that. These are 3 magazines. Rock Special with Van Halen on the cover, fall of 1980. Circus Magazine, Ozzy, David Lee Roth, Aerosmith, Loverboy, and then Metal Edge with Creed, Metallica, Kiss, Korn. Those 3 have a high bid right now with Richard Miller, and Richard Miller has all 3 of them at $30. Going once, going twice. Next thing is the Allman Brothers and Sisters. That's $34.99. And Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5. Moody Blues is a gatefold LP, 2 LP, $19.99. Shakedown's out on Beastie Boys. Magazines is at $35. And what was the price on Bruce Springsteen? A white label promo, $49.99. Sorry, I had to mute my mic for a second. I'm over here trying to buy gold and autographs. Gold and autographs. At this point, Paul has bought enough vinyl for us to sell for the next 5 years, and we're still buying. So if I'm ever buying anything nowadays, I'm ordering new vinyl, or I'm buying autographs, or I'm buying coins and gold, or other miscellaneous items. So I was over here trying to do a gold deal on the side, and it's quite a bit of money, and I want to make sure I didn't mess up, so I was running some calculations right quick. I think I have a deal done, though. I think some people have been tuned in. Blue Juice tonight, by the way. Some people have been tuned in off and on throughout the week, and they've really bought a lot of gold from me maybe over the few years. They realize what the price is, and they're like, hey, Chad, what do you pay for this 1 ounce gold piece that I bought from you that's worth twice as much now? I might use that to buy some more records. So, and then some people, they get in a hurry to sell, and if you don't do a deal right away, you're going to miss out. I've had some people say, hey, Chad, I got some gold for sale. And about 2 hours later, I'll reply, what do you have? Sorry, I already sold it all. I'm like, oh, my gosh. They must have been in a hurry. Magazines is at 35. Now it's at 40. Jason Thomas gets Springsteen. Who asked first about the Springsteen? It was asked first. The white label promo was asked first by who? It was asked first by Hallbrook, right? He's passing, so Jason Thomas was first. Jason Thomas gets the Springsteen, okay? Now magazines at 45. The Beastie Boys, DJ has it for 43. We're about to sell it. And then Art Blakey over here. Art Blakey, Art Blakey, Art Blakey, Art Blakey, Art Blakey, Michael Freiberger, 40. We're about to sell it. Anybody else? We're going to run through these one more time quickly. Moody Blues, Allman Brothers, John Mayall, ELO, Queen, The Monkees, The Guess Who, The Five Americans. This is Soca, David Rudder and Charles Roots, Doc Watson, Keep It Dark, First Down and 10, Michelle Shocked, 50-Foot Combo, Alan Parsons, Sniffing the Tears, Golden Earring, Sonny Rollins, Brian Brain, and Brian Brain. Anybody want a price on anything in there before we move on into another crate of best offer? All right. Sniffing the Tears is $19.99. Sniffing the Tears is $19.99. I'm ready to clear the board. Let's go ahead and sell Beastie Boys to DJ Not So Good for $43. The magazines are at $55. Richard Miller, You've Been Outbid. Cool Van Halen one there. And then Art Blakey is sold to Michael Freiberger. And here we go. This is sold to Michael Freiberger for $40. Got a couple questions right quick. Sniffing the Tears. I think it had promo markings. $19.99. It's got a promo sticker. It does have driver's seat, gold stamp promo. That is an Atlantic original. And then Alicia, the Queen, is a clean copy. Day at the Races. Very little wear on the cover. Nice vinyl. OG press. $34.99. Anybody, Somebody to Love. Good old-fashioned Loverboy, $34.99. All right, let's put up some new stuff. Don't worry, those are just right here behind me, so if you change your mind, you're like, dang it, Chad, I'll go ahead and take everything that's in there. I showed this really late last night. I'm going to go ahead and try to run it again because I was bringing out some of these deep-cut Fred Goodwin autographs that we've had authenticated. I just need to get them sold. You're going to get them at great buys based on just what this cost alone to have it authenticated. But this is autographed by Bob Shane. He was one of the original members of the Kingston Trio. Bob Shane, JSA authenticated. It's a German press, actually. An original laminated cover, signed in ballpoint pen. $25 start on that. $25 start. Show magazines. This is Van Halen. New Rock God Show No Mercy. Circus with Ozzy and David Lee Roth. Also Aerosmith and Loverboy. And Metal Edge with Creed, Metallica, Kiss, and Korn. I think they want that one right there on top. That's a pretty sweet one. Newsstand edition. Richard Miller's leading at $70. Bob Shane, $25 start. Let's get back to the advertised stuff. And next is Violent Films. And Violent Films is a 1983 specialty OG. It does have the original under sleeve. It's in EX condition. And the Violent Films is going to go up for a $50 start. And now we're ready for another crate of Buy Now Best Offer. Laura's working on some stuff. Here's kind of the agenda tonight. We're going to be done with all of our new stuff, all the new vinyl, all the new arrivals, the Laura crates, probably within the next hour. We're going to be done with all the new stuff. We're going to do probably a quick recap of some stuff. Best offer. Half off crates, $6.99, and then we'll probably try to do like we did last night and do some miscellaneous, and then and posters, whatever we can sell, because we're going to be done with vinyl, showing just all the new stuff quickly. These last couple of days we've been short on new vinyl. New vinyl really makes or breaks the show. It really does, because if we have 5 or 10 crates of new vinyl, that's kind of what I expect to show for at least 3 hours out of the 8 hours I'm live is a lot of new vinyl, new releases and restocks. And when we get just a couple crates, we basically are done showing new stuff. So we're done showing new stuff in no time. First thing I have is the following. We got Violent Films at 60, 65, and 70. That's the high bid right now. The magazines, 10 grams out. Richard Miller has them for $90, and we're about to sell them. Violent Films is at 70 with Kelly Vlodarchek. The Kingston Trio signed album, looking for a $25 start. Chad, which 2 REM albums to get signed? Are you asking me if you're going to get an REM album, which one should you get signed? I don't know. That's a tough one. Which is the best looking cover? I guess they're most successful. Usually it's always if you're going to have an opportunity to have an album signed, it's usually the most commercially successful, popular one. But if you have a band like REM who has a bunch of big albums, that's a tough decision. It's just like if you were going to meet the Beatles, what album would you have signed? My head would explode trying to make that decision. Probably Abbey Road or Sgt. Pepper's. Next thing we have, Supertramp, VG $9.99. Is this check condition? Okay, these are check condition, sticker price. These are check condition, sticker price. Supertramp, Breakfast in America, VG $9.99. These are sticker price, check condition. Johnny Cash, San Quentin, VG $14.99. Johnny Cash, San Quentin. And Journey, that's their debut, pre-Steve Perry, VG $14.99. Great album. If anybody wants the autographed Kingston Trio album signed by Bob Shane, $25. You can pick that up for a buy it now, $25. Sunnyside, the Kingston Trio, that is available for a $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. Let's go right there. Johnny Cash is sold to Melanie Jennings. Let's go over the details on Violent Films again. This is an 83 U.S. Specialty OG with the original under sleeve, EX condition. EX condition, Violent Films. So it is an 83 U.S. OG, original under sleeve, EX condition. And the Violent Films is at $70. I missed a bid on Kingston Trio. I did. I'm sorry. James Goggin, I'm so sorry. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. $25. I was like, man, surely somebody would bid, right? James Goggin got that for $25. Thank you, James. That's so to you. Violent Femmes is at 75 with Turd Ferguson. And then these three magazines are sold for $90, and that's to Richard Miller. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. So Richard Miller got those. Kelly Vladerchek, 70 on Violent Femmes. James Goggin got Kingston Trio for 25. Okay, and then Craig Weatherford got Supertramp. Melanie Jennings got Johnny Cash. Chad Smith next on Supertramp. And then Alicia got Journey. Okay, now Violent Femmes is at 100. Sorry, I've missed some stuff. Stuff flying out of the crates. Really hard to keep up. Y'all are making my head spin. But the next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and put up another signed album, which I have over here. This one's pretty interesting. This is the Crickets, which is the same Crickets that played with Buddy Holly. And they did a couple solo albums. Of course, he died tragically really young, age 22. Buddy Holly died age 22. And this is the Crickets that played with him, at least two. So Jerry Allison and J.B. Malden. Gordon Payne played kind of later. He also played with Waylon, so that's how he kind of got in. Waylon Jennings played with Buddy Holly live. He kind of toured and played in some of Buddy Holly's, and then Gordon Payne, which is this. They kind of signed on the wrong places. I'm pretty sure that's Jerry Allison, and Jerry Allison signed over here. J.B. Malden's here, and he signed where Gordon Payne did, so they kind of messed it all up. But all three of them did sign this. They're members of the Crickets, two of them that played with Buddy Holly. Pretty cool record to have signed. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is the Crickets. It's fully signed technically by these three guys. They're just signed on the wrong they're signed on the wrong spots, but including two though, I think that's really cool. Those guys played with Buddy Holly. Of course, signed Buddy Holly stuff is ultimate rare. That's like top tier. That's rarest of the rare stuff. Age 22, he wasn't signing many album jackets or many anything. So $35 start on the Crickets. Violent Femmes is at 110 with Turd Ferguson, and that's a final call. And let's keep going through this check condition. Man, this is a great check condition crate. Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Signed Crickets, and it's JSA authenticated. Fred Goodwin bought it in Nashville, Tennessee in 1984, by the way. So that's from Fred, and he met those guys. I remember he told me so many stories, but I remember him telling me about that. He's like, the first thing he asked Jerry Allison, he's like, I want to hear all the stories you can tell me about Buddy Holly. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $14.99. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, VG condition, $9.99. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, VG, $9.99. And 2001, A Space Odyssey, featuring the theme song, which is also the Elvis Presley song, which is also the Ric Flair song. That's VG condition, $9.99. Next auction going up right now, Dream Theater. Oh, man. Dream Theater, Images and Words, is the 2013. This should be Music on Vinyl press. It is. I could tell from the jacket and the vinyl weight. Music on Vinyl, Dream Theater, $55 start on that. Scott Oman on 2001, thank you on that. Great check condition stuff in here at great prices. Steve Martin sold to Chad Smith. James Hicks was next on Steve Martin. No, wait a minute, that might be for Steve Miller. Chad, was that for Steve Miller or Steve Martin? Same question for James Hicks. And there's Jerry Rafferty and Dire Straits. That's their debut with Sultans of Swing, VG $14.99. Dire Straits, VG $14.99, and Dark Side of the Moon. Very common to have a lot of ring wear on this one. It's a 75 Winchester, VG Plus, $34.99. Looks like it's got some staining too. Dark Side of the Moon, VG Plus, $34.99. Violent Femmes is sold to Turd Ferguson for $110. Final call to bid on the Crickets at $35, and same thing for Dream Theater. Next auction is Bowie. I'm Only Dancing, The Soul Tour, 1974. David Bowie is a 2020 Record Store Day OG, limited to 5,000 copies, sealed, $50 star. So they did want Steve Miller. Okay, so Chad Smith was first. James Hicks was second. Next thing is Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, EX $42.99. Now that is the first label, EX $42.99, Pretzel Logic, EX $42.99. Don't worry, there's some more magazines coming. Also, Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood, VG Plus $14.99, and Bobby McFerrin, Spontaneous Inventions, VG Plus $14.99. No Miles Davis yet. No Miles Davis yet. Nope. No Miles Davis yet. Going through a new check condition sticker price bin. Heart, Little Queen, Barracuda, VG Plus $17.99 on that. If anybody wants the signed Crickets album, Rockin' 50s, Rock and Roll, that's a $35 buy it now. By the way, I don't know if any of those guys on that cover there are even still alive. I don't know. I just looked all that up. When I'm researching autographs, it takes me forever because I start reading biographies and I'm on Wikipedia trying to figure out birthdays, death dates, and then I start reading. And so I usually have to let somebody else do it. Otherwise, I'll go down rabbit holes and I'll be reading about Buddy Holly for 5 hours. Dream Theater, Final Call for $55. Music on vinyl press. That's a really good edition of that one. And Sealed Bowie, $50. So signed album by the Crickets. Obviously not Buddy Holly. Instead of 35, we'd be saying 35,000. We have the Partridge Family Sound magazine, VG Plus $14.99, and Love for sale. 69 Terre Haute Love album, VG $24.99. And Jimmy Buffett, You Had to Be There. Jimmy Buffett is VG condition, $14.99. Next auction. I still got Sade. I got Grateful Dead, Prong, Tears for Fears, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Plasmatics, Lionel Hampton, Monk, Miles Davis. Here it is. 13-4 Elevators, The Beatles, Love Gun, Led Zeppelin, Sade, TKO, Neil Young, Vandenberg, B-52, Linda Ronstadt, The Seeds, also Lemonheads, and Streets. Still got some cool stuff here. Here is the next thing. Miles Davis Water Babies has a promo timing strip on the front. It's a white label promo, a 77 original, gold stamp promo on the jack. Get VG Plus, $20 start. Holbrook CM on Love. That is sold. I'll get Sade on deck, and I'm going to go ahead and make Dream Theater buy it now for $55, okay? Dream Theater for $55. So we got Bowie with a bid. We got a request for Sade, a request for Sade, a request for Tokyo Blade is already sold. Tokyo Blade sold earlier, one bid for $15. I could not believe it. Patrick Lear got Dream Theater for $55. Nice pickup there. Next is How Great Thou Art, as sung by Elvis Presley, EX condition, $12.99. And Van Morrison, his band in the street choir, Oh Domino, VG Plus, $24.99. Miles Davis. We have two bids. Faces. This feels like it has the poster with it. It does. This has a gigantic poster. This is Rod Stewart, Ron Wood, has that great song, Stay With Me. VG should be on a green Warner Brothers label. OG pressing with poster, $24.99. Also, Elvis Fun in Acapulco, a 63 mono, VG Plus, $14.99. Let's see what we got over here in the magazine department. I've got a lot of loose covers and fragments and stuff and Kiss stuff. That's something, Kiss. That's something, Kiss. That's the backside of a cover. There's the back of a magazine offering advertising Wildside. There's Kiss. There's a magazine cover. There's a magazine cover. I think that's the cover to that. Okay, there's Circus. There's a good one. There's a good one. There's a good one. That will be a lot. And then I'm probably going to do all these loose covers and fragments and put a couple extras with it and with the Kiss stuff, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Here's the next three better looking ones. Circus, Rock Photo Contest, Bowie, Jim Dandy, Stewart. We have Hit Parader Annual on the cover, or with lots of different people on the cover, including the Stones and Fleetwood Mac. And that is up for bid, along with this one with Keith Richards. So 3 magazines, once again, a $10 start. And pretty much the rest of this stack, I'm going to sell all together later, okay? It's some parts and pieces or loose covers and then a couple full ones. That will be the next big lot. But we'll do these 3 good ones here all together. Let's go to the top view right quick and see what's going on with the auction. So we got a sealed David Bowie Record Store Day live, a Miles Davis promo, and then I just introduced these 3 vintage 70s eras magazines, Hit Parader, Circus, and Circus. Miles Davis just got a bid for $28. David Bowie's at $55, now $57. It is sealed. Miles Davis is VG Plus, and magazines are kind of as is there. And let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions. And was Dream Theater, Patrick, the Dream Theater was 2013. 2013. All right, here we go. Great crate of check condition stuff here. Busy night. Y'all got me out of breath. That could be the blue juice, though. Oh, great squat there. Just popped my knees back into place. Let's see what's going on over here. Let me ask. Okay, here we go. First thing is Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, VG Plus $19.99. Richard Miller in on the magazines at $10. Miles Davis is at $35. Queen, no nudie poster, but it is jazz, VG Plus $24.99. Bicycle. Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, EX edition $32.99. EX $32.99. Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, and Velvet Underground Live 1969 with Lou Reed. A VG copy, a VG minus cover, $49.99. And we have Hendrix in the West, VG Plus $24.99. Miles Davis is out with Michael Freiberger. It's between Andrew and Mark Fallon. Mark Fallon has it for $38. David Bowie's a final call. The most recent bid was James Goggin. I've got to make sure Tim Vergari's done. He's not done. He just bid $58. Final call on the magazines at $10. We have Marion Faithful, A Child's Adventure. Marion Faithful's VG Plus $9.99. These are new check condition sticker price. They are sticker price, including the Beach Boys' Endless Summer, which is a great 2LP compilation. That is EX $19.99. And The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. Somebody's put a sticker on the back. Boone's Farm, Wild Mountain Grapevine. I don't think that's anything that's actually supposed to go on the jacket. If so, I've never seen it before. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, VG $12.99. VG $12.99. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? Van Morrison, Into the Music is EX $32.99. And the Individualism of Gil Evans, a 64 mono EX $57.99. Guess what? They're still bidding on Miles Davis. Guess what? James Goggins out on David Bowie. Tim, that's a final call to you for $58. Richard Miller got the magazines for $10. Thank you. That is so to Richard Miller. So let's do the last lot. There's a good one here on top. Kiss Live with the alternate German S's here. This is pretty interesting. UK. It's a UK book. So that's probably the best item. And then we have like a Kiss magazine here missing the cover. Lots of Kiss stuff in it though. And then here's a full hit parader with Aerosmith on the cover. A Celebrity Parade Rock and Roll 25th Anniversary. And then the rest of these are loose covers or loose, literally like just loose covers or coverless magazines. But I think if you put it all together, that's everything that's supposed to go there. So 2 full magazines, nice with covers, partial magazines, and then this Kiss Live. All right, so all this right here, $10 start. The rest of those magazines, $10 start on those, okay? Now, let's go back up to the top and see what's going on. Miles Davis 40, Miles Davis 42, Miles Davis 45, Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, VG Condition, $9.99. The soundtrack from Deliverance, Dueling Banjos, John Voight Bitch You, VG $9.99. And we have 10cc Bloody Tourist, EX $17.99. This is Led Zeppelin Mothership. I've got 2 in stock right now. This is the very best of Led Zeppelin, their greatest hits. A remaster 4LP box set, $119.99. Over here next to it, to its left, is a puzzle. That's a puzzle. These are jigsaw puzzles. Iron Maiden Trooper, Megadeth, Peace Sales. Those are $24.99. And then over here is the Dio Studio Album Collection from 83 to 93. That's a UK import. That is 9 LPs, $329.99. I have 1 in stock. I also have Tool Fury Inoculum. I also have Pink Floyd Pulse. I also have Kiss Carnival of Souls for $36. And behind that's another Led Zeppelin Mothership. Only 1 no bid tonight. The Cricket, signed by all 3 of these guys here on the front. $35 buy it now on that. I do have more signed albums. The magazines has bids for 10, another bid for 10. Miles Davis is at 50. The David Bowie is officially sold to Tim Vergari for $58, $48. Hold on a second. That was sold to Tim Vergari for $58. Miles Davis is going to go over here in slot 1. Time for another auction, but not before I show a few more records, including Argent, All Together Now. That's with their big song, Hold Your Head Up. VG Plus $14.99. Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. Here we go again. They say you want your freedom. Who am I? VG Plus $24.99. Kansas, Monolith. VG Plus $14.99. And Elton John, I'm a Rocket Man. VG, $14.99. Original Unilabel. Miles Davis, $52. Andrew Eisensmith, you've been outbid. The magazines are at 11. The magazines are at 15. John McPatriot on Kansas. And the next thing I have is another auction, and it's Sade. Let's go ahead and do this one here, the one I don't see as often. And the next Sade, or I should say the first Sade, we start this one and then another. The first one, what the heck happened to it? Right here. This one's Diamond Life. No, excuse me, Stronger Than Pride. Sade is sealed. It's an 88 U.S. original. The cover does have a little bit of a crease right up here. Does have hop sticker. It's got some shelf wear, even though it's still sealed. It's never been open. This is going to go up for a $35 star. Sade. Sade. Miles Davis is at 55 with Andrew Eisensmith. Andrew Eisensmith. Next, Vanilla Fudge. VG, $9.99. That is Vanilla Fudge. Also, Kansas. That's EX, $17.99. And ELO on the third day. VG, $9.99. Mountain Flowers of Evil. VG, $9.99. And Heart. Heart is VG, $14.99. Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. He's not sticking his thumb through his pants, so it is a second cover. It's still on an early green label, though, $14.99. Craig Weatherford has Sade at $35. David Jennings wants ELO. What songs are on Sade? I bet Craig's about to post that at any second. Cindy Jones gets Vanilla Fudge. You Keep Me Hanging On. Miles Davis is at 60. What about the magazines? The last bid was Richard Miller at $15. Final call. Final call. On the magazines, what's the Wild Side ad? That is now in this lot. Most of these 90s magazines have really cool ads on the back of them. And in the inside, there's Motley Crue Decade of Decadence ad. I think that's the back cover for this one right here. Yeah, the Rock and Roll Party. No, that's from 1978. That wouldn't be right. Rock Stars... Probably, it's in probably for one of these. But yeah, new bid for 16. But yeah, it's on the back of, it was the back ad for one of these, the Wild Side. Anytime you see me put up these 90s magazines, the ads inside of them are crazy. And I had a guy one time, we bought his collection, the Big Bob collection. Y'all probably bought a lot of that stuff. He went through magazines and clipped out ads advertising albums, and he put them inside of the jacket. So he would go through a magazine, and he would find an ad for Led Zeppelin 2. Y'all probably remember one night we sold a copy of Led Zeppelin 2, and it had some original magazine clippings. He went through a lot of those old beat up, like really well-read magazines, and he clipped out the ads. And anytime, and he would go through his collection and match them with, which is a pretty cool thing to do, because then you got all these original ads with your record collection, which is pretty cool, I think. So, all right, and then finishing up this crate, we got Spanking Our Gang, VG Plus $14.99, and Eric Burden and the Animals, Love Is, VG $19.99. I knew this lady in Cookville. Her name was Cindy Wilmuth. She watches the show sometimes. She had a whole hobby clipping magazines, ads, and selling them on eBay. So let's say you like Michael Jackson. You probably can get on eBay right now and search Michael Jackson magazine clippings, and she would just clip out photos and whatever, because people would make fan scrapbooks and still do from all this old stuff. And she had hundreds of listings. So you could type in like Led Zeppelin. There was like clippings or ads. She did Coca-Cola ads from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all kinds of different stuff. Sports people, just whatever. Very time-consuming hobby, but it's pretty cool though. Magazines 20, Sade 36, Sade 38. So Miles Davis, Mark Fallon's done. Andrew Eisensmith has that promo for $60. Sade's at $38. That's a new bid with Craig. Garrett, you're out. And the magazines are of Richard Miller at $20, and that's a final call. I'm going to read through those again one more time. Boy, there's a lot of stuff left in there. Holy moly. A lot of stuff left in there. Maybe Laura's crate is pretty close, at least the first one to getting done. We'll find out in just a second. First thing we're going to do, though, is go ahead and put up Hallbrook on the Animals. Hallbrook CM gets the Animals. Thank you on that. I'm going to read these titles one more time and see what we can do, okay? I got some cool stuff left over here in this miscellaneous bin. Trying to figure out what a lot of this stuff is. This binder is full of sports cards, Marvel cards, and Star Wars cards. Wow. I'm about to sell this whole binder. Cool stuff here. Might have to do a quick peek though. Some good stuff in here. You know, make sure there's not like a Michael Jordan rookie tucked in here. You know, that'd be good and bad. It'd be good and bad, depending on what I put up the starting bid for. Wow, there's some interesting stuff in here. What are these? Batman? I think you're going to like this. I can sell this whole binder. What a flashback to the 90s, folks. This is like a total... This is like a time capsule of the 90s here. Batman, Star Wars, Marvel cards in this binder of all these stickers. Seven Dust, Batman. It's like a total 90s flashback there. Might sell that whole binder. I don't know where all that came from. Okay, let's see what we have here. Sade, Animals, and then over here we have Hallbrook says, I claim Love self-titled as well. Hallbrook on Love self-titled as well. I must have missed that. Let's read through these one more time. That's what I was about to do. Love self-titled. Is that in here? It must be. Are you sure that's in here? I think any Love that was in here I pulled for you. Spanker Gang. I'll read through them one more time, but if there was a Love album in here, I have pulled it because there's nothing left behind, it looks like. Let's read through these one more time. If anybody wants a price, just let me know, okay? If anybody wants a price, just let me know. We're going to read through these one more time. James Goggins says he'll take the signed Crickets album. Great. That means I can put up another one. There's that. And then over here, we have Miles Davis, and this is sold to Andrew Eisensmith. That's sold to him for $60. And then the Sade is sealed. Craig Weatherford has it for $42. That's a final call. And these magazines are sold to Richard Miller for $20, okay? Now, let's go through here and see what's going on. First Angus, Steve Martin. We have Jerry Rafferty, City to City. Dire Straits, self-titled. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic. Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood. Bobby McFerrin, Heart Little Queen. Partridge Family. Jimmy Buffett. Elvis, How Great Thou Art. Van Morrison, Faces. Elvis, Fun and Acapulco. This is a 1963 mono. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey. Queen Jazz, Metamorphosis. Lou Reed. We have Jimi Hendrix. We got Marion Faithfull, The Beach Boys. We have Van Morrison, Jefferson Airplane, Gil Evans, Jethro Tull, Dueling Banjos, 10cc, Argent Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. VG Plus, $14.99. Tony V also asked about Elvis. Fleetwood Mac, Elton John, Kansas, Mountain, Heart. Alice Cooper and Spanking Her Gang. Sade over here is officially sold to Craig Weatherford for $42. The table is cleared. It's time for all new auctions. Next auction is going to go up right now. The Seeds. The Seeds is a 66 USOG mono. This has always been a tough record to get. In this condition, really tough to get. EX++ near mint minus. The Seeds is a $50 start. That's now for bid. I've got another signed album by the Crickets. He just got one. Here's another one. This is signed by all three guys for the lineup. Two of them that originally played with Buddy Holly, Allison and Malden, especially Jerry Allison there. This is the Crickets, and it's called T-Shirt. This is a record I don't see as often either. It is JSA authenticated, a $35 start. Epic Records, a U.S. edition. The Crickets T-shirt, that's going to go up for a $35 start. All right, the Seeds is now for bid. David Jennings wants Kansas, and that was right here. And if you want the Elvis, just let me know. Kevin has first dibs, and then Tony. And then somebody asked about Steppenwolf, Scully Mack. I told you the info on that one. And let's go ahead and get a third auction going, and let's go ahead and put up another Sade. And this is Sade Promise, an 85 U.S. Carrollton OG, original under sleeve EX edition. Sade is a $20 start. $20 start on Sade. That's our current three auctions. That Seeds album has always been tough to get. Always been a tough one to get. Let's see what's going on in here right quick. Give me 1 second. Bum 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 ba da dum da do 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 run da 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 do 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 run da 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 dun dun da da dun dun bum 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 do 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 da 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 do 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 shoot ba da bum bum shun dun dun da 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 shum bum 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 ba da dun da do. Okay, first thing we have is David Jean's got Kansas. Crickets has a bid for 35, Sade 25, and we must have had a pass on Elvis because it is sold, and that is sold to Topographic, Fun, and Acapulco. Thank you on that one. And next thing we have is the seeds, no bid. We're about to make it a buy now. That's pretty crazy. Final call on the Crickets and final call on Sade. I'm ready for a new crate. Might go ahead and knock out like a half-off crate or something right quick. I was going through this binder, making sure I wanted to put it up for one big lot, which I'm going to. We're going to do that in just a second. So let me get back over here. Let me lay that over there so I can move crates around. And if you did miss, like early tonight, we went through pretty much the entire whole shabam of new arrivals in about 3 minutes. It's 2 crates, some pre-orders came in. We got a wait list for the new Young Blood. And here's pretty much all that's left here for these. This is what was left of the 2 crates of new vinyl. We did get a restock of the orange vinyl Tracy Chapman. We've got a fast car. They do have a seam crackle though. $29.99. It's on orange vinyl. The new album that comes out Friday Between the Buried and Me, that's on blue and orange vinyl, $39.99. 1 copy left of the new Now Yearbook 76 at $59.99. Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, that's $29.99. Supertramp, New and Sealed Breakfast in America, $38. Sacred Rock is on white vinyl for $34, and Ace Frehley Anomaly, last copy, half clear, half green, just $29.99. Edwin wants a Tracy Chapman, that's sold in Riviera. 1 left, Sade, just 1 bid, sold to Lonnie Jolly for $25. Crickets, just 1 bid, sold $35 to James Goggin. That one's pretty cool, signed across the front by all of them. That is sold. I have some more signed albums over here. We're about to run some of them in just a second. Let me go ahead and put away the Crickets though, and then guess what? You can pick up the seeds for a buy it now. This is a 66 Jacksonville OG Mono club copy. Wow, $50 on the seeds. I might want to buy that. Ed Riviere on Ace Frehley. That's sold to Edwin. Travis, your bid on Sade came in late. And I'm going to sell the seeds to Bob Panozniak. Thank you on that. So Sacred Rock, Breakfast in America Cash, Now Yearbook, Between the Buried and Me, and Ace Frehley. We need to put Matthew Sherrick on the Ace waiting list. And I'll tell you why, because they're on sale right now, and I need to go ahead and probably order more anyway. So very quick auction on this. Still got plenty of vinyl to do. This is an entire binder, and it's got cards galore. It's got Star Wars from Episode 1. It's got these kind of elongated Star Wars cards. It's got a bunch of those, all right, including some inserts. It looked like that were foil. There are some Spawn cards in here. There are some DC and comic book related cards, also including Marvel, like Spider-Man. And I know some of these lately have gotten pretty pricey, like some of these Spider-Man foil inserts have become quite collectible. Lots of Marvel stuff, and then it goes into DC, like comic book characters, comic book covers. There's Batman from the animated series cards. There's X-Men the movie cards, more X-Men cards, Xena cards, more Marvel, some Nitro Girls Club, wrestling, basketball, including Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Shaq, some football stuff in here. There's Deion Sanders. These are all 90s, mostly 90s stuff. There's more baseball, more football. There's more baseball. There's more football. There's more basketball, including Dennis Rodman again. There's Kenny Smith. There's Allen Iverson. There's more baseball. Pretty fun binder to go through. Football, basketball. There you go. Whole binder, a $35 start. This entire binder, $35 start. Everything in there. Let's just sell it all together. A lot of cards in there. What's those pages hold? Front and back, that's, well, those Star Wars are cut different, but 369, and then front and back 18. What's there in there? 70 pages, 50 pages. There's a lot of cards in there. Binder of cards, $35 start. Let's go ahead and put up another LP. Laura's bringing a crate up here. We're going to go through that right now, but here's the Plasmatics. This is Plasmatics Classy BITCH. Special guest appearance from Lenny from Motorhead. This is a bootleg unofficial. It's unknown year. It's various live recording from the Plasmatics featuring Motorhead. That looks pretty cool, and that's going to go up for a $30 start. James Goggin has this entire binder for $30. It's going to cost half that for me to ship this. Goodness gracious. I can get my curls in with this. That's a heavy binder of cards. That Plasmatics is also up for bid, and Robert Warner's already bid. Perfect timing for the Laura crate. That was impeccable timing. Let's hide. Wow, what a sticker! That's the most realistic one I've seen so far. That's going to be a good one. Let me figure out where to hide it. I have already figured out where I'm going to hide it. It didn't take long. Now I'm going to mix up that record. I'm going to hide it for myself now. All right. And, yep. I could put it on that one, though. Let me see what our note says. Okay. Yeah, I'll put it on that one. Yeah, this is a good crate. All right, all aboard. Laura crate inbound. She's delivered it. I have already picked what sticker I'm doing. Let's do it. Binder, final call. One bid for $35 with James Goggin. Plasmatics is at $35. Let me catch my breath and write down what I'm going to hide this on. My handwriting looks scribbled, but that's okay because I was on my last sticky note. I need a new pad. There's my pad of sticky notes. Let's put that right there. Binder has a new bid for $40, now $40. Been out of breath tonight. That's not good. It's not good when you get out of breath from standing. I think I'm out of breath from trying to talk way too fast. Get my heart rate down. We got to get focused for this lower crate. We need absolute, total concentration, okay? This is like you're taking the ACTs. This is like you're taking the LSAT. That was a very difficult test. I had to take the LSAT for law school admissions testing. That was a very difficult test. I had a headache when I left. I didn't bring enough food. They was like, there might be vending machines there. And I was like, dang, why didn't I stop on the way there and get food? I was so hungry. Oh, man. That was a headache. What a nightmare. Okay, here we go. First thing, binders at $50. There is a new wings company. Yeah, Paul's putting out stuff all the time, isn't he? The plasmatics, the last bid was Robert Warner at $37, okay? The binders at $50 with Richard Miller. Let's go ahead and add a third auction. Let's go ahead and throw up a bonus autographed album. And I have another one from the Kingston Trio. Now, I could go either way on this one. I'm going to try this one first, and then somebody might buy the other one too. But let's try this one first. First thing I have here is Kingston Trio, and it's signed by John Stewart, who was an original member of the Kingston Trio. This is a Capitol Records stereo. This is close-up. This is probably in VG condition. The Kingston Trio, John Stewart, JSA, and this is going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Signed by John Stewart, one of the original members there. Earlier, we had Bob Shane. There's John Stewart. So there's two of the three members we've sold tonight. What kind of cards? Everything. I'll go through it one more time before I sell it. But it's got Star Wars, X-Men, basketball, baseball, football, wrestling. What else was in there? DC, Marvel. Yeah, Star Wars, DC, Marvel, Nitro, Xena, X-Men, football, basketball, baseball, all 90s era stuff. 90s sports and miscellaneous. Sports and miscellaneous cards. I did not know. No, so when I decided to make this my full-time gig, I basically graduated tech. I was about to start law school at University of Tennessee. I was accepted. I was about to go up there and start dorm shopping and doing all that. And I pretty much had an opportunity arise here to basically go all in on this place. So it was kind of like go all in on this business, which was risky. It's always risky starting a bit. Of course, I'd been in business for a long time, but to go in and say I'm going to do this for a living, full time, you know, or law school. And I pretty much just opted out, as y'all know, and I'm here now forever. So I'm here now forever. This is somebody the other day was in here and they're like, well, at least you know what you're going to do for the rest of your life. I was like, that's true. That's true. I've got enough stuff to sell. If I just said, all right, I'm just going to sell off everything that I have left in this building, well, that's good the next 10 years probably without buying another single item. So, okay. I think I'd much rather be doing this than in a courtroom right now. Well, could y'all see me in a courtroom getting all fired up on blue juice? I'd get to talking. I think that would be funny. I did win my mock trial case in college, though, in tech. That's pretty good. I could get there and argue to death, man. You can't get one past me. You're not going to get one past me. You're not going to get one past me. Okay. Over here, I'd have, Your Honor, this person's name is Vladarchek. That's Vladarchek, folks. My client is Kelly and Robert Vladarchek. Okay? Vladarchek. Okay, over here, let's figure out where we're at. This, Plasmatics. Plasmatics, Kingston Trio over here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so binder. Before I flip through it one more time, Richard Miller did have it, and he had it for $50. We're about to sell it. The Plasmatics, 38. Plasmatics, 40, 41, 45, 50, 55. 55 on the Plasmatics. No bid, now 58 on the Plasmatics, okay? 55 over here. And then over here, the Kingston Trio, close up. The Kingston Trio, $25. Yeah, like a Morgan & Morgan commercial. My name is Chad Williams, and I'm here to serve you. Have you been injured? Next thing is System of a Down Toxicity. This is a 2018 System of a Down, $24.99. Ariel's Chop Suey, System of a Down, $24.99. System of a Down, $24.99. Also, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, $27.99. $27.99. Binder has a new bid for $55. New bid, Richard Miller, you've been outbid. Plasmatics is at $60 with Alonzo. We have Dynasty Young, 26 East Volume 2. This is sealed, $19.99. Dynasty Young was in a band called Styx. That is sealed for $19.99. Robert Barnett on Red Hot Chili Peppers. That is sold. And we have had Porcupine Tree on the Sunday of Life. Porcupine Tree is $27.99. Also, Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. This is a numbered Rhino Hi-Fi. Numbered Rhino Hi-Fi, just $34.99. If anybody wants to sign Kingston Trio, signed by John Stewart, a $25 buy it now. JSA authenticated, you can grab that for minimum bid, $25 on that. Richard Miller, just so you know, you are out on the binder, and whenever I make it a final call, I'll kind of flip through it one more time, but we're going to wait till we get down to a final call because it takes a few minutes. Richard Miller is at 60, Plasmatics is at 62. We sold Red Hot Chili Peppers to Robert. Retro Class, you were second. Gerald Whitworth gets Porcupine Tree. Paul Brothers gets Alice Cooper. Binder, 60, 62, 61, and now we have Plasmatics at 65, and then here we have Soundgarden. That is Super Unknown. Spoon Man, $27.99. Black Hole Sun. That is Soundgarden. And Tarja. Tarja is $19.99, and this one's called From Spirits and Ghosts. Tarja, $19.99. And Rage Against the Machine, live on tour, $19.93. Rally Round the Family. Wow, that's pretty cool. Sealed. Record Store Day from last year, $34.99. Soundgarden, sold to Hiram, then Chad Schneider. Plasmatics out. Binder. High bid on the binder. The high bid on the binder over here is 61 with Paul Brothers. Richard Miller, you're out. Okay, Plasmatics, Matthew Sherrick's out. Alonzo has that for 65. Soundgarden, Steve Riley on Tarja. Ron Duffield third on Soundgarden. Let's go ahead and add a third LP. So no bid on the Kingston Trio, right? $25. Well, I have another one signed by another member, but it's personalized to Fred. And then I have just a John Stewart album, another John Stewart album. I have another Kingston Trio signed by Shane. And then here is something a little bit different. This is William Baldwin. And well, let's just put this up for a $35 star. Hollywood autograph here, William Baldwin. So photo that's been matted with title card, JSA authenticated, Hollywood actor, William Baldwin, JSA. And it's actually from Field of Dreams, which, let me tell you something. If you ever bought anything from Field of Dreams, you might want to be highly skeptical and have it JSA, Beckett, or PSA. I suggest JSA, of course. That's who we use. But the Field of Dreams stuff, a lot of that in there is not good. A lot of it's secretarial or forgery or copied, whatever. But this is good. William Baldwin, $35 start, okay? I'm going to lay that sort of right back here if I can. Gerald Whitworth first on Rage. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. The binder is at 67 with Matthew Sherrick. He was also bidding on the plasmatics. I'm about to flip through the entire binder in 1 second. Who asked that? I can't read your handle. Boy, some of y'all that have titles, I can't read your handle because it's in blue. It's really tough to see. Back to the crate. Kim Ritchie, Edgeland. Kim Ritchie is a folk country album on red vinyl, $9.99. Marillion with Friends at St. David's. That's a 3 LP Marillion, $29.99. And Van Morrison and Joey DeFrancisco, You're Driving Me Crazy, $19.99 on Van Morrison, and it's John LaRucca. Okay, thank you. I didn't really need to know that, but I was just going to let you know your handle is really hard to read. Opeth, Morning Grist. Opeth is sealed, a record store day edition, $29.99. Double LP Opeth on blue vinyl, $29.99. Mike Straws on Marillion. Don't get that one too often. And let's go ahead and sell the plasmatics. And the plasmatics here is sold. And that was sold to Alonzo for $65, okay? $65 on that. Let's put that away. And now the binder, $75. Let's go. Since there is 2 or 3 people who's asked, let's go ahead and just breeze through it one more time. I have not sold TKO. Very quickly, I'll just do a big pan. There's Star Wars. There were Star Wars from the original, from episode 1, not the original movie, from episode 1 from 99. Looks like you got some Ghost Rider cards. This starts the Marvel stuff with Spider-Man, DC and Marvel right in here. And then we had more DC. This was Batman from the animated series, X-Men the movie cards, and then it went into Xena. Then you had some more Batman stuff there. I remember that set with the yellow borders. Then you had some Nitro Girls. There's some wrestling. Oh, I forgot. I skipped this page. There's Hulk. There's Goldberg. There's some more Batman cards. Every time I flip through a page, there's some Jordan stuff in here. There's some Shaquille O'Neal. There's more Jordans. There's Dennis Rodman, a lot of the Bulls players in here from that amazing run. There's King Griffey Sr. There's King Griffey Jr. This got into the sports, 90s football, 90s basketball, all kinds of stuff in here, et cetera, okay? So that entire binder is at $78, okay? We have not sold TKO. The William Baldwin autograph is a $35 start, matted and ready to be hung. And we have binders at $85. No claim on Opeth, right? No claim on Van Morrison, right? All right, and no claim on System of a Down. Let's keep going. The Hillbilly Moon Explosion, buy, beg, or steal. Hillbilly Moon Explosion is sealed $24.99. If I were to guess, I bet it's Rockabilly. Angry Cougars is on red vinyl. That's $19.99. And Primus, Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People. That is on orange, yellowish looking vinyl, $24.99. Let's go ahead and grab another LP. Somebody asked for TKO just a moment ago. Guess what? I still got it. I got some great stuff in here still to auction. Here's TKO, Below the Belt. TKO is an 86 Euro OG, $25 start on that. Sean Holford on Primus. Thank you. Bradley Smith on Opus. Thank you. I said Opus. I meant Opus. That's sold to Bradley Smith. The binder's at $85. We got one person out, Matthew Sherrick. T-Bass Nest on Primus. And by the way, T-Bass, if you want to bid on Baldwin, make sure you put Baldwin $35, and I'll go ahead and wrap it up and sell it to you, okay? Because I think you might be the only bidder unless somebody's waiting. Next is Doc Watson, live at Club 47. Doc Watson is $17.99. That's a 2 LP. Doc Watson, that looks pretty cool. And then Ray Davies, Americana. Ray Davies from the Kinks, $14.99. Alonzo, you did get the plasmatics, yes. And CCR, live at Woodstock. That's a 2 LP. Their complete Woodstock set, and that is sealed $29.99. Baldwin has a bid for $35 and another bid for $35. Chad bid $35, and so did T-Bass. So did T-Bass. So they're in. T-Bass, you're actually out. Chad bid first, so he beat you to it. Are we done on the binder full of cards? I think it was up to Paul Brothers. Paul, are you still out there? You might have said out. He did. Paul's already said out. It looks like it is going to go to Richard Miller for $85. Final call on that, okay? Next thing is ZZ Top Raw. That is sealed on orange vinyl, $24.99. Boy, y'all, I've got tubs full of binders of sports cards and miscellaneous. I think there might be another one over here in this tub. And it's just like one of these things. Well, you pull them out and try to sell them individually, hours and hours of work, or maybe just try to sell them like this. And I like selling stuff like this. We'll never have time to start carding them and sleeving them, price them individually. That's just very time consuming. Unless I open it up and it was a binder full of, like, you know, Mickey Mantles and Hank Aaron's, that might be different. But I'm sure there's some stuff back there in the back I've got in tubs that I don't even know. I know I've got Beatles cards, Kiss galore. There's a lot. The Devil always collects. Brian Setzer, that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. I couldn't even spit it out. Sealed. I was too busy talking. $24.99. Eaten Alive. Nashville, oh no, sealed $29.99. And we have Super Sucker, Suck It. Some naughty titles right in here. $19.99 on that one. And Gregory on, you guessed it, Nashville Cats. And then here is this, which is Rhythm, Country, and Blues. And that's sealed $19.99. Gregory on the back-to-back kind of naughty stuff. The binder is officially sold. And this is sold to Richard Miller for $85. I'm going to go ahead and take all this in here. Look at all these magazines we sold earlier. Golly, that's sold to Richard Miller. Let's put these right around the corner. And then, Richard, I'm going to go ahead and take the binder. I think in this tub, there's another binder in here too. So let me see what's in that one. This all came from a guy's collection, I think down in Texas. That's why there's so many Houston Astro cards that was in there and Houston Oilers cards. I think this guy was from Texas, around the Houston area. They got all this stuff from, so that makes sense why there are so many Oilers and so many, what's in here? Oh, yeah, these are, this is mostly stuff I'll sell individually. Okay, may have some guitar picks coming up. Let's see. Whoops. May have some guitar picks. There's a lot of photographs in here too. Let's see what's up with these guitar picks. And of course, if some of them's Kiss, I'm going to do maybe further research. Some of these Kiss picks, all of a sudden you're up to like, you know, $35 pick. All right. And then Gerald, you were second, and Ron Duffield third. William Baldwin autograph is sold to T-Bass for $40. Thank you, T-Bass. That's sold to you for $40. Let me also go ahead and lay that in here. G, I'm going to lay that on top of the binder of cards. All right. William Baldwin sold. Chipping away at Fred's autographs. I think that autograph actually came from Fred. Just never know. Now, what about TKO? TKO is an 86 Euro original. I don't think there's a bid yet for $25, so that's a final call for $25 below the belt, okay? Going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and throw up something else. Next LP is Led Zeppelin. This is their debut. It is sealed. It's a reissue. Loris's unknown year, likely 80s, and she would be right. So this catalog number, because it has 5 digits, immediately tells you it's not going to be OG. It's not going to be 69 or 70, 71, 72, 73, 74. It's probably going to be 75 or later. But here's another clue. You see this? That barcode, that immediately puts it into the 80s. But it's also not because of this marking and because of this. It's also not like a brand new copy either. It's not a new remaster based on the weight, the album jacket material. This is probably an early 80s pressing. Sealed, $35 start. Sealed, $35 start. TKO, $25, TKO, $25, TKO, $25. Zeppelin, $35 start. Let's see what our first guitar pick is over here. Boy, I got some good ones here. This could be pretty interesting. I wonder if some of my Kiss identifiers are on. Let's see if some of my Kiss identifiers is on. Oh no, Gregory's got a putback. That's a $30 billion restocking fee. Gregory owes like $1 trillion in restocking fees. Oh, man, I think some of these guitar picks are pretty good. One just fell down here into the crack. Let me pick that up right now. Let me lay them over here on my shelf. This looks like Vinnie Vincent. Holy moly, it is. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Vinnie Vincent, oh my gosh. $10 start. That is now up for bid. TKO, and let's put this right here. Vinnie Vincent guitar pick, $10 start. So Super Suckers is coming back. Was there anybody next on that? Green vinyl, Suck It, $19.99. James Goggin, and that wasn't a claim. We have Dave Alvin from an old guitar, rare and unreleased recordings, $14.99. And we have this Porcupine Tree, The Sky Moves Sideways. This is $32.99. Kelly Vlodarchik on Super Suckers. That is sold. And also we have Andre Bison, a Latch Forward, an R&B Neo Soul album sealed for $9.99. And Stevie Nicks, live in concert, a 2 LP sealed, $29 for Stevie Nicks. Did Dennis DeYoung sell? Dennis DeYoung, the solo album is still available, $19.99. So here's the deal on TKO. Ron Duffield bid $25. Chad Schneider bid $25 first, and T-Bass just put TKO. Nobody else has said anything else. So Chad Schneider's about to get it for $25 unless I hear back from T-Bass or Ron Duffield. Nobody has technically bid on Vinnie Vincent. Gerald, you didn't put a numerical, and no one definitely has bid on Led Zeppelin. Gerald Whitworth first on Porcupine Tree. That is sold to Gerald Whitworth. That's this one right here. Now my crate is really full, so let me swap out crates right quick. That one filled up in a hurry selling all those Laura records, especially the newer stuff with those sticker spines. That filled up in a hurry. And then we have Chad Schneider on Stevie Nicks, John Smetzer on Dennis DeYoung. Now there's a bid on Vinnie Vincent for $10. We have Tarja. This is Colors in the Dark. That's on some really cool looking splatter vinyl. $19.99 on that. Wow, that's pretty cool looking. TKO has a new bid for $27. And we have the Reverend Horton Heat. The Reverend Horton Heat is sealed, $19.99. Vinnie Vincent's at $10. TKO's at $27, and Steve Riley on Tarja. All right, let's read through these one more time, and then I'll let you know if the Laura Crate sticker has been claimed or not. We'll find out. So if anybody else wants in on Vinnie Vincent, probably should have saved a few of these for Thursday night metal night or Monday night kiss night, right? Especially Vinnie Vincent. Holy moly, say the words Vinnie Vincent, everybody starts losing their mind, want to start punching each other. Tommy Flowers on Andre. That was the Andre Bison. There it is. TKO's now at $30. Nobody bid on the sealed early 80s Led Zeppelin. That's a $35 buy it now. Over here is Kathy on Reverend Horton Heat. Reverend Horton Heat is sold to Kathy DeMoss. Thank you on that, Kathy. That's so to you, Reverend Horton Heat. Appreciate that. That's so to you. And let's go ahead and pull another auction. Final call on the Vinnie Vincent pick for $10. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, an 85 Pittman OG in shrink and in hop. Shrink and hop, clean copy, $35 start. New bid on Vinnie Vincent for $12. And you know what? Let's go ahead and run through this crate one more time. Now, there's only one rule of a Laura crate. We got to sell everything in here. It's kind of like when we're doing a half-off crate. How could we not sell everything in here, right? We got to sell everything in here. We have to. Let's do this. And this. All right, here we go. We have System of a Down, Toxicity. That's a 2018, just $24.99 in shrink, nice. Kim Ritchie, Edgeland, Folk Country on colored vinyl, as you can see, $9.99. Van Morrison, You're Driving Me Crazy with Joey DeFrancisco, $19.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $35. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $35. Vinnie Vincent, $15. TKO, Ron Duffield's out. Chad Schneider has it for $30. Final call on that one. Let's move right over here to this. The Hillbilly Moon Explosion. Hillbilly Moon Explosion is sealed for $24.99. Also, Angry Cougars. That's on red vinyl, $19.99. And Doc Watson, live at Club 47, $17.99. Ray Davies, Americana, that's a Kinks related, of course, $14.99. Turd Ferguson on SOD, Mike Massey on Angry Cougars. And we also have CCR Revival live at Woodstock. This is sealed for $29.99. And we have Rhythm, Country, and Blues. This is sealed $19.99. I don't know if I even explained what this was earlier. First time on vinyl featuring Reba McEntire, Vince Gill, Trisha Yearwood, Gladys Knight, Patti LaBelle, and Aaron Neville. It's a compilation. Sealed $19.99. And Dave Alvin from an old guitar, rare and unreleased, $14.99. Okay, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40. That means Nick Bergeron, you're out. That means Chad Schneider, you're out. And that means TKO is sold. And TKO is sold to Chad Snyder for $30. And that means if you want to bid in on this Vinnie Vincent guitar pick, Gerald has it for $15. Jerry Torres is out. We're about to sell that. Vinnie Vincent guitar pick, $15 on that. All right. New LP up for auction right now. It is Love Gun, a 77 USOG Pittman press. It is VG Plus, maybe even VG Plus Plus. It does have the Love Gun merch insert, a $25 start. Original under sleeve is included. It does have a clip corner. It is a cutout bin record. Love Gun is going to go up for a $25 start. Right now, there's only two no bids. One is a sealed Led Zeppelin for $35. You've broke my heart not buying a sealed Zeppelin debut. And then over here is the Kingston Trio Close Up, signed by John Stewart. That's $25. Kiss is a $25 start. The Vinnie Vincent guitar pick is officially sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. That is sold to you. The lore sticker has been claimed. The lore sticker has been claimed. I'm about to unfold that piece of paper in the back left corner, back right corner, and I'm going to tell you who got it. I was flipping through the crate and I saw this, and the first thing that came up to mind was Stevie Nicks. This is kind of what I matched it with. The Bride of Chucky knows there are some killer titles in this lore crate. It's actually The Bride of Chucky. Wow. And guess what it went to? It's Chicken Scratch, but I did write down Stevie Nicks. And I think that went to Chad Schneider. So Chad, if you're still watching, you got the rare, highly desirable, and the extremely valuable Bride of Chucky lore crate sticker. Holy moly, look at that. And I think that was Chad Schneider. So let's put that right in there. And James Goggins says, Chad, I bid on Zeppelin. Okay. Chad, I bid on Zeppelin. That is like the third time I've missed you tonight, James Goggin. So that's sold to him for $35, okay? There's that. Still got the James Stewart Kingston Trio. Love Gun, final call. Nobody's bid, looking for a $25 start. And over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $42. $42 with James Goggin. Nick Bergeron, it's all up to you. And let me see what else I have over here in guitar picks. I have, it looks like Journey. Yeah, let's see what I got over here. Looks like Journey. I'm going to have to open these up. I kind of see a Journey looking logo. Bear with me. Did I get ZZ Top? I never did hear you say. The orange or the raw? Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. What's going on? Okay, we'll do a blue one and a red one here. I mean a blue and a white. This is Journey Guitar Picks. And I'm trying to identify this. Maybe somebody can help me there. But there's a white one that has that Eclipse logo and then a blue one. So front and back there, blue and white, $10 start on those. Okay, and right now, Stevie Ray Vaughan is $42. I've lost Nick Bergeron. Not a common occurrence, or it is a common occurrence. I've lost him. So he's about to lose to Stevie Ray Vaughan. But in the meantime, I'm about to bring over another crate, and we're going to go over the Love Gun info, and I'm about to sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. Next thing I'm about to do is find another crate. Let me do that right now. Let's do that right now. That was the Doors' Light My Fire. I don't know if y'all picked up on that. You know that it would be Nick Bargeron's out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Folks, he is still alive. Glad to see you're still alive, Nick. Glad to see you're still alive. You worry me sometimes. I'm like, oh no, Nick is driving. He's crashed. He's rear-ended somebody trying to bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan records. Glad to see you're still alive. How about we go through a nice, sweet half-off crate here. Nice, sweet half-off crate. Let's find one. Let's do it. It's about time for probably one from pretty recent that has a lot of great classic rock in it. Yeah, here we go. I found it. I have found it. I have found what I'm looking for. Bono is still looking. He's still trying to find what he's looking for, but I have found probably the first of the nonsense crates of the night. Okay? And somebody might say, Chad, what is a nonsense? What is a nonsense crate? Boy, this thing is packed full too. A nonsense crate. When did these sticker too? Boy, this might have been from the night I wasn't here. Golly, look at all this stuff. A nonsense crate is when I go through a crate from September 5th, and this is September 9th. That means these things have recently been priced. That means they're first come, first serve, and they're half off sticker. They should not be discounted like this. They hadn't even had time to really even get out into the world. They've been in a collection for years, probably down in Houston for the last 40 years, or up in Maine for the last 50 years. We've brought them all the way here. We've done all this work. We've cleaned them. We've researched them. We've sleeved them and priced them. All this work, and they hadn't even had really an opportunity to sell. This is just one time, one night they were probably showed to whoever was watching. There could have been 280 people, could have been 180 people. That's it. But right now, we're about to do them half off, no more, no less. They're going to get cleaned out. They're going to get obliterated. I hope that's going to be the goal. They should not be half off. They should probably be best offer, but we're going to go ahead and do them half off to expedite some sales here. We've got 2 Journey guitar picks. Right now, Sandy Villa has them for $20. Alicia also just bid $20. Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is officially sold. Stevie Ray Vaughan to James Goggin for $42. Over here, 4 or 5 people have asked about Love Gun. This is a copy of Love Gun. It is an OG copy of Love Gun. It's a 77 OG copy of Love Gun. Love Gun does have a clip corner. Love Gun does have a clip corner. It is OG. The vinyl's in VG++. There is no gun, but you do have an original inner sleeve. You do have an original inner sleeve, and you do have the merch insert, which advertises the comic book and other cool Love Gun stuff you could have bought from back in the day. That's what's up for bid. And you may ask yourself, who has the high bid, Chad? The high bid is with Mark Overton at $25. He's the only bidder. Nobody else has bid. He's been the only one willing to step up to the plate and say, Chad, I'm in. Alicia has the Journey guitar picks at $25. Going once, going twice. Next thing is going up right now. This is the 13-floor elevators live. The 13-floor elevators is an 88 UK mono. It's a compilation of live tracks in mono, cool cover, EX, $25 start. Mark Fallon's in on Love Gun at $30. Mark Overton, you've been outbid. Mark, you've been outbid by Mark. What we're going to do right now is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Let me do one thing over here. All right, here we go. The Spencer Davis Group, Golden Archive Series, $10. I'm a man. Keep on running. Somebody help me. Give me some loving. No condition note. Spencer Davis Group, $10. Journey guitar picks are at 30, now 32. Love Gun is at 30. Mark Fallon has it. Final call. Waiting to hear back from Mark Overton. 13 for Elevators has one bid for 25. Next is Elton John, Caribou, $10. Bitch is back. How about Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me? Nice record so far. Spencer Davis Greatest Hits with Steve Winwood. A great Elton John album. What could possibly be third? A Rock-a-Rama compilation. That's a 2LP APCO compilation. $10. And that is a compilation of early rock and roll. You have Bobby Rydell, you got the Times, you got Question Mark and the Mysterians, you have Terry Knight, Chubby Checker, that's $10. Robbie Woods first on Spencer Davis Group, Scott Oman on Elton John. This is a half off grade, no more, no less. How about Rock Invasion, 56 to 69. Look at that cover. What a cool cover on that one. That is $8.50. That's got a compilation of some great looking tracks on it. $8.50. Over here is The Who Live at Leeds. It's not the gatefold edition with the inserts. It's just a single pocket. $10 on The Who Live at Leeds. $10 on that. Razman on Rock-a-Rama. That's sold to Razman. The Journey guitar picks. She's out. That's Sandy. Final call to Alicia for $32. 13 for Elevators. Chad Smith, the only bidder at 25. We're about to sell that. The Who, Rock Invasion. What about Linda Ronstadt for Country Lovers? 14 country hits. Boy, I don't recall seeing this record. $7.50. Linda Ronstadt. First come, first serve on all these. Over here is Fleetwood Mac Live. A 2LP, $17.50, $17.50. Also, John Mayall, Empty Rooms, $13.50. And Santana Shango, $10 on Santana Shango. Topographic on Linda Ronstadt. That is sold to Topographic. Thank you on the Linda Ronstadt. Mark Fallon, you do get Love Gun for $30. Over here is the final call on that. And over here is our next auction. We have, going up for bid right now, the B-52s. This is a 79 U.S. Winchester repress, VG condition, $10 on that. Nick Bargeron has bid $26 on the 13-4 Elevators. Chad Snyder first on Fleetwood Mac Live, $26 on that. Sandy Villa next on Linda. Peter Haas next on Linda. We also have Santana Shango. Santana's now $10. This is a half off grade. Man, so far, great titles. Johnny Wivers, Whiskey A Go-Go, $7.50 on that. B-52s is at $10. And Brewer and Shipley, this one has one toke over the line. Brewer and Shipley is $10. All right, Alicia, you get these Journey guitar picks for $32. Now, Sandy Villa, I've got an opportunity for you as the immediate backup bidder. And if anybody else wants in, let me know. I've got another set. Same thing, and it's my last set. Sandy, do you want those for $32? Same price. These are sold to Alicia for $32. Thank you on that. Let me step over here, and I'm going to put these guitar picks on the table right next to Vinnie Vincent or the two Journey. Sandy or anybody else watching, there's one more opportunity for that. One more opportunity for that. B-52s has got one bid for 10. So whoever was the first bidder on 13, Chad Smith, you've been outbid by Nick Bargeron. Now Chad's back in at 29. Wow, there's some great titles coming up. Next is Get Together, the best of the Young Bloods. That's now just $10. And Mark Fallon, the Love Gun was VG++ condition. There's two more Journey guitar picks. Sandy Villa said she'll take them for the same price, $32. $32 on that. All right, let's put up some more. Looks like I got some more Kiss ones coming up. So there's that, and those are sold and sold. Awesome and awesome. Let's see what the next thing I have is, and it looks like I've got a Paul Stanley coming up. Yeah, I've got a Paul Stanley one coming up. We'll say a $10 start. Paul Stanley got the Kiss logo on the flip, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Let's put that up. Where did I get to in this half-off crate? Man, some great titles in here. Fleetwood Mac Penguin. No condition notes, $12.50. Also, we have Second Wind, Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. $7.50 for Brian Auger and Van Morrison Common One. $17.50 for Van Morrison. The Eurythmics Touch. The Eurythmics has Here Comes the Rain Again, $10 on that. And Led Zeppelin is $17.50. Led Zeppelin, $17.50. That is on Swan Song. That is an original $17.50. What cover variant? Probably somebody will ask. It's cover variant E. If you don't know this, there's several different versions of this Led Zeppelin cover, and the inner sleeve changes colors if you add water to it. So sometimes you'll see one, it's like blue and pink. This is, it reacts to water when you dampen it. So that one's undampened and a pretty nice jacket. No brown bag though. First is Nick Bergeron on Fleetwood Mac. Or excuse me, on Van Morrison, then Michael Nath on Fleetwood Mac, then Hiram Aponte on Led Zeppelin, and then we got Scott Oman on the Eurythmics, and those are all sold, okay? Over here, the Paul Stanley guitar pick has one bid for $10. That's going once, going twice. Nick Bergeron, you bid $30 on the 13.4 elevator, so Chad Smith, you're out. Wow, B-52 is just one bid, and that's sold for $10 to mortgage guy Rob. Robert Barnett gets that for $10. Next auction is Neil Young, and this is Neil Young on the Beach. 74 U.S. Pittman original under sleeve, EX edition, $30. Always been a desirable Neil Young album. $30 start on that one. Okay. Next over here is Chad Anderson bid 16 on Paul Stanley. That's a new bid on the Paul Stanley. James Kika put Megadeth, and then Neil Young has a bid for 30. Chad's out on 13.4 elevators. Joe Cocker, great album here, $15. This is a half off, and honestly, I've been calling it a nonsense crate because it's half off, no more, no less. Joe Cocker is $15. It has a RIA Gold War record sticker on it. 15 on that. Paul Stanley's at 17. This is the 13.4 elevators live. It's an 88 UK mono compilation, and over here the high bid on that is $30 of Nick Bergeron. It's a final call. He also has Neil Young for 30. X-Wing gets Joe Cocker. No more Sade to my knowledge. We have the best of Dean Martin. This is a great half off crate. No condition notes on any of these either, and they're no more, no less. The best of Dean Martin is $5. Nice. Wings Over America. Very clean copy. Looks like it has lots of goodies in it. It's a triple LP too. $17.50 on Paul McCartney. Wings. Neil Young Harvest. Truly a nonsense bin here. $18.50 on this. And it's a gatefold. And it's an original. And it's a textured cover. And it has the inner sleeve. And it has the lyric poster with it. Neil Young is $18.50. We've almost sold enough out of here where I can flip through these and be able to not have to hold my place. Marshall Crenshaw, $6.50 on Field Day by Marshall Crenshaw. And the Drifters Golden Hits. The Drifters is $10. And Steve Earle Guitar Town. Steve Earle is $20 for Guitar Town. Clean copy. No condition notes on that. Eric Van Leuven on Wings. That is sold. We have Chad Schneider on Neil Young. I knew that was going to get grabbed. And then over here, John just asked about it. And now Nick Bergeron, you've been outbid on this. And then what about Kiss over here? The Paul Stanley guitar pick. The most recent bid was Gerald at $17. I need to hear back from Chad Anderson before I sell that. He's back in at $18, okay? He's back in at $18. Next thing over here is this, the Romantics. This is $12.50. Nick Bergeron on Steve Earle. Matthew Sherrick, third on Neil Young. And the Warner Brothers Record Show. This is a compilation, one of those Warner Brothers comps. This one's good. $12.50, 2 LPs. Grateful Dead, Joni Mitchell, Frank Zappa, or Mothers of Invention, Jethro Tull, Neil Young, Kinks, Jefferson Airplane, Jimi Hendrix, $12.50, Ella Fitzgerald. That's a good one. Paul Stanley's at $20. Next is Richie Valens Golden Archive Series. That is $10. La Bamba and Simon & Garfunkel Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. That is on a 70s label, but beautiful vinyl. Great music there, $17.50. X-Wing 81 on the Warner Brothers. Robert Barnett was next. They're still bidding on the Paul Stanley. Now Alicia's at 25. Razman third. Neil Young, just one bid sold to Nick Bergeron for 30. Nick Bergeron, let me know if you want back in on the 13.4 elevators. The most recent bid was Richard Yeager at $50. It is near mint minus. It is near mint minus. Nick Bargeron's in at 51. Chad Schneider on Richie Valens. Chad Smith, 5th on the Warner Brothers. 5 people now on the Warner Brothers. Let's go ahead and put up Thelonious Monk, something in blue. Thelonious Monk is going to go up for bid. This is a 72 USOG EX condition. The cover's probably VG, maybe VG minus. This paste on, sleek. It's got some damage back here. This is about to flake off. Just that right there is the damage. A little bit of ring wear, and it looks like a radio station catalog symbol or sticker. $20 on that. Okay. Next is 13.4 elevators, this and that. We have the Beach Boys 69, that is $10. And we have the very best of Lee Dorsey, $12.50. It's called Holy Cow. That's what I say a lot on here. You know what else I say? Holy moly. Best of Lee Dorsey, $12.50. Next is the Spirit of 67. That's $5. They're still bidding on the Guitar Pick. It's now at $25. Nick Bargeron has bid 61. He put 13 plus 1. So let's do some math. Richard Yeager's at 60. Nick Bargeron said plus 1. 60 plus 1 is $61 with Nick Bargeron. Also, we have David Crosby, if I could only remember my name. Folks, there's a lot of records in here. When these vintage crates are completely packed, they hold 70, 80 LPs. It's pretty amazing how many records we're probably going to read through here in the next few moments. David Crosby is $20, if I could only remember my name. This usually, if no one buys it, this is what usually sells it, this lineup. Everybody in this gatefold plays on this album. Graham Nash, Neil Young, pretty much the entire Grateful Dead, pretty much the entire Jefferson Airplane. There's Robert Hunter, who wrote a lot of lyrics for the Greg Raleigh, who went on to be in Santana. Joni Mitchell, Greg Raleigh, who also was in Journey. David Crosby, of course. There's David Geffen. There's Cantor and Garcia. There's Michael Shreve. Kreutzmann, Lesh, like I said, Mickey Hart. Big album there. So did Chris Bachek. Nice pickup. That was textured. Very nice. Now Nick's out on 13.4 elevators. I'm assuming we're done on the Kiss guitar pick. The last bid was Alicia at $25. The 2 other bidders, one bidder has set out, but the other one hasn't. Chris Farrar next on Crosby. Jimi Hendrix, Smash Hits. $15 on Hendrix, Smash Hits. Great comp there. You'll see that quite often. That sold a lot of copies back in the day. So did this right here, RESEPCT. Aretha Franklin's Gold. Nice copy, too. $12.50. Thomas Clark on Jimi Hendrix. Some great titles. That's why we call this a nonsense bin. That's why we call this a nonsense bin. Queen, A Night at the Opera. Queen is $17.50. A Night at the Opera, $17.50. And the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, $6.50. The Allman Brothers Band, Idle Wide South. Allman Brothers is $17.50. Idle Wide South, clean copy, CTH Terre Haute, $17.50. Next is Mark Pierce on Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody. Now we have an out. So first thing I'm going to sell is the Paul Stanley guitar pick. That's sold to Alicia for $25. I'm going to go ahead and lay it in here on the table with the other sold stuff. Thank you on that one. Here's the agenda for the rest of the night if you're kind of curious. I think Laura might be working on another crate. We'll get an official word from her, and then I'll kind of give you a lineup. Right now, this is a discount crate. Probably do another one. Probably do another one. Probably do another one. Going to try to, here in a minute, take a pause just to clean up my mess here behind me. I have empty cassette boxes. I have binder pages full of cards and guitar picks. I've got stray autographs and photos of Randy Rhoads laying on the floor. And I'm not joking either. I don't know where this stuff came from, but there's like literally stray photos of David Lee Roth and Randy Rhoads playing a guitar. I don't know where this stuff came from or how significant it is, but it's literally laying over here on the floor. So I got some cleanup to do right quick. Next thing is 13.4 elevators is sold, and this is going to go right over here to Richard Yeager for $70. Now, you got on a good time and a bad time. I'm actually making a Monk a buy it now, right now, for $20. Thelonious Monk is a $20 buy it now. Now, if somebody wants it, I'd go ahead and claim it right now. McEwen has dibs because he just auctioned, okay, or he just asked. It's a 72 USOG. It's an EX edition. It's a $20 buy it now, a 72 USOG EX edition. And he said he will take it at $20. Michael Freiberger was second. Okay? Now I'm working on auction tomorrow, posting a pre-order first, but also auction stuff. There we go. So Laura's working on pre-orders and auctions. There's that. So we're going to have discount crates. It's 9:30. I probably will going through vinyl for the next couple hours easily. I think we can go through discount crate after discount crate and still be able to auction stuff for the next couple hours pretty easily. And then around 11:30, we'll probably make a decision. Next 2 hours of vinyl, that'll be a lot of discounting and hopefully a lot of stuff sold. We'll either go ahead and move into whatever's next, miscellaneous, or might just go ahead and say that's it until tomorrow. We'll figure out what happens. So, laying on the floor. No, there was literally, I almost stepped on it over here. When I picked up those binder pages, a bunch of photos fell out. I think that was from that customer, David Rutherford, where we bought his collection. Okay, let me pause right there, because first of all, I can't believe no one's claimed this. Do y'all realize what's in front of you right now for just $17.50? This is an OG Allman Brothers, Idlewild South, textured cover, clean copy, Capricorn Atco with Midnight Rider and Revival and the Memories of Elizabeth. Unbelievable. Clean copy for $17.50. That should have sold 4 or 5 times already. Thank you, Kristen Starrett. I got to remind y'all sometimes of what's still left in here, including Moody Blues and Aretha Franklin. Some of these in here, I'm like, holy moly, what is going on all of a sudden? Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. Here's a Linda Ronstadt auction. This is actually pretty pricey. This is called Canciones de Mi Padre. It's a Linda Ronstadt album. It's always been pretty low production and pretty desirable and tough to get. An 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original on her sleeve, $55 start. Let's finish going through this half-off crate. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. I got right here to Chicago. This is just $10. It's a single LP. It's a double LP. And it's got the book with it or poster, whatever came with it. It looks complete. Just $10 on Chicago. CCR is just $17.50. I told y'all, this is just like an insane half-off crate, $17.50. Linda Ronstadt is a $55 start. That's always been a desirable press. And then let's go over here to the Prong album. Hadn't sold Prong yet, but we're about to right now. Cleansing, limited edition red vinyl. It's a $35 start for Prong. That's now up for bid. Also in here is Vanilla Fudge Rock and Roll. Cover has quite a bit of wear on it. No condition notes on the vinyl, $8.50. And ELO's Greatest Hits. Wow, just $10 on this. No condition notes on ELO's Greatest Hits. Clean copy with the original on her sleeve. We have Frank Sinatra, A Swingin' Affair. Sinatra, $17.50. Next, guitar pick. I like this one myself. How about Ace Frehley? It's got his signature there, kind of sparkle foil, and a Kiss logo that's sparkly too. This is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on Kiss, Ace Frehley guitar pick. That's now up for bid. Next is the Doors Greatest Hits, $17.50. Jeff Brent RT on ELO, sold. Now, Kristen Starrett, if you're bidding on Linda Ronstadt, please make sure you actually put a numerical. Because if you are, I need to actually see a number. That lets me and everybody else know that you are bidding, okay? Ace Frehley's up for bid, and Prong's a $35 start. If no one buys the Chicago pretty soon, I am going to show the poster. That probably will get it sold. Next is Underground Thelonious Monk. Wow, Monk is now just $15. It is a 80s Columbia Jazz Masterpiece reissue, but just $15. He's in on Linda Ronstadt for $50. Michael Nath got the Doors. And then we have Santana Inner Secrets, $10. Santana Inner Secrets, $10. Supergirls, that's a compilation. It is a compilation of female artists, mostly that 60s female vocalist era. $12.50, a triple LP, Supergirls. Also, Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. Wow, Uptight, Everything's All Right. I Was Made to Love Her. Fingertips, $12.50. No condition notes on that. And we have the Jelly. How about the Jerry Mulligan Quartet? That's $10. Final Call on Ronstadt. Ace Frehley only has one bid. Gerald Whitworth has bid $10. Nobody else has bid. Jeff Brent RTO put Ace, but he did not put a numerical, so I'm assuming he's not bidding. Also, nobody's bid on Prong. Red vinyl looking for a $35 start. Peter Haas first on Santana, sold. Stacey Brown first on Supergirl, sold. And then Chad Smith sold on Monk, sold. All those are gone. The anthology of Harry Chapin, Cats in the Cradle and the Seal, $6.50. The Beach Boys, Friends and Smiley Smile. That's 2 Beach Boys albums repackaged into one, $15. Prong, an OG. Prong is a limited edition transparent red vinyl reissue from 2018. looking for a $35 star. Harry Chapin, so to Mark Pierce. Chad Smith on Gary Mulligan. Prong does have a bid for $35. And Donovan's greatest hits is a gatefold. They Call Me Mellow Yellow. Sunshine Superman. Hurdy-Gurdy. Season Like the Witch. So many great songs on there. $650 on that. Prong does have a bid for $35. We're about to sell it. Ace Frehley has a new bid for $11. Gerald Whitworth, you've been outbid. Gerald Whitworth's right back in on Ace at $15. We have the best of Leon Russell for $7.50. Eric Van Leuven on the Beach Boys. Peter Haas second on Harry Chapin. Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown, $6.50. Amanda Darby on Donovan. Great music on there. That's so to Amanda Darby. That's Sick over on Twitch. Cream Goodbye has that great song on it. Badge, $14. That would be half off, $27.99. And it's a UK edition. Scott Oman on Chicago. Nice. Almost had to unfold that 7-foot poster that's included, but we'll go ahead and sell it to Scott Oman. Thank you, Richard Yeager. You were second on Donovan. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. The best of bread, and that's that original press that is a gatefold, and it has that gold sparkle. The first print run, they put gold sparkle on the cover, and they made it a gatefold jacket. Baby, I'ma want you. $650 on that. Kristen Start on Cream, that's sold. Jeff Brent, you're out on Ace. Prong is sold for $35 to Mike Straws. And Linda Ronstadt is sold to Kristen Start for $50. Thank you on that. Those are sold and sold. Next auction, Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. Songs from the Big Chair. An 85 US Hot Pog. Shout, VG Plus, EX, $20 start. There is some cover damage right up here. Tears for Fears up for bid. Peter Haas does get bread. Maybe I'ma want you. Next is Judy Garland, the ABC collection. That is $5. And surely, we're about to find out, it has Over the Rainbow. I think it is. It has a melody, which includes Over the Rainbow. Of course, you know, she sings that on the Wizard of Oz. Lemonheads, I'm about to grab it right now. Greg Butler next on bread. We're about to sell Ace Frehley for $15 then. That guitar pick, the Gerald Whitworth for $15. Next is Lemonheads. And Lemonheads is Mrs. Robinson and Being Around. That is a 1992 UKOG VG Plus condition. Lemonheads is a $5 star. Tears for Fears up for bid and final call on Ace. All right. Let's go back over here. Tears, Lemonheads. Okay, back to the crate. Nielsen, Schmilson, Lime and the Coconut. No condition notes, that's $10. Duke Ellington, the music of Duke Ellington. I can tell you right off the bat, this is an early record, $5. Columbia, it's in a baggy sleeve. Yeah, Columbia 6i. This is like a mid-50s, late 50s press. Duke Ellington, just $5. Lionel at Malibu, that's Lionel Hampton, $5 on that. Tears for Fears has bids for 20, 22, 25, 20, 25, 20, 25, 20, 20, 25, 25, 20, 25, 30, 30, 30, 25, 25, 30, 30. Duke Ellington is sold to Michael Freiberger, Mando Jeff second. Lemonheads, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 12. Wow. And then Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone. Elvis Presley is 5, and Silver Threads and Golden Eagles. That is the Springfields, including a young Dusty Springfield in mono on the Phillips label, $10 on that. Chad Smith on Duke Ellington, that's already sold, but I do have Lionel Hampton. Schmilson, no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover does have moderate shelf wear, some chipping and shelf wear going on, a little bit of chipping, light chipping going on the spine. That should be the tan first label for that one, $10. Next is Topographic and Topographic on Elvis Presley. Thank you on that. And Neil Diamond Classics. Boy, that has the good stuff on it. Shiloh, Solitary Man, Cherry Cherry, Kentucky Woman, $7.50. Lemonheads, $15. I can go ahead and sell Ace. That's been up for a while. Sorry about that one. That is sold here for $15 to Gerald Whitworth. Ace, $15. Ace. Make sure you join our private group. Laura is posting pre-orders right now. She just posted a pre-order. I just walked away to put this on the table, but I think she said Florence and the Machine. Let me walk back over here and see what happened. Florence and the Machine. Let's see what's going on with this. And let's see, Elvis, Tears for Fears 35, and Ace, I just sold it, Chuck Edgar. Dang, it'd been up for a while. It was an Ace guitar pick, just sold for $15. Gary Donovan Knight got Neil Diamond. Thank you. Farmer Redman does want Schmilson. Who asked about this? Farmer Redman did, so he does get that. Lemonhead 17. And we have Jerry Lee Lewis and Linda Gail Lewis. That's $5. And we have James Taylor, $7.50 for That's Why I'm Here. Next guitar pick is going up. This is Kiss Alive. Look at that one. It actually says the tour. Worldwide, $96.97. Gene Simmons is going to go up for a $10 start. Gene Simmons is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Gene Simmons guitar pick. Looks like it's kind of used. I don't know. Maybe he flicked that out to the crowd. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, so we got 3 live auctions. Next is Santana Caravanserai, $10 on Santana. Don Williams is $5. Yellow Moon. The Bellamy Brothers is $5. And we have Laura Nero Smile, $7.50 for Laura Nero. Man, that was a crazy half-off crate. Amazing titles. We've sold half of it. I would love to sell the other half, so we're definitely going to read through them again quickly one more time. I do have a few more stray autographs over here I'm trying to knock out as well. We didn't sell the first John Stewart, so there's another one. Here's a budget autograph for you. The legendary Al Hirt. Al Hirt. It is personalized to Marlee, maybe, but it is signed by legendary trumpet player Al Hirt. JSA authenticated. I'm going to put Mr. Al up for just a $25 start, okay? $25 start. Al Hirt, raw sugar, sweet sauce, and banana pudding. Signed by Al Hirt, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. All right, we got Tears for Fears at 40 with Nick Bargeron, Gene Simmons 20, Gene Simmons 10, the Lemonheads 20. Samuel Kopich got Laura Nero. That's sold to Samuel Kopich. The Bellamy Brothers is called Crazy from the Heart. Crazy from the Heart. And then Gene Simmons 20. We've already sold B-52s. Gene Simmons 21. George Lyle got Don Williams and Lionel Hampton. We call this a half-off crate, nonsense crate, because this is pretty recent stuff. I got one Santana right here, Caravanserai, yes, and that is $10. $10 on that one. All right, let's go back over here, and let me open this up. And let me open this up. Okay. Next. Bellamy Brothers have Reggae Cowboy. Not on this one. Wow, took a big chunk out of there, but I wanted to sell a lot more. The last bid on Tears for Fears, the last bid on my screen, which is now the final call, is Nick Bargeron at $40. Gene Simmons is still moving. He's at $26. The Lemonheads, Kristen Barnett went out after Michael Freiberger bid $21, and the signed Al Hirt album's a $25 start. So 4 active auctions, going once, going twice. Here we go. The Who live at Leeds, $10. The Who live at Leeds. MCA Records, this is 1980. This originally came as a gatefold jacket with like a lot of reproduction documents and stuff. That one's always harder to find, especially complete. A little bit of a stain maybe right there, but a great live album. Young Man Blues, Substitute, Shakin' All Over, My Generation, 14 minutes, and Magic Bus, 7 minutes. $10 on that. The Santana in the beginning of the crate, that sold. James Lavender's in on Tears at 42. Gene Simmons is at 30. So The Who, that's still a great live album. Like I said, if we had a complete gatefold, it'd probably be up for auction. That's sold to George Scher. It's got that great long version of My Generation. Rock Invasion, Rod Stewart, Joe Cocker, The Zombies, Small Faces, and More, just $8.50. It also has Black is on here. It has Marmalade, Reflections of My Life. That's a great song. $8.50 for Rock Invasion. That's on that London Collector series. Let's go ahead and sell this Lemonheads. Lemonheads is sold to Michael Freiberger for $21. Gene Simmons is at $32. Tears for Fears now final call. If anybody wants Al Hirt, $25. Signed and JSA authenticated. $25 on Al Hirt. You can pick that up right now. If you want it, it's yours. Monument Records. Clean disc in there. Sold a Christina Aguilera last night. Sold a Don Knotts autograph last night. And we sold a... Who else did we sell? Kirk Douglas last night. Sold some cool stuff last night late. Next is John Mayall. Empty Rooms, $13.50 for John Mayall. We have Santana, Shango. Santana is $10 on Shango. Also, Johnny Rivers at the Whiskey A Go-Go. Johnny Rivers is $7.50. Imperial Records, that is $7.50. Kiss, the last bid on the Gene Simmons guitar pick was $36 and now $38. So we're still bidding. It's between Chuck and Alicia. We've sold several Kiss guitar picks randomly tonight. I know, yes, last night was Kiss night, but I find stuff and we just roll with it. Tears for Fears is sold to James Lavender for $42. Chad Schneider on RI. And that was for the Rock Invasion. Thank you on that. And now let's put up some more LPs. How about Lionel Hampton auction? We had a Lionel Hampton in the crate. How about You Better Know It, Lionel Hampton with Clark Terry, Ben Webster, Hank Jones. This is a 65 USOG white label promo in mono. It's in EX condition. It's a $35 start. Michael Herrera on Santana. He's talking about Shango. There it is. That's the one he's talking about. I know we had Inner Secrets or whatever earlier. I knew that one got grabbed. I forgot about Shango. So, yeah, that's so to Michael. Gene Simmons still getting bids. There's the new auction for Lionel Hampton. And we still got Streets, Crimes and Mine. Streets featuring Steve Walsh, an 85 USOG and Shrink. That's a $15 start. We have Brewer and Shipley Tarkio. That has one toke over the line. $10 on that. The Best of the Youngbloods. Come on, people now. That is featuring Come Together, or not Come Together, Get Together. Come Together is the Beatles. $10. We have Second Wind, Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. $7.50 on that. And the Best of Dean Martin, $5 on Dean Martin. Starline Capital Series, $5. Also, Marshall Crenshaw Field Day, $6.50 for Marshall Crenshaw. The Drifters Golden Hits on Broadway under the boardwalk. We'll be having fun under the boardwalk. That's the Drifters, $10. Gene Simmons at $42. No bid on Lionel Hampton yet. The Romantics is $12.50. Dean Martin is so to Topographic. Thank you on that one. And Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Simon & Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence. He Was My Brother. That's a good one. $7.50. Greg Butler on Brian Auger. The half-off crate's getting cleaned out. And let's see what else I have over here in the autograph stack. So we had, I had John Stewart. That's in the no bid pile. Here's another John Stewart. Another John Stewart. Now, we sold one of these earlier. We can get another one here sold. Let me get this old sleeve off of it. May take a second. So something a little bit different though. Al Hurt's also in the no bid pile. This is another UK original from Fred Goodwin's collection. JSA authenticated. Tom Shipley passed away today. Wow. Usually those celebrity deaths, especially music stuff, pops up in my feed because I'm in so many groups now that some of them I miss them. All right, that's another one signed by Kingston Trio original member Bob Shane. Boy, Fred loved the Kingston Trio. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. We sold one earlier signed by Bob Shane. Another really nice record too here. It's a UK German pressing, I believe. Yeah, this one though, the disc is kind of low grade, but it's got nice ballpoint pen signature there. JSA, he bought this in Kingsville, Texas on Saturday, January 20th, 1968. Fred Goodwin bought that record in Texas. It's signed by Bob Shane, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Hampton has a high bid. Lionel Hampton, $20. Still have the Marmalades. That was on that compilation. It's already sold. And then info on Johnny Rivers. Johnny Rivers was Whiskey A Go-Go. That's Johnny Rivers at the Whiskey A Go-Go. Clean copy, $7.50. And then we have Gary Donovan Knight on Simon & Garfunkel, and Gerald Whitworth gets Al Hurt for $20. Okay, thank you on that. That's so to Gerald Whitworth. Next is the Beach Boys, $69, $10 on that. And then the Best of Lee Dorsey, $12.50. Man, what happened on Gene Simmons? Alicia has it for $42. Chuck Edgar went out. Also, the Spirit of 67, Paul Revere and the Raiders. This is on the original Columbia 2i label. It is in stereo, and Paul Revere is $5. Nice clean copy of that, $5. And we have Aretha Franklin's Gold. This is kind of one of the surprises. Respect is on here. Chain of Fools, Chain, Chain, Chain. You Better Think, The House That Jack Built, Seesaw, I Say a Little Prayer. That's like amazing. $12.50. Amazing music there. So who asked about Johnny Rivers? It was asked about by John Bobing. John, if you don't want that, then it's sold to Greg Butler. Chuck Yeager on BB for Beach Boys. Richard Yeager on the Romantics. That is sold. Chuck Yeager also Paul Revere and the Raiders. That is sold. And now my crate is full. Let me swap out crates right quick. We have filled this sucker up in a hurry. Hup. Done. Done. Okay. And then we got Buddy Johnsey. He says he'll take the Aretha, and just a reminder, he does pick up locally in store. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and sell the Gene Simmons pick, and that's sold to Alicia for $42. You Kiss guitar pick buyers, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I've got several more over here we'll try to knock out. I've almost filled up a whole row of miscellaneous stuff, plus all the magazine lots. Golly. Shipping department's going to be, those tape guns back there are going to be on fire. All right, so John Bobing does get the Johnny Rivers. Greg Butler picking up the Drifters. That means, Greg Butler, you were second on Johnny Rivers. Lionel Hampton sold to Samuel Kopich for $20. Streets, no bid, $15. And then the Kingsman, signed by Bob Shane, JSA'd, $25 on that. Let's get that in a brand new sleeve. Brand new sleeve, okay? That is the Kingston Trio. Whoops. Okay. Finishing up this half-off crate. There's not going to be much left, and then we can bundle it. The Moody Blues. Man, lovely to see you. So deep within you. The Dream. Have You Heard? The Voyage. All that right there. That's like all one big continuous thing. Very proggy, very Moody Bluesy, $6.50. And the vinyl's not bad. It's a gatefold jacket. Yeah, that's a good one. Those are great songs, though, in the beginning. Lovely to see. Yeah, Dear Diary. To Share Your Love. I'm just a fan, though. $6.50. CCR, $17.50. Bayou Country. Born on the Bayou's on here. Proud Mary, Keep on Chugolin, $17.50. And Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, $8.50. Next auction is the Grateful Dead. Has the inverted eyes on the cover. Upside down eyes cover. 87 US Hot Pog. Original on her sleeve. Grateful Dead, $30 start. Frank Sinatra, A Swingin' Affair. Covers in shrink. The label is this yellow, which is a later Capitol label, $7.50. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. This is kind of like Aretha Franklin. This should have been sold a long time ago, especially for $12.50. Tomla, Motown Original. Next is another Gene Simmons pick. They must have liked, this one must have been special, because look, it's definitely been used. There's his signature on the back. And then there's, you know, I don't know, they had this one carded in a coin holder. Gene Simmons, $10 start. Stevie Wonder, $12.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Leon Russell, The Best of Leon. That was $7.50. Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown, $6.50. Judy Garland, The ABC Collection, $5. The Springfields, as in Dusty Springfield, in mono, an original Phillips record, $10. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5, together with Gail Lewis. James Taylor, $7.50. Santana, still available for $10. That is Caravan Sorry. Clean copy, $10 on Santana. And the Bellamy Brothers is $5. Gene Simmons, 10. Gene Simmons, 10. Gene Simmons, 20. And then our next auction is Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm. Vandenberg is an 83 U.S. Specialty OG. Gold stamp promo, $20 start for Vandenberg. Queen is gone. And this is actually a final call for these, since it is a half-off crate, and we've went through it thoroughly, and a lot of stuff's been picked out. I'm going to make sure everybody's done. I'm going to make sure everybody's got what they want, and then I'm probably going to try to offer these as a bundle, sell all these off as a bundle, and go ahead and grab the next one. We might go right into another one. I'm okay with that if y'all are. Where's that bottle of water at? Here we are. I need this badly. Dream Theater's gone. I think that's our last 2 advertised auctions, okay? That's our last 2 advertised auctions. And then I've got stuff over here that hadn't been shown, like guitar picks. I see George Strait. I see the Beatles. And then plenty of other surprises. I'm about to start digging around back here and seeing what I can come up with as soon as I chug this water. And just like that, the water has been officially chugged. Did Dead get a bid? Did the Grateful Dead get a bid? It did, with Eric Van Leuven for $30. Thank you, Eric. Final call to you. Vandenberg, no bid yet. It has a promo sticker on the front. There's a gold stamp promo on the back. $20 start on Vandenberg. The Gene Simmons pick is at $35. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 great titles in there. 18 great titles in there. Here's my bundle price. And that is going to be $85, okay? $85. $85 for 18 records. That puts these down to $472. Now, let's just say I put all these in a $6.99 crate in the morning, they would probably all sell. So I'm offering them right now at $472. That's $85 for 18 records. That's $4.72 a piece. You got to buy them all. They've already been offered twice at half off. That's the Bellamy Brothers, Santana, Jerry Lee Lewis, the Springfields, Judy Garland, Marshall Crenshaw, Leon Russell, Stevie Wonder, Sinatra, Vanilla Fudge, Creedence, Moody Blues, Lee Dorsey, Crenshaw, the Youngbloods, Bruce Shipley, and John Mayall. And if you think about it this way, $85, Stevie Wonder and CCR together at sticker price would be $60 at original sticker price. Just saying. Those are nice records. No condition notes clean. Great titles. I would love to sell these so we can go right into another, probably nonsense. If we can sell these in a bundle, if someone can step up to the plate, what is this next crate right here? Let me take a quick peek at it. I've got another nonsense. I'm willing to go right into more nonsense to get a bunch of stuff sold tonight, clean out some crates, but we got to sell the bundle. And Chuck Edgar gets it. Chuck Edgar, these are yours for $85. Chad Schneider's in on Vandenberg at $20. The Gene Simmons guitar picks at $42. John Durden says, I got the heaviest box I've gotten from Colecco. Feels like solid lead. Man, I don't know what y'all buy, but they're in the front. They take the really heavy boxes up front and either team lift them or put them on a cart, and they put them by the front door for UPS and the post office to pick up. Sometimes they put them right by the alarm, like right in the front where you have to lean over to key in the code to arm or disarm The other day, I went to go push, like with my foot, those boxes out of the way. I pushed, and they didn't budge. I went to go pick one up, and it was like 55 pounds is what the shipping label said. And, of course, they put those neon green stickers all over them that says heavy caution. It was like 55 pounds, and I was like, golly. And there was like 4 of them. I was like, no wonder. There's 200 pounds of records right here. I was trying to push with my foot. Golly. The Dead has a new bid for $36. Final call on Vandenberg and Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons is at $42 with Calvin Ward. That appears to be an original stage played Gene Simmons guitar pick. And that's at $42. That's probably one of your boxes, John. Yeah, I went to kind of push him with my foot so I could lean over and set the alarm. All right, here's another autograph. So I've ended up with a ton of Jon Stewart's. If anybody is interested, let me sleeve some of these. All right, let's, well, promises made, promises kept. Let me go right into this next. So Jon Stewart, Jon Stewart, Jon Stewart, Jon Stewart, Jon Stewart. That just said Jon Stewart on it. And Jon Stewart on Kingston Trio. So I've got 6 signed Jon Stewart albums, $25 a piece. 25. JSA authenticated, Jon Stewart, big solo career, and a member of the Kingston Trio, folk artist, okay? If anybody's interested, 6 different options at $25. Streets at 85 Allied OG, Shrink It Hype, $15 on Streets. And then here's another Kingston Trio, but this time signed by Bob Shane. It's also $25. So that's all the no bids tonight. Those Jon Stewarts really weren't no bids. They're just signed. We only put 1 up for bid. So there's that if anybody wants them. They're $25. Some of those Jon Stewart albums individually have always been pretty good sellers. But $25, you can pick any one you want. Grateful Dead still getting bids. Vandenberg is sold 1 bid to Chad Schneider for $20. The Gene Simmons guitar pick is sold. Let's put up another one. I've got another one. Calvin Ward gets that for $42. Thank you, Calvin. That's sold to you for $42. I'm putting all these on top of sticky notes here so they can be easily found. And then I've got another one over here. Let's get right into the next one. I got another Gene Simmons and I've got another Kiss one. But first we'll do another Gene Simmons. Here it is, $10 start. $10 start, Gene Simmons. He did. He wrote Daydream Believer that the Monkees made famous. He did. And he had another song called Gold that was a big top 40. $5 or $10 start on Gene Simmons. 78 Trans Am wants the Bombs Away Jon Stewart album. That was Bombs Away. That was this one. Yeah, Bombs Away Dream Babies. Probably one of his most popular there. Let's get that in a brand new sleeve for you. That's the sleeve I think Fred Goodwin's had it in since no telling how long. Actually, those might be Dale. That might be some stuff we rediscovered from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Believe it or not, those are still popping up. Okay. Dead's a Final Call of Travis. That's $25. Got the JSA card already with it. And then here's another one. And this one's signed by Jon Stewart and Bob Shane. That's the only one I have in my thing where they're both on it. It looks like he was going to sign and the pen started going out. So he got another pen and he put to Fred. And then he put to Fred again, Jon Stewart, and then he signed it again. And then over here is Bob Shane's. So I'm going to put that one up. It is personalized, but it has 2 of the 3 on there on it. That's also a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? And let me throw away some of these sleeves. I think I've got through that whole stack of autographs. Been working on those for a couple of days. That was all of those. Okay, now we're ready for another half-off crate. Hope everybody's ready. Let me see what these look like. Let me take a peek at them. And I think when I say nonsense, I mean nonsense. So I hope y'all are like ready for these. Let me see where these are. Is this them right there? Yeah. I mean, these appear to be great titles and that should not be half off. So, yep. All right, so here we go. And then I see right here next to me is a Laura crate with like 7 records in it. We might show those best offer. I might can condense those with some more. I try to keep all those top stuff things together. So here we go. Let's get these rolling. No more, no less. Gene Simmons, 11, now 20. Let's go ahead and move that over here because we're going to go ahead and sell Grateful Dead to Travis Woods for 40. Travis Woods for 40. And now, what's next, you may ask? The Beatles. And I have a White Album. The White Album was reissued in '76 on this orange Capitol label, which is not a bad copy to have. and it's really nice. It's EX Plus, the White Album, a $35 start. Technically, it's called The Beatles. It's self-titled, but it was known as the White Album. The Beatles, self-titled, the White Album. All right, let's do this half-off crate. Hope everybody's ready. Over here, I'm trying to make sure I've shown all the Funkos that have come in this week and Funko pins. I think I have. Sold the Eddie Van Halen autograph. Whenever I need to do an official. I need to do an official air horn for that. I don't know if we've actually done that. That wasn't actually live tonight, but I might do that officially Thursday night for Metal Night. All right, here we go. Here we go. Merle Haggard, Big City, $7.50. Let's clean out another crate. Merle Haggard, $7.50. We have Todd Rundgren, $13.50. Todd Rundgren. And we have Nancy Griffith, Once in a Very Blue Moon from 1985. That's just $17.50. We did sell Eddie Van Halen for $1,500. The signed Eddie Van Halen. Any more Funko Spider-Man pins? I've got 3 more. I've got 3 more in stock. John Durden's already all over the Merle Haggard. That's sold to him. Next thing we have is Oldies But Goodies Volume 10. First track is Roll Over Beethoven by Chuck Berry, $5. And Neil Young is $12.50. Gene Simmons is at $25. Chuck Yeager, let me know if you want back in. That's the signed Gene Simmons guitar pick. Beatles, one bid $35. Mega Blast on Oldies But Goodies. That's sold to him. No bid on the Kingston Trio. Made Out to Fred, signed by John Stewart, Bob Shane, $25 start. Little Richard's Greatest Hits. That is now $10. That is a live recording. OK Records. Now there's a new bid on the Beatles at $40. We have Frank Sinatra Cycles. That's a UK edition. $10 on Frank Sinatra Cycles. That is UK. I think it's a German press. It is, no, it's a UK press, made in the UK, $10. Chuck Yeager wants a Spider-Man Funko pin. I've got more left if anybody wants them, and those are $11.99. This one didn't get a sticker on it. Please make sure this goes in for $11.99. I've got more if anybody else wants one. The Beach Boys, that is $15 for Made in the USA. The Beach Boys, $15. Also, Popeye soundtrack. Popeye the Sailor Man. You got to make sure you're eating your spinach. $10 on that. Gene Simmons is at $30. Gerald Whitworth's out. Sophie's Choice is $10. The original motion picture soundtrack. And Bob Thiel and his new Happy Times Orchestra with Gabor Szabo, Light My Fire on ABC Impulse. $20 on that. $20 on that. Also, we have Kevin Rowland and Dexy's Midnight Runners. Come On Eileen. To I Ray. That is $12.50. Mortgage Guy Raw on Popeye for $10. Thank you. And Walt Disney's Mary Poppins. Walt Disney's original cast soundtrack. Mary Poppins, $10. Travis next on Popeye. Greg Butler picking up the Nancy Griffith, $17.50. That was $34.99. Stephen Parton on Dexy's Midnight Runners. Thank you, Stephen Parton. And Boots, Nancy Sinatra. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna $17.50. Tom McEwen on Mary Poppins. That's sold. Let's go ahead and sell the Gene Simmons pick for $30 for Chuck Yeager. The Beatles is now at $50. That's a 76 White Album. And if anybody wants to sign Kingston Trio, that is signed by John Stewart twice and Bob Shane. Fred, it is made out to Mr. Fred Goodwin. All right, there's that. I think that was my last of the Gene Simmons picks. I'm going to put that right there. I have one more Kiss-related pick and then one more that I hadn't identified yet. I hadn't really tried to yet, though. Let's see what's going on with this. What happened to that one? Okay, here is this one. This is Kiss from the Freedom to Rock Tour 2016. This is Eric Singer. Eric Singer guitar pick, $10 start on that. That is now up for bid, okay? So there's that. Let me get this in a new sleeve here officially. I'm going to start, finally, for probably the first time ever, putting signed albums out here in some of our display cases in the store. I've been We've had them in crates forever, especially these ones. I've got 5 and 6 of the same person. There's that. Eric Singer, $10 start, and Nancy Sinatra, first sold to Chad Schneider. All right, let's keep this rolling. The Guess Who rocking, $7.50 on the Guess Who, and Nielsen Early Times, which is a Music Core compilation. Harry Nielsen, $10, and Drummer Man, Gene Krupa. Gene Krupa Big Band with Anita O'Day and Roy Eldridge. It's an early 80s Verve pressing. $12.50. Eric Singer guitar pick has a bid for $15. And the next thing I have, this has always been a popular one, $45 start. It's because Greatest Hits Volume 2 has some of his best songs on it. Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? The Chair's on here. Nobody in His Right Mind Would Have Left Her. Oceanfront Property. All My Exes Live in Texas. Near Mint. It has been cleaned. It's really clean. It's really nice. And George Strait's a $45 start, okay? That's up for bid. Robbie Woods on GHHO. GHHO, Guess Who? That's sold to Robbie Woods. And then we have Beatles at 10, Eric Singer's at 16, and Chad Schneider on Gene Krupa. George Strait, $45 start up for auction. Next thing we have is Todd Rundgren, Something Anything. This is $15 for Todd Rundgren. $15. I Saw the Light in Your Eyes. What a great song. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, and it should come with a book or something. Something comes with this, or is that just an insert? Yeah, it comes with like a book here. I thought so. Todd Rundgren is complete, and that's $15. Something Anything. I Saw the Light in Your Eyes. He also has that great song, Hello, It's Me. Greg Butler on Little Richard. That's from earlier, but that is sold. And James Lavender, make sure if you want to bid on George Strait, you do put 4-5, and I know you're bidding. Eric Singer, 18, Beatles, 65. The Mason Williams phonograph record with the hop sticker that advertises classical gas, $6.50 for Mason Williams. Big Brother and the Holding Company, which is Janis Joplin on the original label, Another Piece of My Heart. That's such a great album, $17.50. I love that opening track, too. Side one, where is it? Combination of the two. That's a good one. Just great rock there. Those electric guitars, the sounds of the fuzzed out 60s. Great cover, R. Crumb artwork. Richard Yeager on Todd Rundgren. Eric Singer's at 18. Beatles at 65. It's up to him on that. And we have the Mamas and Papas Book of Songs. That's with the Stapleton Morley Expression, which is instrumental interpretations. $10. Todd Runt. So, okay, so you did not want Something Anything. You wanted Runt, right, Richard Yeager? You do not want Something Anything. I got you down for Run only. Greg Butler on Mason Williams. That's this. RJ66 second. Eric Van Leuven on Big Brother. And we have Glenn Campbell, I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy, for just $5. Now, I want to make sure nobody wants to bid on George Strait. There's officially no bid looking for a $45 start. Richard Yeager gets the other Todd Rundgren, too. Tom McEwen on Mamas and Papas. Mega Blast 9 on Glenn Campbell. And Flat and Scruggs. This is $15. 20 all-time great recordings on 2 LPs. Flat and Scruggs, 2 LPs of music, $15. Buffalo Springfield, again. Mr. Soul, $15. Neil Young, Stephen Stills, Buffalo Springfield, Chuck Yeager next on Glenn Campbell. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply, $10. And how do we close? With a nonsense. Sgt. Pepper's, $20. Orange RCA label from 1976. All right, and then over here, so Eric Singer guitar pick is officially sold to Chuck Yeager for $18. And what is the last one here? Let me see if I can figure out. Does anybody know who this is? He's wearing a mask. I'm not for sure. It's a bass pick. I'm not for sure on that one. Anybody know that? It's a masked man. $10. It's probably going to be obvious when somebody tells me, but right now I have no clue. Selling guitar picks is fun. It's usually a team effort to figure out who they are. All right. So, John Griffin was third on Glenn Campbell. McEwen gets Sgt. Pepper's. George Strait does have a bid with Stacy Ground for $45. And we have Steve Miller and Steve Miller. Oh, is that from The Joker? Is that from the Joker? Is that, wait a minute. Is that who that? The Beatles is sold to Mike Torres for $65. You know what? We have the world's largest source of information right here next to me in my hand. It's called Google. See if I can get a clean image of that. Steve Miller. Space Cowboy. Who was right? Hiram and Darren Anderson. Yep. There it is. Look how quick AI is. Boom. One click and it tells you the life story. Wow. $10 start. Steve Miller. That's the Space Cowboy. George Strait is sold for $45 to Stacy Brown. Thank you, Stacy. That's so to you. All right. And then let's put another one up. This is If You Ain't Lovin', You Ain't Livin'. It's also going up for a $45 start. Another a clean OG, never been really reissued. 1988. That is a $45 start. Okay. Steve Miller Band. And that's my last of this little horde of guitar picks we sold here. So there's that. If anybody wants it, $10 start. All right, not much left in this half-off crate. Not much left. Let's breeze through these again and try to get some more of these sold. And like I said, I found a little pocket of some, looks like some stuff lower marked at one time. We might can knock those out at best offer or maybe half off, but there's some insane stuff in the front part of the crate. But let's see what's left. We're almost done, and then I'm going to try to bundle these. Neil Young, this note's for you, $12.50. We have Frank Sinatra Cycles, a UK copy, $10, a UK pressing. How about the Beach Boys, $15, made in USA. Sophie's Choice soundtrack, Marvin Hamlish, $10. Bob Thiel with Gabor Szabo, $20. Nielsen, Early Times, $10. Flat and Scruggs, $15. Buffalo Springfield, $15, and Slade, $10. That's it. That's all that's left in that one. Wow. That's it. Beep bop 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 beep bop bop beep bop 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 beep bop 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 beep bop 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 beep bop bop. George Strait 45. All right, let me let's see. Well, there's another. Let me wait on that. Let me wait on this. I need to give these to Laura. I'm gonna get a pile. I'll leave them for you later, Laura. Stuff I need retagged for auction, like this Beatles and this Beatles and this Black Sabbath and this Black Sabbath and this Alice Coltrane. I don't know if I'm just ready to throw those in a crate, but there they are. Let me see what else I got in here. I need this Ozzy. That is for Discogs. I'm trying to match that. These are empty picture sleeves. Well, if you can find the records, that's some pretty good ones. Or maybe you'll have the records. Maybe somebody wants these for $5. $5 for these empty picture sleeves. Okay? Belinda Carlisle, Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, Islands in the Stream, John Waite, Missing You, and Autograph. Turn up the radio. Those 4 empty sleeves for $5. Okay, Steve Miller's at $15. Mega Blast Out, Final Call. George Strait, Final Call for $45. Bundle deal on these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $45. $5 a piece for everything that's left. Bundle deal. Sell that. We're going to go into another one. How much you just said, Chad? You heard me. Yep, that was correct. $5 a piece. Those are... yeah, you heard me. You heard me. That wasn't a mistake. I need to order extra copies of this. That's trash. Those. trash. Scratched. Record label defect. George, Ultravox. This is trash. Give me 1 second. Alabama. The Metros. That might be going up here. Is that a laser disc? T-bone sealed. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so first thing we have, nobody wanted the empty sleeves for $5, right? Nobody on empty sleeves for $5, okay? Steve Miller, a guitar pick, is sold for $15 to George Scher. George Strait is a buy it now for $45. Steve's offered $30 for the bundle. I am passing for right now. I'm going to say $45. If not, this is excellent, excellent flip crate material. Chad says he'll take Slade for $10. Well, there's another one sold for $10 right off the bat. Chad Schneider, 10. He gets that for $10. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Now we're down to 40. Those will still need to be $5 a piece. Goodness. That Bob Thiel album in there with Gabor Szabo was marked for $40. It's like buy 1, get 9 for free. How often do you see that? Buy 1, get 9 for free. I'm at 40. I'm going to leave them right over here because I know somebody's going to buy them. Okay, 1026, here's what I've got to do. I'm going to be locating the next crate. I'm also about to go into a little bit of a cleanup mode. I've got stuff just absolutely everywhere. I've got to condense and pack and condense and pack. Let's try to find 45s we can bundle. Let's try to find this we can bundle. Let's try to find that we can bundle. There's empty boxes. There's cassettes over here. We might find more guitar picks. We sold cards earlier. We sold sports cards earlier. We sold Marvel cards earlier. We sold basketball cards earlier. We're selling autographs. We've sold about 1,000 magazines tonight, it seems like. We're selling this. We're selling that. Here is all the new vinyl that's left tonight. It's literally like 5 records. Sacred Rock, Supertramp, Johnny Cash, Now Yearbook, Between the Bear and Me, and the last copy of Tracy Chapman on orange vinyl. That was literally all of the new vinyl left from the night. Here's the $6.99 stuff left from last night. I'm going to leave that right here next to my feet. George Strait's a buy it now for $45. We sold Slade. I'm trying to go through my miscellaneous crate over here and see what I can find. I got sealed Dolly Parton CDs for $5. Don't y'all forget about these. Dolly is $5. That's right here. That is Just the Way I Am. Those are from Fred's collection. Some brand new stuff there. Dolly, Just the Way I Am. Sean Druin wants Sacred Rock. That's on white vinyl, $34.99. Sold to Sean Druin. Brand new sealed Dolly CDs. I'm moving some stuff around, trying to get to the bottom of this. Trying to get to the bottom of it. We're at the top right now. We're trying to get to the bottom. That means we got a long way to go if you want to rock and roll. I've got 4 empty crates. I got 4 sold crates here. Trying to turn that into 8 tonight. I'm about to move John's Dolly. I'm not talking about the CDs I just sold. I'm talking about this thing that has 2 wheels and a lift so we can easily move around vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and wheel this in the back for him. Let's go do that right now. Get this out of my way. John, there's your Dolly. Looks like John's went through 1,045,000 today. We could buy 10,000 of the rarest albums of all time and then a bunch of 45s that we have no idea what they are. John's going to go through the 45s first. Okay, next is Chad Anderson on Dolly for $5. Christina Curtis on Dolly for $5. Leslie Holt on Dolly for $5. Tracy, orange vinyl, which I did not think we were ever going to get again. It's got a sing split, $29.99. Still got Dolly CDs, $5. Sealed, brand new. Still got the bundle, 8 records for $40. They're great titles. Buffalo Springfield laying on top is $29.99. Bob Thiel was $40. That's 2 records marked at $70. I'm trying to sell all of them for $40. If not, we're going to put them in the flip crate in the morning. I'm going to get 3 times as much. Over here, Dolly has sold a guy shard for $5. Thank you. How much is the new yearbook and Johnny Cash new vinyl? We have sold 2 now yearbooks. That's a triple LP, $59.99. $59.99. Now yearbook 76, $59.99. The Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis is $29.99. Tracy Chapman, if you do not want it, who just asked? Kristen, if you don't want it, then it's sold to George Scherer. Steve, I am not going to take any less than $40 for this bundle. That is only $5 a piece. This is going to sell in the morning for $14.99. This is going to sell in the morning for probably $10. That's going to sell for $7. This is probably going to sell for at least $15. That's going to sell for $7. This is going to sell for $7. This is going to sell for $7. And this is going to sell for at least $7 or $10. So that's a lot more than $40. But right now, if you want them, I can take it for $40. And now George Scherer gets Tracy Chapman for $29.99. Now, Christina, if you want the Johnny Cash and you want the Now Yearbook, that just leaves us with a new album between the Baird and me, The Blue Nowhere. That's on indie exclusive from the 11th studio album for blue and orange vinyl. This is called Dolly, Just the Way I Am. It's a compilation sealed. Regina wants one for $5, and I have that many left. What else do I have over here as I start condensing tonight's newest new vinyl arrivals? Okay, there's the Laura crate I was talking about. What we'll do is I'm going to throw away the sleeve, and I'm going to throw away this box, and I think I can come together with the most recent Laura stuff and from a couple nights ago, from maybe last week, and even the stuff from the night, and we'll go ahead and take offers on it. And I bet we can sell a bunch of stuff out of there. I bet we can sell a bunch of stuff out of there. Make sure everybody's in our group, Whole Lot of Records. We're posting pre-orders every day now, especially that Laura's doing that now, helping us out with that. And we post those videos at every 6 and 9 a.m. Christina Curtis says she'll take the Johnny Cash and the Now Yearbook. Wow. So that's the only new vinyl left tonight. I'm not going to, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. video, there's not going to be much to show. I'm going to be like, well, here's some stuff maybe you hadn't seen in a while, which is going to be the truth. I'll dig out the oldest records I can find, but that's pretty much it right there for new vinyl tonight. Tomorrow, if everything comes in like it's supposed to, Laura will verify. We're expecting probably like 20 boxes. And if it doesn't show up, that means we got robbed again, as in they're holding packages and not sending us everything like they're supposed to at UPS. And then we're going to have to go have a meeting, okay? And it's going to be like when Don Clorione met with the 5 families. And I'm going to say, I'm not a superstitious man. Where's my mail at? There's going to be some people in this room to blame. If my son was to get struck by a bolt of lightning, I'm going to be blaming a lot of people in this room if we don't get our mail. Sorry for the quick delay. I'm in a transition mode of condensing bins and making room. Condensing bins and making room. I'm not a superstitious man, but if my son should get shot in the head, if a bolt of lightning should strike him, I'm going to be blaming a lot of people in this room. That's what Don said. He basically said, don't kill my son, or there's going to be war. There's going to be absolute war. And then Michael brought on war anyway. He waited for him to die, and he started killing everybody. Mo Green. Mo Green didn't stand a chance. Poor Mo Green. Vegas. All right. I just did a bunch of condensing. Y'all probably just hearing me huffing and puffing over here. Huffing and puffing. Okay. Here we go. Come around here, no more. Mo Green. Johnny Ola. Boy, Johnny Ola, Fredo fell right in that trap, didn't he? Fredo fell right in that Johnny Ola trap. Hey, I want to see something cool. Now, I hadn't looked it up in a long time, but I still hadn't figured out what this is. At the time, I couldn't find any comps. Hank Williams Jr., Bocephus, Saltwater Taffy, and we think it was made just exclusively for people in his band as a Christmas gift, like crew. We think it was like a Christmas gift for a crew, and it's obviously, I would not recommend eating it. A lot of it sounds like it's stuck together in there, but I was gonna do one more big search on it, but I think it was a Christmas gift only to his staff. I've been thinking about putting it up for auction one night, but I want to research it one more time, see if I can find a comp. No luck yet. Let me put that right there. Okay, I'm pretty cleaned up over here now. I can breathe a little bit better. Let me throw this away. I need to keep this for Ed because that's prices for stuff that hadn't been delivered yet from yesterday, or they split our order. That's trash and that's trash. Wow, sorry for the delay, but I am almost ready to show this next crate a best offer. And thanks for bearing with me, truly. Here is Mickey Thomas. That's my next autograph, so I'm just going to lay that right there until I can figure out what to do with that. The Beach Boys from the half-off crate, okay? The Beach Boys from the half-off crate. This is $15, made in the USA. The Beach Boys is a Capital 2 LP compilation. It's a compilation. Surfing Safari 409, Good Vibrations. It's a club copy, $20. It's a club copy, $20, okay? I just cleaned out 4 kitchen drawers. Whew. I just cleaned out a lot of stuff over here too. I feel a lot better. I'm still not done, but I better stop. This is what I do after the sales. This is the kind of stuff I do after the sales. I just try to condense and restack all this stuff and move it around. I'm going to be doing that a lot tonight. We got a dump trailer back out in front of the store, and the dump trailer is about to get full because we have stuff to clean out of here so we can make room for more and more and more. Okay. John Griffin, that would be $15. So it's half off, no more, no less. If you don't want it, Todd Saw said he would give 20. It's only 15. I was asking $40 for the whole bundle. And we've sold 2 records for $15 and $10, $35. They're still going to be 5 a piece, though. Unbelievable. Steve Mason missed the boat. Big time. All right. Here we go. This is Laura stuff. Some stuff from a while back, and then some stuff from today. And I'm going to take offers on these to try to get some of them sold. John Griffin says he'll take the Beach Boys for $15. Thank you. All right. I got sealed Dolly CDs, Just the Way I Am, for $5. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Quickly. Motor Tape, Motorhead Live in Berlin, 1992, sealed, a record store day exclusive for $34.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Joy Division, Live in Holland, sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Motorhead Live in Heilbronn. That is Motorhead, sealed, $39.99. Paul Simon, Art Garfunkel, The Early Years, performing as Tom and Jerry, sealed for $19.99. Scott H. Bram, B-R-I-B-I-R-A-M, Fever Dreams, a rock blues album, $14.99. Dead Kennedys is sealed, $29.99. And Kim Ritchie, Edgeland. That starts tonight's newest stuff, $9.99. So in the half-off crate, I'm going to put these right over here for the video in the morning. We got Neil Young for $12.50, Frank Sinatra for $10, Sophie's Choice for $10. We got Bob Thiel, got Boris the Bow for $20. Nielsen was $10. Flat and Scruggs, which is 20 tracks, 2 LPs, was $15, and Buffalo Springfield for $15. And those are half off, no more, no less. Those were the final prices you just heard. Let me get those off the table. First thing we have is Joy Division, 20, Scott B, 10, Simon & Garfunkel, 10, Buffalo, 12, and Dead, 20. Okay, so JD was Joy Division. I had that marked at $29. I'll do that for $25. Scott B for $10. I had that marked for $14. Let's sell that to John Durden for 10. Next is Adam Bernardi on Simon & Garfunkel for 12. Okay, and then Joe Castillo says Buffalo 12. I don't see a Buffalo in here unless I'm mistaken. Simon & Garfunkel. Let's do this for $15, Adam Bernardi. It's sealed at $19.99. And then over here, we have, okay, so it's Scott B 10, S&G 10, Buffalo 12, Dead 20, Kim Ritchie Price, and 12 good. Simon & Garfunkel, $15 on that one, okay? Buffalo, no idea on that one. Kim Ritchie's $9.99. And then Adam Bernardi's Simon & Garfunkel, $15. Now, Dead Kennedys is this. Mortgage Guy Rob, he gets that for $20. Okay, now we're good to go. Finishing up, Van Morrison and Joey DeFrancisco, $19.99. We have the Hillbilly Moon Explosion. That is $24.99. Doc Watson is $17.99. Leslie on KR, Kim Ritchie sold. Springfield. Oh, Buffalo. Those are half off, no more, no less. That's the most coveted rule in all of Collectco. So, for example, Neil Young was $25. Now it's $12.50. No more, no less. Frank Sinatra was $19.99. Now it's $10. No more, no less. Sophie's Choice was $20. Now $10. No more, no less. Bob Thiel was $39.99. Now it's $20. Nielsen was $20. Now it's $10. Flat and Scruggs was $30. Now $15. And Buffalo Springfield was $30. Now $15. So I've already come down 15. I'm just asking for a one-time thing, Joe, for you to say sold. I'll take it for 15. Next thing over here was George Scherer, Van Morrison. That's sold to George Scherer for $15. Sold. Next thing is this. Ray Davies, Americana. Ray Davies from the Kinks, $14.99. CCR, the complete Woodstock performance, $29.99. This is Rhythm, Country, and Blues. First time on vinyl, sealed, a country compilation. Some stuff on here I've never seen before. George Jones, B.B. King, Clint Black, and the Pointer Sisters. So it's country artists playing with R&B artists. So it's like Patti LaBelle and Travis Tritt. It's like Natalie Cole and Reba McEntire. It's like George Jones and B.B. King. It's like Vince Gill and Gladys Knight, $19.99. And Dave Allen from an old guitar, $14.99. Jill Whitworth wants the Neil Young, and that's sold for $12.50. Joe Castillo, all you got to do is say sold on Buffalo Springfield. That's all you got to say. And then over here, Gerald Whitworth gets Neil Young for $12.50. We have Motorhead Berlin, $27. Motorhead Live in Berlin, sealed, $34.99. Jim B, I'll take $30 for that. We all know that's a $60, $70, $80 record all day long. Natasha on RCB, that's Rhythm, Country, and Blues. That's sold to Natasha. And then over here, we have Dave Allen. Dave Allen, that's sold to John Durden for $10. And then what's on Vince Gill? Already sold. Joe Castillo said sold. I really made that a high-pressure situation. Did you feel like you were buying a new vehicle? You got to buy this vehicle. You are not leaving this lot. You got a sign right here before we talk any further. Sold to Joe Castillo for $15. Okay, and then the songs on Joy Division. Steve Mason never did say yes or no, so I guess he's passing. It is live at the Paradiso Club, 1980. Passover, Wilderness, Digital, Day of the Lord's, Disorder, Insight, New Dawn Fades, Transmission, Love Will Tear Us Apart. These days, a means to an end in 24 hours. Sealed. I've already told somebody I would do $25 on it. Farmer Red wants Scott H. Brime. Now Steve Mason says he does want it for $25. He's like, holy crap, somebody's going to buy this. That's sold to him for $25. And Scott Brime's already sold. Farmer Redman was going to pay full price, so I just shot myself in the foot again for $5. The last Motorhead for $27. I've got two Motorheads. This one, I've already turned down $27. This is a $30 price if anybody wants it, live in Berlin. This one was marked $39.99. Sealed CCR, Ray Davies, Doc Watson, and the Hillbilly Moon Explosion. Alan Smith says, I'll take it for $25. And that Steve Mason said he would already take it. I was making sure he didn't say sold or pass. He offered first. He said he would take it. He's like, I better, based on that last bundle, everything's getting grabbed. Holy moly, things are just boom, 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 sold, 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 sold. What's next? I gotta flip. Let me put all this together before more stuff falls out in this binder. This is where I got all those guitar picks. But there's also, like I said, random photos. I don't know if these are actually like There's like some stamps in here. Okay, that's unusual. And then there's Kiss cards. There's like these more little cards. Probably sell all these when I figure out. But these photos here, look, are these like original? Like somebody took these on stage? I mean, if so, they're amazing. Especially if they're like unpublished. I mean, these are incredible looking amateur photos, but they're amazing. Look at that picture of Eddie Van Halen and Rob Halford and all these shots of Kiss. I got to find out more information on these. So that is pretty amazing there. So let me get all this together. I will figure all that out later. That looks like a good project for me tonight. And this here, I'm going to trash that later. Let me stack all that over here so I can get to this next crate. Almost done with this tub. And let me see, before I get too busy again doing all that, let me see what's over here. And first question is, Chad Saul says he'll take Motorhead for 30. So who asked about this? Jim B, then he passed. Michael Snared, I'm going to make sure he doesn't want it. If not, Chad Sauls wants it. And then, if not, Buddy Cordova wants it. Please tell me CCR if I can see I have it already. This is Creedence Clearwater Revival live at Woodstock. Craft Records, the official press, 2 LP, sealed for $29.99. David Graves also asked. All right. And now a bunch of people want Live in Berlin. I still have the other one if anybody wants it. It was marked $39.99. Michael Snared said he will take Motorhead for $30. Done deal. He was next in line after Jim B. He said he will take it. All right, what's in the rest of this tub? Let me get all this stuff out. Kiss cards, Kiss cards, Kiss, 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 Kiss cards, Kiss, 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 Kiss cards. More Kiss cards, Kiss cards, Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. This might need to go. Here's another empty cover. I'll put that with that other stuff he bought earlier because I bet that goes to one of those magazines. Put that right in there. Okay. Moving, trying to find the next stuff. At this point, I'm digging, which is good, because that means we usually find some really good stuff digging. All right, so Todd Saw said he will take CCR. The Motorhead is live in Heilbronn, Volume 4, the Motorhead tapes, the Lost Tapes, amber colored vinyl, 1984, a double LP record store day, $39.99. Chad, if you don't want it, Buddy Cordova does, so that's sold to somebody. We got Ray Davies, Doc Watson, and the Hillbilly Moon Explosion by Beggar Steel, $24.99. Wow, there's only 4 records left in there. Mike can get the rest of those sold. Here's another empty tub. I'm going to throw it right over here. This is going to be really loud. And I'm going to throw the lid in it. Now I can get to this empty crate and stack it over here with the others. If y'all knew what this area behind me looked like, you'd see why I have to keep it under control. If I don't, things start getting really out of hand. Then I can't find records, and I can't find posters, and I can't find autographs, and I can't find new vinyl. All right, what is this next record here? Okay, that's like New Orleans type titles, maybe. There's not many like crates. So if we find a crate, it's either going to be like New Orleans, vintage classic rock, or maybe if there was a Laura there, you know, if she marked some of this like modern type stuff at great prices, like what's left in this crate, there's only going to be like 3 or 4 left. There is no such thing as a Laura crate to go through left over. That does not exist anymore because those pretty much sell out the first time we show them. Okay. So first thing we have is Chad passes. So Heilbronn. Heilbronn is sold to Buddy Cordova. And then Natasha said she'll take Hillbilly for $20. And that just leaves 2 records. Let's please try to get these sold. Ray Davies, Americana, a 2 LP, just $14.99. And Doc Watson, live at Club 47. Doc Watson, a 2 LP from 2018, $17.99. These are all Kiss cards that have to be sorted. Those are all Kiss cards. We sold a whole binder of amazing, cool, random lot earlier. let's try to find a great half off New Orleans and other crate. This might be a good one here. This has some like kind of classic rock maybe mixed in too, but I also see some other stuff in here as well. So yeah, let's do it. This is going to be probably another great half off crate to go through. Make sure this is the one I want to do. There's probably several options around here. And then I probably can find a $6.99 crate from back here. Yeah, that was, that's already a leftover half off crate, but that was one of the ones I went through at the end. Okay, so yeah, let's go through this one, just see what happens. So if you like kind of the odd and unusual, this may be your time. Yeah, I mean, there's other stuff in here too that I know. There's some stuff I don't know, so. Any offers on these last two? Any offers on these last two? Would you do 12 on Doc Watson? Sell that to Kristen for 12. You got it. Now we just need one person on the Ray Davies Kinks album. If not, I'm going to slip it right over here and we'll run across it another time at another night. But it was a 2 LP, just $14.99. Kiss cards. I have plenty of Kiss cards. I mean a lot. And I'm going to try to see how many sets I have. And then if I don't have, if I can't put together these sets, we're just going to sell them off later. They're probably not going to be sold tonight because I have them everywhere. Okay? We have them everywhere. I've got a bunch of them. Is this ruler significant? Houston bookbinding. Oh, that's just a binder. I thought that was I thought maybe it was a ruler with some kind of provenant advertisement on it. Yeah, I mean, some of these modern ones I might go ahead and sell, but these here, that's possibly the original. I bet I could put together several sets and sell them like that. So let me just put this over here in my to-do pile, which is pretty crazy, honestly. Because I know there's more right there. There's more right here. I know we have a waiting list for these, so let me try to find this. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and bring over this half-off crate. Okay? Let's do it. What time is it? 10:51. So here's Ray Davies. We have 12, sticker price, and 12. So Natasha, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Kathy. Nobody else on Sealed Dolly CDs for 5. That's okay. I'll put them right back over here. I got that box empty, though. Are you really going to put together card sets? I will if these binders are in order. I think they're in order over here. That's the good thing about these sheets. If they're all mixed, heck no. I'm not going to have time for that. But I've also got all these, so I probably could do it pretty quickly. I've got a tub with about 20 of these clear cases like this. See these? I've got a tub with about 20 cases, these clear, and I think a lot of these are in order. Let's see, these are in pretty good shape too. Are these numbered? Hopefully they're numbered. Yeah, they're numbered on the front. Okay. Yeah, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Yeah, so I probably already have a bunch, and then I can assemble it and then say we got a whole one there. So, all right, there's that. What about these Elvis cards? We might can go ahead and sell these. I think I got Elvis, but I know in the back there's a tub, a small clear tub, and I've got about 20 of these snap cases full of Kiss, Batman, and other stuff like that. All right, here's Elvis. Collect all 66 cards. Boy, this is a 100 snap case, isn't it? Let's see. These are pretty clean. Wow, these are pretty nice here. Let's see. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 30, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a complete set. That is the Elvis, was a 1978 Elvis cards. Complete set. 1978 Elvis cards, complete set. How much? How much? I don't know. $25 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay, first thing in here is Diamond Dogs. About the hardest nut to crack. That is a sealed glam record from Sweden. $10 on that. $10 on that. Steve Mason said, Chad is not selling, so I'm going to bed. Wow. What a bold statement. Over here, we have the following. This is a soundtrack to the film Cherry, Apple Original Music. Music by Henry Jackman. Sealed on red vinyl, $7.50. We have The Bread Makers, The Night and the Moon Forgot to Rise, 1994. So you're going to be hearing a lot of years, countries, and genres. Here's how this works. That's the year the record was made, not the year the music was made. This is the country it was made in, not the country the band's from, and this is the genre, not where it was recorded. It was not recorded in a garage. So this is 1994. It's from Australia, made in Australia, and it's a garage album. It's The Bread Makers for $10. Natasha on Diamond Dogs. And by the way, that Ray Davies record did go to Kathy Dumas, and that was sticker price, okay? So that's sold to her. Todd Saw has the high bid on the Elvis cards, all 66 Elvis cards. He has the high bid for $25. 1 second, please. Okay, next is Brian Call on the Bread Makers, and that officially filled up this crate. So now I'm in a great stopping point because I'm going to push these back here. Now we can start a fresh new crate. Incredible. Incredible. Let's sell everything in here. Next thing is Drive-In, Shotgun Eddie, and the Ravers. That is a 1985 Swiss import rockabilly album, $10. $10 on that. Also, we have Terry and the Hot Socks, Shake Well, 1983. Swiss import rockabilly. This looks like some stuff Paul marked. $7.50. Sojourner, Wings Like an Eagle. Sojourner is 1979. Private press. That means it wasn't on really a label. That means they just had this they basically they funded this themselves. It's a private pressing. And then they distribute them themselves. $12.50. Todd, you've been outbid on the Elvis cards. Those are now at $26 with Leslie. Apple Core, Behind the Tier. That's a 1979 U.S. Power Pop sealed for $15. Rediker, Mental Health, sealed 1985 Canadian press folk rock, $5. Brian Call says he'll take both rockabillys. That was these two and these two, $10 and $7.50. So to Brian Call and so to Brian Call. There's this, there's that. And the next one was this, which is Mark Lee. This is called Rudoin Ron Valley, 1996. It's garage, alternate rock psych. They couldn't make up their minds. $7.50. That sounds interesting. Justin Tyler, Nightfall, 1980. It's a private press. It's a rock album from 1980, sealed. Justin Tyler, $15. Challengers, Country. That's 1976, also a private press. It's country, $5. Elvis is at $35 with Todd Saw. String Beans, King of the Trash, or King of Trash. String Beans, made in 1990. It's a Finnish import. It's a psychobilly album. String Beans, $10. Psychobilly. The Prime Movers, 1985, Garage Punk, $7.50. I Ragazzi del Sole, 1982. It's a reissue of a beat record that originally came out in 1966, $12.50. So George Scherer, you're out on the Elvis cards. Leslie, you're out on the Elvis cards. Next is Swamps, Kitano Hombre. And Swamps is made in 2016. It's a garage album, $10. Brian Call on String Beans. That was the Psychobilly. That's so to Brian Call for $10. Brian Call also on the Garage Punk. That was this one right here, the Prime Movers. So to Brian Call. Elvis cards are at $37. We have officially an auction on our hands. Green on Red. Here come the Shakers, the Snakers, the what? The Snakes. Green on Red. made in 1989, a U.S. pressing. It's alternate rock, green on red. I'm familiar with them. $12.50. Alpha Waves, Locust, 1976, UK Funk, a funk album. Alpha Waves, $10. And this is Crusaders, Never Grow Up, Crusaders of Love. That is a garage power pop sealed for $7.50. Patrick Lear on Alpha Waves, sold. Next auction or next update. Elvis is at $37. Leslie, if you're done bidding, let me know. Todd says he's done. We're about to sell it to George Sheriff for $37. Next is C6 Steve, Doghouse Music. 2006 sealed, $17.50. Leroy Jody Pearson, Rusty Nail. 1988 U.S. Electric Blues, $7.50. And the Shamrocks. The Shamrocks is a 60s Swedish beat group. This was reissued in 1985, 2 LP comp, $12.50. Leslie's back in on Elvis at $39. George Sheriff, you've been outbid. Natasha on C. And that was Crusaders of Love. That is sold to Natasha Pickett. Half off crate, a lot of bizarre and interesting stuff here. That's what we call the New Orleans collection. Next is Doobie Twisters, Rocket Pocket. That's an 81 finish press. It's a blues album, and it's on blue vinyl. $15. That one must demand pretty good money. That means that originally was marked $29.99 by Fair Discogs comps. Just saying. Okay, over here, the Elvis cards go back to George Sheriff. The Shamrocks is sold to Brian Call. Patrick Lear on Rocket, and the Elvis cards are at $41. The C6 Steve, that was Doghouse Music, sealed, $17.50, a 2006 original. Jim B is punching in the numbers to see if he can pay next month's mortgage. We have the Flesh Tones, Beachhead. The Flesh Tones, it's a 2006 Italian import. That's a garage album on blue vinyl for $15. Blue vinyl for $15. Leslie, you're back out on the Elvis cards. That's a complete set from 1978. Really nice condition. I mean, pretty nice corners, nice and white. Complete set there. Over here, we got Jungle Fever, Maja Thurup. And that's a 2011 French psychobilly punk record, EX, $5. How about new music for electronic and recorded media? That is a 77 US VG. The note from Paul says, plays great. I don't have a genre for you, but it's $17.50. Adam Bernardi on the Flesh Tone, sold. It's up to Leslie on the Elvis cards. And we have the Neat Beats, Japan's newest singing discovery. The Neat Beats. This is a Japanese garage album from 2001, $9. $5 on Rockabilly. That was $5 Rockabilly. That was, and then John Durden put, Jungle. Well, either way, he's first on this, then Brian Call, and then, so John, then Brian, and then Larry, okay? And now the Elvis cards are at $42. And then we have the Rockin' Devils, a rare 66 US mono, a Mexican beat garage surf album. That means it's now just $35, half off of $69.99. The Rockin' Devils. Looks like a VG cover. Vinyls EX, $35 on that. Hang on to your persistence. Cochrane. Tom Cochrane, a 74 Canadian import, VG Plus, $7.50, and the Fugs. The Fugs is a 67 US, VG Plus, $7.50. Adam Bernardi on the Rockin' Devils, big discount on that, nice grab. And Sweet Thursday. Sweet Thursday with Nicky Hopkins. Yep, Paul was on the same wavelength as I was. 69 US, VG Plus, $7.50. C6C, Jim B says, I can buy this and pay next month's mortgage. You got it. That is sold to Jim B. Thank you on that. Leslie's back out on the Elvis cards. Next over here, I got Allen Ginsberg, First Blues. That's an 83 US. It has a promo. It is a promo marked album with a newsprint insert. VG Plus, $12.50 on Allen Ginsberg. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to put up some 45s right here for bid. I'm going to do a big lot of 80s picture sleeves, okay? Big lot of 80s picture sleeves. Danger Zone from Top Gun. John Schneider, Them Good Old Boys Are Bad from, of course, the Dukes of Hazzard, John Schneider, Julio Iglesias, Willie Nelson, Jackson Brown, Bruce Springsteen, We Built This City on Rock and Roll Starship, Heaven is a Place on Earth, Islands in the Stream, Juice Newton, Shaka Khan, and Lionel Richie. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 singles there for a $10 start. That is now up for bid, okay? The Elvis cards are a final call to George Sheriff for 45. Everybody else, including Leslie, says they're done. Those 11 singles, a $10 start. We have ZZ Hill, 84 US sealed for $10. Also, we have Wooden Tit, Return to Cinder. Wooden Tit is a 2006 Garage Punk sealed for $10, and Nancy Sinatra, Like I Do. This is actually an unofficial compilation from 1990, $12.50. John, you've been outbid on the 45s. They're now at 10. This is a compilation. The note from Paul says, cool comp from 2000. It has, these are the tracks, Bright Eyes, Wee Turtles, yeah, Essex Green, Dressy Bessie, Elf Power, $7.50 on that. Brian Call on Wooden Tit. That's so to Brian Call. And first, John Durden says, details on Tit. This is Wooden Tit, Return to Cinder. It's a 2006 Garage Punk, sealed for $10. If you want it, it's yours. If not, it's so to Brian Call. Eric Van Leuven first on the compilation. Now the 45s are at 20. Todd Saw, you've been outbid. John Durden's out. And then the Elvis cards are sold to George Sheriff for $45. Natasha was next on the compilation. Over here, we got Geno Washington and the Ram Jam Band. That's an 88 compilation, a 60s funk soul artist. 60s funk soul artist, $7.50. Brian Call, you do end up with Return to Cinder by Wooden Tit. The 45s are at $21. This is Bruce freaking Lee. Bruce freaking Lee is the Mad Mongols. It's a 94 Psychobilly EP for $10. Adam Bernardi on a Ram Jam. Somebody asked about ZZ Hill. ZZ Hill is sealed $10. What genre is ZZ Hill? He kind of goes underneath the big genre of blues. Some people put him under that Zydeco sometimes. The 45s are at 21. What happened to Ram Jam? This right here, that's so to Adam Bernardi. First thing that came to my mind was Whoa Black Betty, Bam the Lamb. We have the Ringlets Trio Rocks. That is a 1990 Rockabilly album, a white vinyl, $10. Brian Call says he'll take Bruce freaking Lee. That's so to Brian Call. And the E-Tops live at the Rainbow Ballroom, 1966. So this is a 1998 U.S. release of a garage band being recorded, a live concert from 1966, $7.50. It's up to Chad Sauls on the 45s. The newest high bid is $21. What else could we put up for auction over here? What else could we possibly be putting up for auction? Let's see here. I really need to make sure Grog is watching when I put these up. These are from Fred Goodwin's personal library. They're all vintage baseball books, okay? Very quickly, random auction lot here. 1963 Major League Baseball Handbook. Sport, formal biographies of the following people. Major League Baseball, 1970. World Encyclopedia of Baseball through 1960. Baseball Stars of 1961. World Encyclopedia of World Series Encyclopedia. So there's two of them in there. And then Baseball's a Funny Game by Joe Gargiulola. And then the Bob Allison story. So what do we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 baseball books, $15 start. Baseball books, $15 start. 45s, 22, now 23. Brian Call on the Ringlets. Adam Bernardi says he will take the ZZ Hill. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Rough, Raw, and Amazing. That's Don Van Vliet, Captain Beefheart, live in 1972, a record store day numbered on yellow vinyl for $12.50. The 3 o'clock, halfway there, an 85 promo 12-inch Psych album or Psych single. $5 on the 3 o'clock, half the way there. Also, the baseball books have a bid for $15. X-Wing, you're out on the 45 lot. Highway Child, Rick Neufeld, sealed for $7.50. We've got King Fuzz, Davy Allen, and the Arrows. That's a soundtrack, 1989. That's a reissue from a soundtrack from the 60s, I'm pretty sure. $12.50. Michael Freiberger on the 3 o'clock. It's up to X-Wing on the 45s. It's up to anybody else on the baseball books. George Scherer has them for $15. And then what was the Allen Ginsberg title? That was called First Blues. 83 U.S. promo, VG Plus $12.50. William Drugovich on King Fuzz. Davy Allen and the Arrows, classic. Look at this cover. The Primitive Finks Cave Party. That is sealed, $15. 2018 Horror Rock Surf, $15 on the Primitive Finks. Johnny Burnett's Rock and Roll Trio and their Rockin' Memphis Friends, or the Rockin' Friends from Memphis. Johnny Burnett, $12.50. Stephen Parton on the Finks. I've lost X-Wing on the 45s. I'm got to sell them pretty cool. This is Vibrating Egg, an 88 site garage EP for $5. Vibrating Egg. Lattimore. Lattimore is a 73 US. That's VG plus $10. And Todd Rundgren's Utopia. Todd Rundgren is actually a white label promo, $7.50. Bill Moss and the Celestial, Solid Rock, 71 U.S. Gospel Funk Soul, VG $7.50. William Drugovich on the Vibrating Egg, sold. Brian Call's second on that one. A Olive Oil, that's the name of the group. Olive Oil is a 2009 electronic hip-hop abstract, VG plus $7.50. Chad Smith on Ginsberg, sold. Done on that one. Lisa just came in. If that was a buzzer beater, she would have won the award. She just bid 25 on those singles. Chad, I was waiting for X-Wing, but now Lisa's at 24. Details on JB, please. Johnny Burnett's Rock and Roll Trio. This is in mono, a tribute to Johnny and Dorsey Burnett, $12.50. So, I guess it's the actual Johnny Burnett original recordings, you know, like Tear It Up and I'm trying to make sure if it's not like re-recorded though by these people paying tribute to them. I think that's might be, but I don't really know. Or maybe it's just a tribute album. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. But that's what it says. It is in mono, though. Chad's out, and then Utopia and the Next Soul record. So he's talking about this one here. So Adam Bernardi gets these two. All right, so Lisa, I'm going to sell you these for $24, and I'm going to sell George Scherer all the baseball books for $15. All right, let me go put these in here on the sold table. And I got more stuff like this coming up. All right, I'm going to put those there, and I'm going to put those there. I've done this kind of weird over here, G. We have this row, then the picks, and then that. And then I'm about to start a new row behind all that. Do you believe in magic? Okay, next thing in here is this. American Rockabilly Volume 1. That's a compilation, Rockabilly Comp $12.50. We have Mo Rock, Babyface Willet. That's in G condition for $7.50. I bet that in high grade demands pretty good money. It's a 64 US mono soul jazz, $7.50 on that. And Buffalo G, a 2000 UK 12-inch promo Euro House, $5 on that. So the next lot of singles, what have I done with those? Hello, it's me. I've thought about you for a long, long time. And something dump da dum bum 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 bum. Hello, it's me. All right, here we go. How many did we have in that last bin? Like 11 or 12? Let's see what we can do here. Let's see what we can do here. We have Christopher Cross, The Fix, Merle Haggard, the Thompson Twins, the Beach Boys, Starship. That's an empty sleeve. Nope, there's that's what goes with it. Madonna, Men Without Hats, Heart. Let's see how many that was. So we have Heart, Who Will You Run To, Men Without Hats, Pop Goes the World, Madonna, Crazy For You, Beauty and the Beast, The First Time I Loved You, Lisa and Jelly, I think, Starship, Sarah, Beach Boys, Get Your Back, Thompson Twins, Get That Love, Merle Haggard, I Can't Be Myself, The Fix, Are We Ourselves, and I Will Survive. This is Christopher Cross This is I Will Take You Forever, okay? So these are going to go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10 start on those 45s, mostly in picture sleeves. Got a little bit of a dog ear going on these, but they will flatten out. Over here, we got Seal Johnson, the Love Chimes, VG Plus $6. Hell Ride, making out with fire. Hell Ride, a 2000 Garage Punk, EX $9 on that. Pam's in on the 45s at 10. We got Shotgun, Dallas Delasian Rock, 2014 Rock, VG Plus $10. Now, these hadn't been cleaned. They hadn't really been looked at too closely. John usually does a preliminary search. They might need the dust knocked off of them, and that's it. Just FYI. And then we have the Big Old Nasty Get Down Volume 1, a 2015 Purple Swirl Funk Soul, $17.50, and Bloodshot Bill, all messed up. Bloodshot Bill's $11.50. William Drugovich on Hell, and then Brian, and then Ron. Now, that was a great New Orleans crate there. A lot of cool stuff. We've sold about half of it. Let's try to sell the other half if we can. Some very interesting stuff in here. Some stuff I'm surprised didn't get grabbed the first time. Those are at 10 and now 12. William Drugovich on BB for Bloodshot Bill. And I think some people hopped on a little bit later, so let's go ahead and run through these one more time, okay? And then first thing I have is the following. The soundtrack to Cherry, which is an Apple, I guess, movie or series, sealed on red vinyl for $7.50. Sojourner, that was sealed for $12.50. I have Apple Core, sealed for $15. Next was Rediker Mental Health, sealed for $5. This was Mark Lee, that was Alternate Rock Psych for $7.50. Next thing is Justin Tyler Nightfall, sealed for $15. We have Challengers, $5. Over here was Iragazi de Soul, $12.50 on that one. And Swamps is sealed for $10. Green on Red is sold to Adam Bernardi. Everybody wants to see the 45s again. First, here's Leroy Jody Pearson, $7.50. And New Music for Electronic and Recorded Media, VG $7.50. This is Christopher Cross. Christopher Cross. Why do I have trouble reading that one? It's weird looking. I Will Take You Forever. Christopher Cross, The Fix Are We Ourselves. Merle Haggard, I Can't Be Myself. Thompson Twins, Get That Love. Beach Boys, Get Your Back. Starship Sarah, The First Time I Loved You Forever from Beauty and the Beast. Madonna, Crazy for You. Men Without Hats, Pop Goes the World, and Heart, Who Will You Run To? Here's been the bids on these. Here's the bids. 10, 12, and 12. This is being led by Michael Freinberger. Pam Murray's out, and so is Lisa Marachi. Final call. We're going to sell those quickly. I need y'all to bid so fast your fingers are on fire. Eric Van Leuven gets New Music. That's sold to him for $17.50. Also, we have the Neat Beats. That was EX $9. We have Hang On to Your Persistence, VG Plus $7.50. The Fugs is VG Plus $7.50. Sweet Thursday was VG Plus $7.50 with Nikki Hopkins. An unofficial Nancy Sinatra comp for $12.50. The E-Tops was $7.50. Chad's in on the singles at $14. Lisa, you're still out. You immediately tied him. We have Rough, Raw, and Amazing, $12.50. We have Highway Child, sealed for $7.50. Michael Freiberger's in on the singles at $16. Lattimore's VG Plus $10. This is Olive Oil, VG Plus $7.50. Brian Call on Riggs. He meant Fugs. Fugs is sold to Brian Call. Next thing over here is Johnny Burnett's Rock and Roll Trio, $12.50. American Rockabilly Volume 1, Rockabilly Comp, $12.50. DJ Not So Good on Best Eats. Best Eats. Did you mean the Neat Beats? He did. DJ Not So Good on the Neat Beats. Nancy was $12.50. Now those 10 singles are at $20. Mo Rock, Babyface Willet, G, $7.50. Buffalo G, We're Really Saying Something, EX $5. We have Seal Johnson, VG Plus $6. Shotgun, Delasian Rock, I guess as in Dallas, and that is numbered to 500. Number 12 of 500, VG Plus $10. Now those are at 22. And then what about this interesting one? What a cover. The Big Old Nasty Get Down Volume 1, which is on purple vinyl. It's a funk soul album. VG Plus, $7.50. I forgot to take these Dolly CDs and Elvis cards in here, so let me go do that right quick. Might have got this stuff out of order. I'll put it right there. Okay. Now I'm going to start a new row. Fly into the danger zone. All right. George Scherer says he called nasty. You did earlier. You did. George Scherer got nasty. George, I apologize. I scrolled just back up and saw you there. You were between all the hell comments. You got overwhelmed by hell. And then we have Chad Sauls, you were next. So the singles are at 22 with Michael Freiberger. Chad, you're out, and Lisa, you're out. They're at 22, okay? We'll do another lot as soon as those sell. Anybody else? The far as bundling these, I really can't get them like crazy cheap because they're still recent technically, and they're just kind of unusual. These kind of take a little bit more time to sell, a little bit more time to, you know, maybe I can do a video one morning and say, hey, this is all rockabilly for $9.99, and this is all psychobilly and garage. We did that one time. At one time when we got like 15,000 records from New Orleans, we started sorting by genre, and we was like, every garage album in here, $6.99. And of course we had some people get on just to buy it, and they didn't even know what kind of music it was. They knew it was garage, but they're willing to take a chance, okay? And over here we got 24 and Lando 1982 on Ragazzi di Sol. And that's so to Lando 1982. That was the I remember that one somewhere in here. That was that early? Nope, maybe it's near here at the end. Seal, Buffalo, Rockabilly, Burnett, Lattimore, Captain Beefheart, Sweet Thursday. What the heck happened to that one? Ah, this right here. Yes. The 1992 reissue from the Rare Beat record. Yes, that's so to Landon. Thank you. All right. That's done. Okay, now the singles are at 25. And Nasty Funk. I called Nasty Funk Nasty. Good. Okay, so there's that. Let me go through all the no bids so far tonight. Okay, and the first thing was George Strait, If You Ain't Lovin', You Ain't Livin'. Very quickly before I get into another crate, George Strait's $45. And I actually had that stickered, but we went ahead and decided to try it for auction. It's a super clean copy, $45 for George Strait. The next thing I have was a lot of autographs, and it's mostly the same person. I think we're down to all Kingston Trio or John Stewart's. These are just $25, and they're already JSA authenticated. So far as his solo album, John Stewart, Cannons in the Rain, $25. Also, Kingston Trio, signed by John Stewart, $25. John Stewart, Fire in the Wind, $25. John Stewart, Dream Babies Go Hollywood, $25. The songs of John Stewart and Buffy Ford. And then this is signed by Bob Shane, also of the Kingston Trio, $25. This one's signed by John Stewart and Bob Shane, but it's personalized to Fred. That's $25. And the only thing that's not John Stewart or Bob Shane was Streets. And this is called Crimes in Mind with Hop Sticker, $15 on that one. Brian Call wanted the Rockabilly comp. This is right here. Now, I'm going to see if anybody wants to do a bundle deal on these. If not, they're going to go into this morning's, tomorrow morning's, possibly some of these in tomorrow morning's flip video. And I know they're going to get grabbed there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So 22 records. 22 records. And if somebody wants to go ahead and say, I'll take them, Chad, $115. So 115 divided by 22 comes out to $522 a piece. That's my price. If not, a little bit longer, I'll probably get 2 or 3 times that much. But right now, we'll clear out the whole crate for $115. That's just a little over 5 a piece. Paul comped all these from Discogs. Probably whatever they're marked is pretty dang fair. 15. Don Van Vliet, 25. The E-Types, 15. The Nancy Sinatra, $12.50. Okay, what's in the singles? X-Wing, I lost you on the last lot. This has Christopher Cross, The Fix, Merle Haggard, Thompson Twins, Beach Boys, Starship, Beauty and the Beast, Madonna, Men Without Hats, and Heart. Over here, this is a final question, and this is at $27. John Kaiser says he'll take the bundle. This is sold to John Kaiser for $115. They're all sold. Done. Everything in there's left. And then Pam has asked about a punk album. These just all sold. And then Chad Smith, everything in the half-off crate's always half off, no more, no less. and that already sold already for $17.50. No problem, X-Wing. I have a feeling. I know some of y'all work at night, and when I lose y'all, I'm like, well, their boss must have come around the corner. Their boss must have walked around the corner, and they dropped their phone, and they're like, oh, crap. Hey, how are you doing, sir? Good. You get those reports done, Johnson? Oh, yeah, those reports are done. Sure, yeah. Sorry, Chad, what was the last bid on that lot? Johnson, get those reports done? Yeah, I bid $25. I mean, yeah, I got them done. I forgot who told me one night, he said, I'm security in like a building, and he says, I just sit in a chair all night and just watch you, Chad. That's why I like it when you go to 2 or 3 a.m. He said, I literally am just sitting there looking at monitors all night. All right, so X-Wing has them for 28, final call. Boy, I need to find a Jon Stewart fan. I can hook you up with some autographs. I've got more Fred stuff to dig out. I'm going to put those out in the store probably. And how about we do another one? I would love to knock out a whole nother crate like that, both half off, and then maybe try to bundle what doesn't get sold. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go to a new level, just like the Pantera song. Dun, 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 dun. Spit on, pissed on, and on. Here we go. New wall. Okay, X-Wing, you get these for $28. Thank you. I'm going to keep doing lots like this for auction. Hope y'all are ready. A new level. Oh, Matt is the boss, or Brandon is the boss. All right, Don Henley, Dirty Laundry. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. Bon Jovi, Love is the War. No sleeve for that one. Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us. This is not the Bangles. This is the Kid, Sesame Street. Bangles, Let It Go and Be With You. Def Leppard, Rocket, Def Leppard, Have You Ever Needed Someone So Bad? Are we near 10? How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then let's do Europe, and that was Carrie. And then here's Warrant, I Saw Red. And let's do 1 more, 2 more. There is Shout by Tears for Fears. Rick James, Dance With Me, Part 1 and Part 2. And I had all those empty sleeves from earlier. These are all empty sleeves. No records. Autograph by Linda Carlisle, Kenny and Dolly, John Waite. $15 start. I've added a lot more in this one. $15 start on these. I know they're going to get there anyway, so $15 start. Okay, those are up for bid. Do the color. No, they don't. When we order these, they have green, black, red, gray, blue, and then we started getting neon orange and neon green. So no significance. Except when it's Christmas time, I just put Christmas records in green and red. Where's the cassette box with the quarter cassettes? Well, the problem with this empty mat would have to be shipping it. It's got a really cool Iron Maiden sticker on it, though. Seventh son of a seventh son. It's got some damage. You might could harvest that sticker off of there, maybe. Cut it out or something. That's a killer sticker from Z-Rock, KKZR. I mean, the problem with this is shipping it. So, I mean, I would put it up for a $40 start because of, and we'll ship it just like this, I guess. But this is going to cost a lot extra to ship, so. But if you want to bid 40, I'll do it. I see Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked, Stryper, Queensryche, Nirvana, Typo Negative, Pink Floyd, Tom Petty, ZZ Top, Metallica, Alice in Chains, Cheap Trick, Heart, Styx, Judas Priest, a babe back there in a bikini, Cinderella, Anthrax, The Cult, $40. I will put it up for auction for $40, and you might be the only bidder. Can't just price it out like that. I never do that. But we'll say you have it for $40, and we'll do a quick auction on it. It's going to cost half that to ship it. The 45s are at $22. $28. No, that was X-Wing's last bid the last time. $22. All right, here's another half off bin. Final call, MT Matt, $40. I'm not going to give anybody time to bid. Going once, going twice, going twice, going 3 times. Next, half off crate. Kingpin, Skinny Pimp, King of the Players Ball. That's a 2023 on orange vinyl, $15. We got Early Dog, David Grissom, Grissman, David Griezmann. That is a 1980 US, $10. Also, Chronicles of the Kid, Aaron Jones, Blues Rock, $9. Another half off crate, no more, no less. Shasta and the Astral Caster, sealed. An 84 US OG AOR, sealed, $7.50. Over here, we have the Bloodhounds, Let Loose, sealed, $5. And we got Nikki Corvette and the Stingrays. Nikki Corvette is sealed, $17.50. The 45s have a new bid for $29. Adam Bernardi on Early Dog, David Griezmann. That's sold to Adam Bernardi, $10. MT Mac gets this cassette and all of them for $40. $40 sold to MT Mac. I did make it fair enough where somebody had a chance to bid. MT Matt, thank you for asking. Probably I would have never even put those up, or sometimes those things get discarded because I sometimes don't know if people want them or not, but thank you on that. And then over here, Curtis is out. Patty has these at $29. That's a final call on that 45 lot. We have Lost Plantronics. That's a 2001 Garage Marachi Surf. Listen to this. Half off, $59.99. That's $30. $30 on that one. And the Bell Rays, have a little faith. The Bell Rays, half off of $74.99. Jim B just fell out of his couch. That means that's $17.50. Jim B is falling out of his couch. Diet Mountain Dew just went everywhere. His cats are running around screaming. Wife is coming in yelling at him. Wants to know what the heck's going on. She's trying to sleep. There's chaos. Domestic violence, all because this is a half off crate and it's all Jim B's fault. Jim B, I hope we don't want anything like that going on, okay? Those are not laughing matters. Cats running around screaming because he spilled Diet Mountain Dew all over them. We don't want any domestics going on at your house. Let's just all try to remain really, really calm and just keep a cool, okay? I'm going to go ahead and get these parfaits of mine out of the fridge because it's like nearly frozen. And I was trying to eat one last night. It was so cold it didn't even taste good. So I'm getting these parfaits and strawberries out of the fridge. I have got me a Monster Energy drink. I've got a lot of work here to do. We got a dump trailer out in front of the store now. The big box trailer got moved. And I got a lot of stuff to throw away. Empty boxes from the dollar sales. We got to get all that stuff off the sidewalk. Holy moly. All right, here we go. Let's see what happened. Jim B, you're gonna have a warrant on you before long. You know, let's see here. Let me read what this says. I got sent a book over here from somebody. All right, here we go. Let me see. We put a very rare. Hey, somebody did make. I mean, could you send me 45? Yeah, we found a really rare 45 and the new stuff we just got. 2 people want to hear a sound clip. Anybody interested? The Inter Circle, the Pusher. We got it on Discogs for $1,500. One hadn't sold on eBay in 5 years. And they've never sold on Discogs. And I think 3 200 or 300 people have it in their want list. So I don't know if that's for anybody watching, but it's a super rare funk single. Pretty cool record. All right, here we go, and let's see what's going on. So the first thing, since I walked away, sorry, I had to go get a Monster, had to go talk about Diet Mountain Dew. Nat Reynolds put Skinny Pimp, okay? And then Jim B was, no, he put Kingpin. Yeah, that's the same thing. So Nat, you were first, then Jim B. Lisa bid $30 on these singles, which outbid Patty. Patty had it for $29. Then Jim B put BR, and BR was for the Bell Rays. Then DJ Not So Good. And then Patty bid $31. And then Lisa's out. Patty has those for back to the half off stuff. Here we go. We got Clem Psycho Twisted. 1958-64 Italian Wacky Rock and Roll Twist Slop Shake. Sealed. This is tracks. This is a 2011 music from 58 to 64. One more reminder in case anybody's just hopping on. Year is year of manufacture, not the year of the music. Sometimes it is the year of the music, but year is year of manufacture. And then, well, that was not a good example. Hold on a second. Here we go. Marty Wilde, Rock and Roll, 1970 UK. This is the country of manufacture, and sometimes we put the genre. This is rock. Marty Wilde, Rock and Roll is $10. That's pretty self-explanatory. All right, Patty gets this lot of 45s for $31. I've got more. Let's do some more lots like that. I can do these all night long. A lot of these could be $6.99. A lot of them should be $6.99. I'm just trying to empty some of these boxes over here as I work on this endless pursuit of cleaning up Colecco. Okay, it's an endless pursuit of cleaning up Colecco. Here's some more right quick. Bon Jovi. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's also my motto. Bon Jovi again, She Don't Know Me. We got El DeBarge, Who's Johnny. We have Scandal, The Warrior. We got more Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith. I Wish Every Day Could Be Like Christmas. We got Fleetwood Mac, Can't Go Back, and Love and Stone. We got Fleetwood Mac, Hold Me, and Eyes of the World. Fleetwood Mac, Sky's the Limit. And The Second Time, that's from their 1990 album. Fleetwood Mac again, Gypsy and Hold Me. Those are two great ones. And then Divinyls, Follow Through and I Touch Myself. All those for a $10 start, okay? More 45s, $10 start. Let's do some half off. Cheesy Girls, Come On Up and Rock With Me. That is an unofficial French compilation female artist. I was about to say, that's Mae West on the cover. You asked to go upstairs like you're Mae West. That is $12.50 on Cheesy Girls. The Fine Lines, that's a 2004 US Rock, $7.50. And The Baker Skateboarders EP. What does that say? Yeah, the Skateboards EP. That is $15. $15 on that one. 45s is at 10. 45s is at 18. Test 1, 2. Is my sound going in and out? Now, I walked up front a second ago, but I should be good now. I did walk up front. Cheesy Girl, so did DJ Not So Good. We also got Sick Alps, and this is called Cheese on Top. Sick Alps is a 2013 rock EP, $7.50 on that. And John Schooley and his one-man band, that's 2006 Rock Blues, sealed for $10. And then what was the Bell Rays Go Clear version? Sorry, domestic violence charge threw me off. What was the Bell Rays? The Bell Rays that you bought was sealed 2006 US. It's maybe on gold or purple. Maybe on gold or purple. Maybe on gold or purple. The Rockin' Guys, it's 2000 Rockabilly, $10 on that. And Dispo Maxi, 1 Too Many, 1982 Sockabilly, green with splatter, just $20 on this one. John Durden, you're out on the 45s. They went from 10, and Chad Saul's bid 18. So I want to make sure you're done, John. If so, I'll go ahead and sell them to Chad for 18. Next is 50-foot combo, Chint Gent BXL. 50-foot combo is sealed, a surf rockabilly album, $12.50. The Whales, Fishbelly White. The Whales is an 87 Rock, $5. Lisa's in at 19. John's out, but Lisa's in at 19. So now, Chad, you've been outbid. Next is Los Correos, All Pre on Santa Les Something Something. 2001 alternate rock, $12. Now Chad's out. Lisa, these are sold to you for 19 bucks. Thank you on that. Lisa, Sad Lisa. That's a Cat Stevens song. Lisa. Thank you on that. That is sold. Let's do this next stack over here. All right, so here is the next little handful. We got Debbie Gibson, Shake Your Love, David Lee Roth. That's the one, That's Life, and I think that's the version in Spanish. We have Ringo Starr, that is Only You. Boston, I Need Your Love, and We Can Make It. Also, we got Belinda Carlisle, I Never Wanted a Rich Man, and Mad About You. You too, Spanish Eyes, and I Still Have Not Found What I'm Looking For. Animotion, Turn Around. Loverboy, loving every minute of it. I'm Walking on Sunshine. That's Katrina and the Waves. Studio, he's got a big blue mark across his forehead. Crumbling Down, that's John Cougar. And Samantha Fox, Confession, and I Only Want to Be With You. All those right there for a $15 start. How many's there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. $15 start, okay? Next is more something. What does this say? $7.50. More Jane. I remember this. Mary Jane. I had trouble with that the last time. Mary Jane, $7.50. John Durden's in on the singles at 16. Anyone find the Lost Platonics on Discogs? This one back here, that was sealed for $30. Probably why Jim B hadn't bought it, because he can't figure out if he can double his money on it or not. $30 for Lost Platonics. Also, we have for $6.50. Harry Deal and the Galaxies, At the Beach, $6.50. Bob Clifford and the Hepcats, Hot Rock. That is EX, $11.50. This is Heavy the World, Squashed Globe, live in Hawaii. $19.99 Hard Rock, $7.50. This is the old Boo-Hoos, 87 Alternate Rock, EX, $9. And we have Hellsuckers, Everything Sucks Except Rock and Roll, EX for $9. $19.99 Japanese Garage Psychobilly, $9. Now the singles are at 17. John Durden's is out. Over here, we have Just Keep Taking the Pills, John Pollard, MD. This guy's telling you, pop those pills, folks. This is $7.50. Over here, Brother Oh Brother, Show Pony, 2017 Garage Psych, $17.50, and Deja Voodoo, Swamp of Love, 1986 Canadian Garage Psychobilly, $12.50. We have Dublé Zen, Lost Negativos, sealed, $7.50. Psych, 2015 Spain. Lisa has those singles at $17. That is a final call. William Drugovich on Deja Voodoo, sold to William Drugovich. Next over here is The Man Made Me Do It. The White Man Made Me Do It. Sealed, $10. OG 2014 Funk. Lost Tones, Psychotropic. This is sealed for $12.50. Holy River Family Band, Welcome to River House, 1998 US Psych, $10. Also, we have Nothing But the Youth, sealed, 2014 UK Garage Beat, $7.50. Nat Reynolds on White Man Made Me Do It. So to Nat Reynolds, and that was Swamp Dog. That means DJ was second. And Dan Milkwire's Broke Review, Bitterness, Spite, Rage, and Scorn, 2002 Garage, sealed, $12.50. All right, so this little stack here is sold to Lisa for $17. Let's see what else we can come up with. Thank you on those. Almost filled up a whole 8-foot white folding table full of miscellaneous tonight. Cassettes, 45s, cassettes, tons of magazines, binders full of sports cards, guitar picks, Funko pins, 45s, books, cassettes, 45s, and more 45s. That's what's in the miscellaneous table tonight. And then we're working on filling up our 7th crate of sold vinyl tonight. Wow. Dan Melquire, sold to William Drugovich. Next is The Cuts, 2/10, sealed for $5. And Flight, Dawn Dancer, South Korean reissue, $12.50. Let's see what other 45s we can put up right quick. That box is gone. We emptied that one. Have I been through these before? Some of these I may have not been through. I might need to legit wait and try to show some of these at $6.99, but if not, we'll go ahead and just do another lot here. I like the picture sleeve lots. Dead or Alive, Rod Stewart, Bonnie Tyler, Rod Stewart, John Travolta, We Are the World. A lot of 80s stuff in here. Corey Hart, The Jacksons, Ringo Starr, George Harrison, Air Supply. Here we go. Let's see, how many do we have here? That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perfect. All right, here we go. So here comes some more singles. First thing I have is Dead or Alive, and this is Brand New Lover, Rod Stewart, Broken Arrow, Bonnie Tyler, Holding Out for a Hero for Flashdance, Rod Stewart, Love Touch. This is John Travolta, Big Trouble, We Are the World, USA for Africa, Corey Hart, I Am By Your Side, The Jacksons, Torture, You're 16, Ringo, Got My Mind Set on You, George Harrison, and Air Supply, Making Love Out of Nothing at All. $15 start on those. Let's finish up the half-off stuff. And we have Real Eyes. That is sealed for $25. It's an 81 private press hard rock prog album. Half off of $50, $25. Sentenced, Live Em Nas, Scheller and the Slow Propeller, 83 German blues rock. How much? Just $5. Tailgaters, Tore Up, Texas Zydeco Blues, or Texas Blues / Zydeco, $5. Chad's in on those singles at $15. Chad's going to shake up this Monster Energy drink. Chad's about to shake up the sale. Chad may get into some posters this last hour. This may be the last crate of vinyl, and then we'll try to see what kind of miscellaneous we have over here. I don't know about y'all, but I love going through miscellaneous stuff. They have blocked in my cart. I had all kinds of, yeah, we need to go through this Fred Goodwin rack over here. Go through this Fred Goodwin rack over here and see what we can come up with. I know Landon's watching. That's good. That means we can sell a bunch of posters to Landon. Right, Landon? Anybody else? Any other poster buyers on? We started the feed about 5:30. That means it's going to end at, the Facebook feed ends at 1:30. I need to stop at 1 or earlier, but it's only 11:45. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. My bad, I had my mic off. How long, what was the last thing that I said? Real Life here is sold to Landon. Real Life is sold to Landon for $25. I love how Michael Ruttman sent the 3 dots to let me know he's watching. And then, sorry, my mic was off. And then Air Supply. Okay, so these singles are at 18. Lisa Marachi, you're out. What was the last thing I said? I don't remember. But let's go ahead and go through these. We got It's Me, Jimmy Lee. This is sealed to 79 US Rockabilly, $7.50. We have MFC Chicken, Solid Gravy, sealed, 2014 UK Garage, $5. No, what I was saying is I was hoping somebody was going to be here Saturday with all those posters landing, and Ed was going to text me and be like, hey, somebody here wants to make an offer on all these. And I'd be like, let them make an offer. But so I could clear off those tables, because I could fill those tables up with stuff to dig through. But my mom tells me people coming in now on a regular basis, digging through all those posters for $10 a piece. And I'm like, sell them. Sell them. I got thousands of them. Nicotina, Greatest Hits, sealed for $7.50. She's smoking. Her name is Nicotina. Over here, we got MFC. That's so the DJ Not So Good. The singles are at $22. Any auction, no bids? One, technically. Streets is $15. And George Strait is $45. All right. Next thing I have is Tame Impala live versions. Nice. $20 for Tame Impala, record store day exclusive. Also, Handmade Cities. This is Pellini, now just $30. That's some Laura stuff here. Zed, Desperation Blues Deluxe, sealed for $15. Adam Bernardi on Tame Impala. Also over here we have what? Chrysalis is VG. Uh-oh. Okay, sorry, I had to go to the hospital, but I'm back. Okay, I had to go to the hospital, but I'm back, and they said I'm okay. We have Chrysalis. This is a 68 US. The note on the back says Great Psych. $15 on that. And this is Bobby Caldwell from 1980, now just $20. Do what? Bobby Caldwell, now just $20. Do what? And then over here, the singles are at $26. Am I okay? I'm glad y'all care about me. I'm good to go. Now, hopefully one day that doesn't happen and I legitimately collapse, and then everybody's going to be like, do we need to call 911 and have them bust down the door up front? Okay. Okay, I'm good to go now, though. But, man, I felt like I was coughing up a lung there all of a sudden. Adam Bernardi got Chrysalis. The 48s are at $28. What did I just say? The 45s are at $28. Info on Zed. Desperation Blues Deluxe. That is Stoner Rock. Joshua, $15. Can you believe it? $15. Jim B wants Pellini. That is sold. And I didn't pull Chrysalis, did I? Chrysalis, I hadn't pulled that yet. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything after I went to the hospital. Adam Bernardi got Tame Impala. Chrysalis was sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Jim B on Pellini and Joshua Cross on Zed. Now the singles are at 30 and now they're at 32. Whew, golly. Man, this monster, maybe it hit something in my lower adumla oblongata valve. That's a part of your heart, your adumla oblongata valve. This monster went in there and said, attack, attack. So, where are we? We are in the middle of this crate, which is New Orleans. A lot of interesting stuff in here. We're doing half off, no more, no less. It's that easy. And I think it's worth just a quick recap because probably some people's been researching genres, researching titles. Jim B's making calculations financially. So we might read through these again and see what we can sell. Really, once again, something I can't bundle really cheap, but after we know everybody selected what they want individually, we'll see what happens, okay? We can see what happens. How much was Flight? Flight, and that was for Denise. Denise, $12.50. A 1994 South Korean reissue, $12.50. Okay, $12.50. Chad Sauls gets this stack of 45s for $32. Let's do another lot. Another lot-ola. Okay, big lot coming up. Big lots. They're now out of business. I used to go there all the time with my mother. Big Lots. Where's the rest of the box at? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's grab these and these. Oh, man. Forgot about some of these. Yep. Boom. Boom. How many do we have here? All right. Let's grab all these. So we got Eric Clapton, Lay Down Sally. Jessica, the Allman Brothers Band. Swing Out Sister, Breakout. Christine McVie, Love Will Show Us. Hal, Billy Joe, You're Only Human. Eddie Money, I Want to Go Back. From Climax, or by Climax, Man Size Love, Dancing on the Ceiling, Lionel Richie. Let's grab a few more. Let's grab a few more over here. What's also next in here? Next in here is, let's see here. We got Rick Astley. It Would Take a Strong Man. Nice. The Heat Is On from Beverly Hills Cop. Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me. And let's do one more. Toto, Stranger in Town. All those for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Those are now up for bid. Let's see what I've left off. And over here, we have Denise also doing financial calculation. Chad's what's up with the cards. These are KISS cards that I've got to see if we have a complete set here. I've got various KISS cards and binders, various KISS cards and books, and I'm going to flip through them tonight, and if I can put some of them together, we'll auction them tomorrow. But right now, they're not for sale because I think we have several complete sets, and I want to put them all together. So this entire stack of 45s, once again, a $15 start. So quickly, Toto, Stevie Nicks, from Beverly Hills Cop, Glenn Fry, Rick Astley, Lionel Richie, Climax, Eddie Money, Billy Joe, Kristen McVie, Swing Out Sister, Allman Brothers, and Eric Clapton. Those are all going to go up. But Chad, they will be for sale very soon. We may just put them in lots randomly, okay? If not, we'll sell them as sets. Chronicles of the Kid, Aaron Jones, Blues Rock, $9. Shasta and the Astral Caster, sealed, $7.50. The Bloodhounds, Let Loose, sealed, $5. Nikki Corvette and the Stingray, sealed, $17.50. Clem Psycho, Twisted, sealed, $10. Or Seiko, S-A-C-C-O. Italian Rock and Roll Twist Slop Shake, Marty Wild, $10. The Fine Line, $7.50. Also, we have the Baker Skateboards EP. That is now $15. Curtis Marachi on AJ, and AJ was for Aaron Jones. That's so to Curtis Marachi. Next is Sick Alps, She's on Top, $7.50. We have Don Schooley and his one-man band, sealed for $10. The Rockin' Guys, $10. That's Rockabilly. Dipsomaniacs. I think I said that right for the first time. $20 on that. Dustin Hodges on Baker. That's so to Dustin. No bid. First lot that has not got a bid right off the bat. Final call for $15 on those. 50-foot combo, Ghent BXL. 50-foot combo is sealed for $12.50. The Whales, Fishbelly White, $5. And we have Lost Correos. That's $12.50. Chronically of the Kid. I'm assuming that's a claim for something in here. Chronically of the Kid. Chronically of the Kid, maybe, maybe not, or did that already get gone? Chronically of the Kid, maybe that's still something up front here. Is that something I've skipped? Is that just a random statement? And over here we have Mary Jane, Hazy Days, Mary Jane, $7.50, Lost Plantronics, Columbia Necktie, Mexican Rumble, sealed for $30. Wow, half off of $59.99. Harry Deal and the Galaxies was EX $6.50. Bob Clifford and the Hepcats, EX $11.50. Heavy the World Squash Globe, live in Hawaii, $7.50. Boo Hoo's, EX $9. Moonshiner. Hell Suckers was EX $9. Just Keep Taking the Peel, $7.50. Adam Bernardi on Bob Clifford. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Brother Oh Brother, Show Pony, $17.50 on that one. Dublé Zen, Lost Negativos, sealed for $7.50. Lost Tomei Psychotropic, sealed for $12.50. DJ Not So Good on Clem, and that was for Clem. I might get you to clarify one more word for me. Holy River Family Band, Welcome to River House. That's a psych album, $10. This was Nothing But the Youth, sealed for $7.50. The Cuts, 2/10, sealed $5. Sentence, Scheller and the Slow Propeller, $5. Tailgaters, $5. It's Me, Jimmy Lee, sealed $7.50. Nicotina, Greatest Hits, sealed $7.50. And Bobby Caldwell, Cat in the Hat, $20 on that. Clem Psycho. Okay, I know who that is now. That last name really won me over. This one right here, Soda DJ Not So Good. And all these 45s for a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now. Sentence Details. Sentence. That's live M-Nast, K-N-A-S-T, Sheller and the Slow Propeller, $5. 007 Platinum grabs that stack of 45s for 15 bucks. Nice pickup. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, give it up. Stop. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. Give it up. Stop. Waiting my motion. Then free. Running. All right, this is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is the original motion score to Rocky II, and this is not signed by anybody, not even Sylvester Stallone. It's just this album, I think, came with a photo, maybe insert, or somebody just put this down in there, but it's not signed by anybody. Okay, so not signed by anybody. That's been over here in a crate looking at me forever, so I'm just going to put that back in there. It's a nice soundtrack in partial shrink, original Kmart price tag, but that's nothing significant, and the shrink is a little loose. $10 start on Rocky. Still nice, though. Near mint and shrink, EX++, near mint minus, $10 start. Any more auctions? We've been selling 45s after 45s after 45s. We've done about 20 lots, and I've got about 20 more left. So let's go ahead and grab another handful, and let's see what's next in here, okay? We got, let's see here. I don't know if I've really gone through this box too much. So, all right, so here's some. All right, here's Heart. The Beach Boys, I'll go back through them again. There's Glenn Frey again, ELO, Wang Chung, and Elton John. And then these need a further examination because it's like 30 Bon Jovis here. I think there's a lot of duplicates too. I'll go ahead and throw in, here we go. I'll go ahead and throw in Great White. That's always an eye-opener. Do what, Chad? Yep, you heard me right, Great White. And then we've got Hall & Oates. There's another Katrina and the Waves. I'm Walking on Sunshine. There is George Michael. Who is this? There is, I don't know, I can't see it, so I'm going to skip it. Eagles. And we'll put a really good one in here. Guns N' Roses from Use Your Illusion 2 Civil War. There we go. $15 start on all those. Pretty good lot of singles there. Let's read through those again. Rocky's a $10 start. We have Guns N' Roses, the Eagles, George Michael, Katrina and the Waves, Hall & Oates, Great White, Elton John, Wayne Chung, ELO, Glenn Frey, Beach Boys, and Heart. That's a pretty good lot of singles. I could probably sell Guns N' Roses by itself on Thursday Night Metal Night. Civil War from 1991, $15 start on all those. Good luck bidding. Okay, now Adam Bernardi did get sentenced, and my crate over here is officially full, which is perfect timing because I'm going to count these and offer them as a bundle. Just a one-time deal. If not, I'm going to put them away. But it's no less than this price I'm about to tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There's 30 records in here. Here's the bundle price. Here's the bundle price. $175. 175 divided by 30 makes these $583 a piece. A lot of random stuff, but if you comp them out individually, very solid. 30 records, $175. If not, I don't mind putting them here and there in flip crates, and probably going to bring at least twice that much, but there is an opportunity. If we get these sold, I may go ahead and try to blast through one more crate. If not, I may go ahead and just do some miscellaneous and posters for the rest of the night. That will propel me to start my my journey of cleaning the rest of this place up. But if these happen to get grabbed, I bet I can find another short but sweet half-off crate to knock out really quickly. And we still got a bunch of great-looking 45s over here, so. Rocky does have a bid for 10. The B-side, I think it's double-sided. No, it's You Could Be Mine. It was definitely in a jukebox, so it's got some juke marks on it, so it's probably graded as a VG. And Josh Brown has Rocky for 10, which is now going once, going twice. Some good singles in there. All right, while y'all are thinking on that, I'm going to go ahead and start shifting some stuff around. Finding this and finding that. Don't worry, those KISS cards and photos and all that stuff I was talking about, probably have that ready by tonight. I've made plans to stay here all night. I'm not going to go home anytime soon. I've already made a decision to skip the gym. I've already got food here, so I'm here for the night, working on cleanup and getting stuff prepared for the rest of the week. So trying to do a big tomorrow night, trying to do a big Thursday night, metal night, and then a huge Friday for about 5 hours. Just go ahead and prepare. If you get on Friday after 10 o'clock, I'm probably not going to be on there. Saturday is probably going to be one of the biggest Tennessee games of the year. I'm going to get up there early. And I'm going to get up there without being dead like I was last week. So let's go ahead and sell Josh Brown Rocky for $10. Thank you, Josh. That's so to you. You can do whatever you want with that photo in there, but it's not signed by anybody significant. Hope you just enjoy the album. Leslie has the 45 lot for $23. Anybody else? I would probably, at this point, much rather go through just other random stuff, because I bet we can sell a lot more of that a lot faster than any other albums that's going to be shown tonight. So we got to have a big tomorrow, a big Thursday, and then I'm going to be showing as much as I can Friday for about 5 hours. I'm going to try to start at Friday at 5, and I'm going to do a hard stop at 10 so I can film the videos and go home and sleep, because we're probably leaving Saturday morning, probably pretty early. Who are they playing? They are playing Georgia. We have not beat Georgia in 7 years. We've only lost 3 home games in Neyland in 3 years, and 2 of them's been to Georgia. And one of them's been to Ole Miss. So Georgia's ranked number, what, 5, and we're ranked number 13. We're both undefeated right now. And if we win this game, our year's looking really, really good. If we lose this game, we're still looking okay, but not as good as we would, obviously, if we can win. Plus, we just want to win, right? We're playing Georgia at Neyland, so it's going to be a big game. It's going to be 102,000. It's going to be loud. 101,000, I think, to be exact. 101,000. Man, it's amazing. When they run through the T, it's going to be loud. It's going to be loud. Mizzou beating Neyland 23. That's right. Maybe it's 3 games the last 2 years. Are you sure? In Neyland? I know we lost to them in... well, we lost to them that really disappointing year. That year just sucked. That's been pretty recently. What was that stat? Big game. Let's see if I can find that. I don't know if that was on the official Tennessee chart. Let me see if I can find that. I don't think they shared it on the official. Yeah, there'll be a big sale. Let me get on ESPN. All right. Tennessee men's football. All right, so I don't like ESPN. It won't let you go historical stuff as fast as you want to. All right, are we done on this slide? I think we are. I'm about to start showing y'all some other stuff. Oh, crap. All right, we lost in Arkansas last year, and we lost at Georgia last year, and then, of course, we lost to Ohio State. So lost 3 games last week, 2 in regular season, 1 to Georgia, 1 to Arkansas. Of course, Arkansas was the crazy upset. We lost to Georgia. That was pretty expected. Didn't like it, but we lost to them. Okay, so 2023, we lost to Florida in Florida. We lost to Tuscaloosa in Alabama. And we lost to Missouri in Missouri. And then we lost to Georgia and Neyland. Okay, so we still, that's the first home game we've lost, Georgia. Is Georgia. And so we won them all last year. We lost to Georgia in Missouri, okay? And then 2022, we didn't lose a home game. Yeah, we didn't lose a home game. So we only lost 1 to Georgia in the last 3 years. I'm talking about home games. I'm talking about at Neyland Stadium. Yeah, we've only lost 1 home game since 2021. And 2021, yeah, so since 2022, we've lost those 2 times to Georgia and then Ole Miss, I think. No, just those 2 times to Georgia. Yeah, just 2 times to Georgia at home. So that's the only team we've lost to in 3 years is 2 times to Georgia. Everything else is on the way. So, yeah. Game days at Tennessee, yeah, it's huge. College game days there, sorry. What are these at? Lisa Marachi has them for $25, and they're sold to Melissa. Vinyl has concluded for the night. Let's go through as much random crap as I can dig up for y'all, okay? No more football talk. Don't get me started. Yeah, we lost to Missouri at Missouri, but we've only lost 2 home games, and that was to Georgia. So we've beat Alabama the last 2 times there. We've beat Florida the last 2 times there. We've lost to Florida last time at Florida. We've lost to Alabama the last 2 times at Alabama. Home field is such a crazy advantage for these college football games. Oh my gosh. It's so loud when they're trying to play offense. You will have a headache. It will be just like crazy loud, louder than any concert you've ever been to. It's hard to explain unless you've been to one. Super, super loud. It's just it just gets so loud that your ears start buzzing. All right. What would be the most requested thing we possibly could show? Random anything? That last bundle, if somebody would have bought it, we'd be still showing vinyl. We had a bunch of people let us down right then. All right, let me see what's over here on this rack. I need to get this stuff out anyway. See what's going on here. Hoping I'll find some more stuff I didn't know I had over here, like signed stuff or... All right, Hot Wheels, no. Guitar picks, no. Books, no. CDs, no. Cassettes, no. DVDs, no. Chad and Patty just struck out. I've been showing that stuff all night. How about anything that's not CDs, cassettes, DVDs? Let's see. Sheet music, sheet music, sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music, sheet music. Oh, that's pretty cool. Ringo with Lauren Green. Sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music. Pride of the Prairie. Trash. Folder. Sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music. All sheet music. Sheet music. Remember the Alamo. Sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music. Sheet music. Trash. MGM stars from 1943. How many do you want? I've got 2 of them, 4 of them. I've got 5 of them. I got 6 of them. I got 7 of them. Okay. What is in this cardboard divider here? Is there something tucked in here, or is this just a piece of cardboard? That's just a piece of cardboard. All right, so that's trash. That's trash. That's trash. All right. These are reproductions here. Mr. Football himself. Kid from Cleveland. There's all those. All right, I'll take all that up front where we can put them out in the store. And these. Okay, now what is this? I have a Sex Pistols postcard, a picture of the Cockroaches from Atlanta, Georgia with a ticket stub. That also looks like the Sex Pistols. Plasmatics, Public Image Limited, a Rolling Stones ticket stub, Johnny Rotten, handwritten lyrics by Jimi Hendrix. No, that's Paul McCartney. Public Image Limited. Wendy O. Williams, newspaper clipping and photo. Train Black. These are empty 45 sleeves. Train Black, Sit and Spin, Plan 9. Photo of person. A Beatles board game. Illustrated lyrics puzzle. The Beatles illustrated lyrics puzzle. Plus full-size color posters. 800 pieces. Cool artwork on that. The MGM stars from 1943. James Stewart, Margaret Sullivan, Lucille Ball, Hedy Lamarr, Katharine Hepburn, Louis Mayer, Greer Garson. There's a bunch on here. Red Skelton, Harry James, Spencer Tracy, Robert Taylor. These are prints that Fred Goodwin would make and sell. The problem is shipping those, but I would take $15 for one. If you want a price on anything, just let me know. Otherwise, this stuff will be discarded quickly. Not discarded, but we'll go through it quickly if no one asks. I'm probably going to sell all this stuff here, all the Sex Pistol stuff. I'll sell all that in a lot tomorrow. I'm going to put all that right there. I'm going to keep that separate. I don't know who this chick is. I'm going to lay it right there, though, and then all these empty. I don't know what to do with all these empty. Boy, those would be some pretty good singles probably if they had stickers in there. How much on the Beatles puzzle? I will say Beatles illustrated puzzle. Give me 1 second. I'll let you know. I had a price of mine on the tip of my tongue. Beatles Illustrated Lyrics Puzzle, or just puzzle? Lyrics Puzzle. Yeah. Puzzle. And this is going to be... if it's complete, one sold for 100 and one sold for 101. So I knew it's pretty good. And make sure there's no other things down in here either. This is the thing I found the Clash autograph down in we had that time, or whoever we found. We found somebody was laying underneath this stuff. I'll say $75. I have no idea if it's complete. I'll say $75 shipped. $75 shipped. Chad said, Saul said he'll give $5 for all these empty sleeves. Sold. Empty sleeves sold to Chad for $5. Done. Beatles puzzle, $75. Let me go get more stuff off this shelf. There is an industrial shelf over here about 8 foot tall, 6 foot wide. It's just full of stacked randomness that we've accumulated on here. I've never been through any of this in my life. If I have, it's been a long time. If I have, it's been a long time since I have. So a lot of this I've just been taking out, letting it up, putting it up in the store after I double check it, and just putting out for, you know, $10, $15, $20, whatever we can get for it. We have Roy Acuff. This is a stamp, first day issue. Roy Acuff. Fred. To Fred. I don't know if that's live or not. What's underneath this? There's Dale Evans and Roy Rogers and Roy Rogers. I think that's supposed to be John Wayne, but I don't think it's live ink. Fred had this framed. It says to Fred, good luck, Pilgrim. Let me see what's going on here. I can't tell if that's actually like live ink or not. I think it is, but I don't know if that's... I'd have to look at it closer. I better set that aside. Pretty good find if it is. We had one John Wayne he had hanging in his living room, and it was secretarial. He had it for years. He thought John Wayne signed it and sent it back to him, but his secretary did. So that might be a pretty good piece if it's real. I doubt it is, though. That's a tough signature, John Wayne. Sheet music. Let's see here. This is signed by... These are the Sons of the Pioneers people. Tommy Doss. That actually just may be printed. Nothing significant there. Here's a picture of those two guys. Nothing significant there unless you want it. Here's a random piece of cardboard. I'm just going to throw that in the trash. And then over here, I've got... Let's see here. I've got Cowboys and Cowgirls contestants, Confederate Soldiers reunion, MGM stars, Buffalo Bills Wild West, Murfreesboro High School state championship photos. There's that. There's a matted MGM stars photo. That one's pretty nice, already being matted. All right, next handful. That produced one good item, possibly a signed John Wayne poster. If anything, I just need to cut that signature out. That's what I was looking at. I was like, man, that'd be nice if you just cut that out, because the personalization is up top. You could cut it out of that poster. but it'd probably demand pretty good money, even personalized. Let me show you these last 2 items, and I'm going to go get some more stuff. We'll get to the next shelf. There's more Cowgirls. There's more MGM stars. This is trash, and there's Charlie Chaplin. That's trash. All right, let's get to the smaller looking prints and stuff. Could be autographed, could be, you know, anything. We're about to find out right now. Lobby cards, posters, envelopes, packets, prints, signatures. Let's see what's going on here. All right, first thing I have, some interesting looking stuff here. We got a picture of Whitey Ford. Whoa. Marilyn, excuse the nudity there. Let me put her over here. Marilyn Monroe, she's nude as, you know. Now this is real, but it was going to require a JSA letter, and we didn't do it because, you know, it wasn't cost feasible. But, I mean, it's signed by Guy Clark. It's signed by Rodney Crowell. These are all good signatures, but it wasn't worth the money to do a full letter. The letter would cost about what this thing's worth. But if somebody wants it for a really good price, I will pop it out of this frame. It's a Harlan Howard birthday bash, and about everybody that's listed here signed it. I don't think John Prine did. Yeah, no John Prine on it. But Guy Clark's a really good ones on here. Nancy Griffith signed it. But you see the lineup there. But that's real. We just didn't do a letter. I remember that piece. Okay, let's see what else we got. So there's Whitey Ford. Let's see what this little packet is. Hopefully there's no more nudity. There's a picture of Elvis. There's a picture of Marilyn Monroe. There's a picture of something. Here's a picture of something else. And there's a picture of Jerry Lee Lewis. And there's a picture of something else. Here is a book of Joe DiMaggio that's been cut up. Looks like Fred clipped photos out of it. Here is a gigantic poster of something. What do we have here? This says, wow, it's Husker Du. It's a gigantic Husker Du poster. Where did that come from? Let me set this right over here because I can't get it open unless I make some more room. That's a Husker Du poster. We got Mantle, Maris, and a Disney Kodak film clipping. Regina on Elvis. She saw Elvis, the king. Looks like it's just clipped out of something. $2. $2. How could Regina say no? Let me unfold this Husker Du poster. So this poster, let me try to unfold it over here. It looks like Zen Arcade. Pretty dang cool. Husker Du Zen Arcade. Let me see if I can find out information on that. And then I will try my best to go to Top Cam and we'll unfold it here in a second. Let me see if I can find out something about it. And then Regina said she'll take this for $2. Okay, so it's a Husker Du Zen Arcade poster, large. I mean, a large one. See if we can find out something. All right, we've gone through that. There's Nude Maryland. What's the next handful? Husker Du's pending. We got a few people online. Make sure if you're interested, you ask because that'll kind of get you in line, and then I price it, and then I go down the line. Here is Casino folder, some kind of promo. No, excuse me, Goodfellas. Some kind of promo looking thing from Goodfellas. That's pretty cool. We got a lobby card, Clark Gable in Lone Star. Radiola ad. Don't be afraid to ask. Regina got the little Elvis thing for $2. What do we have a poster of here? As you can see, I've never gone through this stuff before. It's a picture of a ship. It's the Mayflower. The Mayflower II, 1957. That's the year of the poster. It's copyrighted on the bottom. All right, this is Lady Godiva, like a cut poster. And we have Saturday Night Fever press book. Saturday Night Fever press book. That's just the top of it. Goodfellas. $2. I'm thinking $10. $10. This is that supposed to be Elvis? If so, it's not a good picture of him. Here is Anne Shirley. And what have I found over here on Husker Du? I hadn't forgot about y'all. Let me see what this is. Here is a Raven. This is Christian Herald. Okay, and we have a movie poster. Aha. What could this be? Top cam for a second, especially while I take a drink of this energy drink and look up Husker Du. Husker Du Vintage Punk Lot, 5 items, concert poster. That is not the poster I had. Let's go to, we'll have to go to, what's this thing over here called? We'll have to go to Terra Peak and try to do some more further research. Zen Arcade poster, 22. That one's horizontal. This one's like up and down. This is like a vertical poster. $520. I like the sound of that. 12 by 12. It looks like it's pretty. Any kind of big poster from Husker Du Zen Arcade is sold pretty well. This movie poster, if anybody wants it, $10. Goodfellas, $5. I guess. Sell this to Chad Sauls for $5. That movie poster, if anybody wants it. Let me put it back in a sleeve. That was called Tomboy the Champ. $10 on that. And what was this? This looks like pictures of Ernest Tubb or something. Just gonna set those right over there. Okay. And Michael Ruttman gets Tomb for $5. Or Tomboy. Yep. All right. Sold and sold. Trash that stuff. All right, so the Husker Du poster. Let me try to unfold it. My price right now, without knowing a lot more about it and not finding an exact comp, I mean, I do see this one on here that went up and down. It says Husker Du Zen Arcade 1984 miscellaneous. I can't see anything about it, but it is the only up and down poster that I've seen. It says $520. That is obviously a lot of money, but I think when you'll see this, I can't get this on camera. We'll try our best, but y'all know how large this table is. The crates go 24 inches, 3 deep, at least 36. There's half of it. It's ginormous. I'm going to say $175. $175. There's the top part. Yeah, I mean, it is. I can lay it down here and try to measure it. Let's see. It's every bit of 5 foot tall. $175. Golly, it's a monstrosity. Gigantic poster. So if anybody wants it, just say sold. If not, we just go on down the line. I'll try to photograph that at some point and sell it. Okay, those are all sold, right? Done, done, done. Let me go grab another handful. Let's keep going down this line. You never know. I mean, this stuff here, who knows what's next? I don't. You don't. None of us do. Could be good, could be ugly, could be nude, could be fully clothed. All right, let's go back over here. Main camera, please. Thank you. Hollywood Poster Auction Magazine book. Life Magazine. Parade Magazine. The Tennessean with Star Trek on the cover. That's pretty cool. National Enquirer Elvis. Tennessean with Elvis. Tennessean again with Elvis. And cardboard pictures of Murfreesboro. This is old magazine paper thingies. Let's lay those right back there. Put that right there. That's just trash. That's some kind of bookstore display. Arizona Bushwhackers. That's an original lobby card. $10. There's more of those MGM stars. Sons of the Pioneers concerts. Got a few of those. He Gave His Life. Whoops. This is John Fitzgerald Kennedy. That's one of those mini magazine type deals that was made after he died. I just dropped a bunch of photographs. This is Town Hall Party 1955. All right, so we got Memphis. That's August 17th, 1977. August 18th, 1977. And then August 22nd, 1977. Okay? This is all from one guy, Fred Goodwin. First thing, Tim Graham. I'll say that. Star Trek for $10. Jim B., 3 Elvis newspapers, $35. If you don't want them, Regina. Tim Graham said JK. JK for John Fitzgerald Kennedy, $15 on that. And yeah, 3 Elvis papers, $35. Tim Graham wants Star Trek for $10. $15 on the big JFK thing. And the 3 Elvis, $35. Those are all pretty much the day after and the next day after and a few days after he died. He died on the 16th. That's from the 17th, the 18th, and the 22nd. All right, let me go grab this other handful here. What is in this other handful? We're about to find out righty now. Do you believe in magic? All right. First thing, Tim Graham says he'll take JFK for $35. JFK. All right, here is some more of these town hall parties. And then we have, there's a cloud in my valley of sunshine. Sheet music. I'm going to skip these. Too large for right now. These are too large for right now. And these are too large for right now. Here we go. All right. We got Nighthawks, which are lobby cards. Sylvester Stallone. This is probably a set. I'll take Elvis. I'm waiting for Regina to say sold or pass. All 3 of them for $35. She's about to say sold or pass. Let's see what we got here. Nighthawks. This is probably a set. Yeah, there's a lot of them, a lot of different ones. Nighthawks lobby cards. Sylvester Stallone. Let's put those right in here. We have Arizona Highway Picture magazines. JFK was $15, yes. Here is the Great Rupert lobby card, another Great Rupert lobby card. This is just a magazine clipping. This is a copy of a lobby card, John Wayne, Dean Martin. This is something Fred has chopped up. Whoops, sorry, smacked the camera with it. Boys Life magazine cover, 1965. Thunder Road lobby card, Robert Mitchum. A picture of John Wayne. Bridget Bardot, La Verte. That's probably pretty good. Anything with Bridget on it. Here is part of something, or maybe a whole poster. That is part of an Elvis poster. That's still a pretty good piece to have, though. It says Elvis on it. but that's part of a 3-sheet poster. Maybe the rest of it's in here somewhere. How much for the Nighthawks? I'll say this whole packet of lobby cards for $15. Okay? And $15. If you don't want them, Tom Harris, Chad's asked about it. Regina does want the 3 Elvis newspapers for $35, so 78 Trans Am. You're next. A lot of just random stuff in here. Here's a piece of cardboard I can throw away. Here is lobby cards from the movie Lipstick. That's more lobby cards, probably a whole set. Tom Harris says he'll take the Nighthawks lobby cards for $15. Those are sold. This looks interesting. The Crimson Colt. Those are probably pretty good. 1970 Boris Karloff. The Crimson Colt. Let's set those over here. Here's a picture. That looks familiar. That's Mad Max, I think. Yeah, Mad Max. Some kind of glossy photo. I'll Walk the Line. Now, these I might be personally interested in, depending on what they look like. I'll Walk the Line was filmed in Jackson County and in Lancaster, where I grew up. It's a Gregory Peck movie. Those are pretty cool, actually. I might keep those. Yeah, I think I'll hang on to those. Trash all this stuff over here. Okay, and then Michael Ruttman. Let me check on these Crimson Colts. Those could be pretty cool. Mark Eden. All right, so let me click out of this. Let me close out of this. Crimson Colt lobby cards. C-U-L-T. Sold. Okay. So a lot active. I see some big prices right off the bat, but really none have sold too much. That means I'm going to give this to you probably at a really good deal. Let's see what they look like and count them. Pretty cool, though. Master of Evil in his last and most shocking role. Boris Karloff and Christopher Lee. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. There's 5. I'm going to say $35. $35. I mean, none have really sold, but most of them are listed on here for $50, $25, $20, $40, $175 for the complete set. So 5 for $35. Crimson Colt. And then here's a poster. What do we have here? This is the movie poster of The Seduction of Joe Tynan. Alan Alda, Barbara Harris. That's an original 1-sheet movie poster. He takes the Crimson Colts. That's all these sold together. Let's just go ahead and pop them back in this plastic. Those are sold for $35 to Michael Ruttman. Okay, then we have a... let me see. This has got to be a reprint. Yeah. This is a reprint, but a cool lobby card. Elvis. This is a reprint. Loving You. $10 on Elvis. Gone with the Wind photo. Just a print. $10. Arizona Bushwhackers. Original $10. General Electric radio ad from 1931. A empty FedEx packet. And we got reprints of Butch Cassidy. These are just prints, copies. And that's a bad copy. I'm just going to trash those. Those are ugly, bad cuts or something. These are pretty bad cuts too. I'm just going to trash these. Okay, and Regina wants Elvis. I had a feeling she did. We typically mark even the reprints here in the store $11.99, $14.99, sell the heck out of them. Of course, if that was original, it would be $100 plus. Where do you check to see where they've sold asking for me who is starting to sell my memorabilia? Well, first of all, you need to let me know what you're selling because I might want to buy some directly from you. But if you're on eBay and you do a search, so I search Crimson Colt lobby cards, right? These is active for sale. If you go over here to filter and you hit sold, nothing sold. That means a couple things. 2, not a lot of interest right now on eBay. Number 1. Number 2, everybody's got a price too high. So I just looked, I evaluated. Michael Ruttman was interested. The cheapest one on eBay is $20. There's 5 there. I know I'm not going to get 100 for them. I know I'm probably not going to get 50. 35 was the magic number for Michael. He said sold. Now on eBay, if you had those and you listed them, they might be on there for a year before you sell them. They could be on there for 2 years. They might not ever sell. You might be renewing them for 5 years before you get an offer. If you put them on an auction really cheap, they're probably going to get a bid. But you might have to take a big, a lot less than what you think you might be getting for them. So, but that's the easiest way to see what actually things are selling for on eBay. For example, I could list this right now on eBay for $8,000. It's never going to sell. Coca-Cola ad, that's pretty cool. Christmas vintage ad. King foursome. Look at this old car ad. That's pretty cool. A King 8 foursome. Mounted on the famous King 60 horsepower chassis. Adopted by light armor cars for the U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps. Detroit. You could buy one for $1,700. For an extra $100, you can get wire wheels. And for another $125, you can get the Victoria top. Wow, I'll take 10,000 of them. Look at that. You could have bought that car brand new for $1,700. Pretty amazing. All right. Gene Autry picture. Ford station wagon. And Chevrolet truck ad. Those are pretty cool, actually. And the last thing in here, I got to open that FedEx envelope. Perry Como picture sleeve. Do you believe it's Christmas? And I don't know if I want to show this because it's going to be difficult to ship. So we'll wait. And let's go get another stack, okay? What time is it? This Facebook feed will end at 12:30. Or no, Facebook feed will end at 1:30. It's 12:46. We got a little bit longer. Hey, I'm selling stuff. That's good. I wish about everything I'm flipping through would sell. That would be crazy, and the shipping department would hate me, but we might can get there. This one shelf is almost done. Is this sheet music or is this random? Okay, now we're getting into road posters. I don't know if I'm ready for that right now. Let me see what's in this box. I'm going to trash that. I'm going to trash that. That's all sheet music. I got an entire box of sheet music. And there was absolutely no interest in the last batch, so I'm going to skip that. That's all road posters. Let's pause on those for a second. And let's try to find... Here's a whole nother box of sheet music. Golly, this man had a lot of sheet music. Tens of thousands of pieces of sheet music. I can't get to those boxes. I can't get to this box. What's in this box? These are golf magazines, I think. No? Let's see what's in here. Might find magazines are always good, especially with this guy on the cover. They're, in fact, not golf magazines. Let's see what's in here, though, because the top one's not. We've got Bush 500 with Dale Earnhardt on the cover. That's a pretty good magazine. Bobby Orr, Sports Illustrated. There's Curtis Strange. There's Nick Faldo, Player of the Century, Jack Nicklaus. Lee Trevino. Julius Boros. That's a cool one there. Sports Illustrated. Golf Digest. One of the greatest of all time, Bobby Jones. Tony Jacklin. Billy Casper at the Masters. Boy, look at that hat. I'll take 10 of them. Lee Trevino. McLean's. Fred had tons of this guy's stuff. There's Nicholas. There's another Nicholas. Wow. Great stuff there. Boy, talk about a golfer. Okay, car ads. Car ads, so like the Ford, and this thing here, probably $15 for all three of them. $15 for all three of them. So golf magazines, Jack Nicklaus, Lee Trevino, Billy Casper, and then that first one, this one here, Player of the Century. Probably $15 for those three together. So 15 for those three, 15 for those three pieces. What else did I just grab from back there? Oh, that was it. That was a whole box of magazines. That went fast. Okay. Well, at least I know I got those. That might make some great auction material tomorrow if no one buys them right now. Let's see what else I can dig out over here. I really can't get to those. That box says magazine advertising. This box says TV mirror magazines, 50s and 60s. Let me see if I can get to this. You never know about these Fred Goodwin tubs. They could have anything in them, or boxes. Sometimes he wrote pretty accurately, sometimes he didn't. Right. 3 Jack Nicklaus and 3 car ads sold to John Durden for $20. So those 3 magazines and those 2 car ads sold to John Durden for $20. Sold. All right, let's take a look at all these magazines. They say mirror magazines. So we got coverless, Hollywood Secrets Yearbook. There's Dean Martin. There is Jacqueline Onassis. There's Sean Connery on that one, on the bottom, the Lennon Sisters. Who's in Television? TV Yearbook 63. Television, Top Teen Stars. Who's Who in Movies. Modern Screen. Movie Screen Yearbook. Coverless. Hollywood Sex Goddess. Laugh In Magazine. TV Star Annual. Teen Life Magazine. And Screen Stories Magazine. I just need to sell that whole lot right there to somebody for $25. All those for $25. Surely someone's like, yeah, sure, I'll take them. Surely somebody wants those for $25. A whole caboodle. All right, let's grab, ooh, it's been a while since we've gone through a boot box. What's in the boot box, Chad? I don't know, we're about to find out. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Y'all have no idea the extension I just did to grab this. I just pulled a muscle on my lower back to get this box for y'all. Regina says she'll take the magazines, and she picks up locally. That's best of both worlds. $25. All right. A boot box. This could be promising. It says Roy Rogers. It's a puzzle. It's a couple of Roy Rogers puzzles. Let's just lay that right over there before they spill and I lose pieces everywhere. All right. Original lobby cards. Don Knotts in The Shakiest Gun in the West. We got to check this box for autographs. There will probably find at least one. Maybe, maybe not. This is a part of a press kit to the Petty story, Richard Petty. The Mad Max photo, $10. I don't know. Gunning for Vengeance, 1946. Tex Williams, Cactus Caravan. Most of these original lobby cards are $10. Mad Max sold to Michael Rudolph for $10. Yeah, most of these original lobby cards, $10. 1968, Don Knotts, $10. Tom Petty or Richard Petty, $5 on that. Shoot 'em Up Sinatra. American Movie Classics, Roy Rogers on the cover. I Dream of Jeannie, Dale Evans. the folks who live on the hill, Caribou Trail, Randolph Scott, Gunfighter, Randolph Scott, Decision at Sundown, Randolph Scott, 7 Men from Now, Tom Petty, Richard Petty, Little Thangy, sold to John Durden for $5. Liza Minnelli in concert, Liza Minnelli tour book, autograph, Who, Miss Ginger Rogers presents Kitty something. Is this anything significant? Could this be anything significant? Son Gabriel Civic Center. I think this is just something local. Is that Fred? Thought that was Fred Goodwin there for a while. Slippery McGee. This is a 1948 movie, original lobby cards. Slippery McGee. There's the original envelope they came in. It wasn't actually Liza's, though. George goes, Minnelli? No. Slippery McGee. There's the original envelope it came in. There's Swing Your Partner. There's The Trespasser. The West Side Kid. Just message Collectible about my memory. Please take a look. At second of a piece of video. Okay. West Side Kid. Who's Your Holiday? Dale Evans. Who's Your Holiday? This is another probably late 40s, early 50s movie. Probably late 40s. Who's Your Holiday? Swing Your Partner. Gunning for Vengeance. Trail of the Rustlers. Man, we got a lot of Hollywood lobby cards. Buckaroo from Powder River. Galloping Thunder. Whirlwind Raiders. Charles Starr. Smiley Burnett. 1948. Outcast of Black Mesa. 1950. Prairie Raiders. Renegades of Sage. Blazing Trail. Might do a killer deal on all these for somebody. Bonanza Town. Heading West. Swing the Western Way. Gene Autry. Sunset, Wyoming. I'm also making sure none of these are signed. There's a 52 Roy Rogers title card. Roll On Texas Moon. That one's pretty cool because it's the title card. Eldorado of Roy Rogers. Man from Oklahoma, Roy Rogers. Under Nevada Skies, Roy Rogers. My Pale Trigger, Roy Rogers. That's a cool one too. If everybody lined up and triggers on the front there. Everybody Dancing lobby card. There is these photos signed by Tommy Doss. Or are these prints? Nope, he actually signed it because I can see the bleed through. Those are all signed. Sons of the Pioneer signed. Of course, they have about 30 lineups. $10 on Texas Moon, Country Fair, Pecos River, the Border Legion. And before I flip through another hour, that was one handful. That's what this entire thing is here. This is completely full of lobby cards. We probably need to go through them. I don't know if I've ever gone through these before, but there's a bunch of them. Hey, we got this poster autograph somewhere. I accidentally gave it to somebody who was going to do some auctioning for me, and I had this poster signed by Rick Nelson with a JSA letter, and I accidentally loaded it onto they accidentally loaded it onto the trailer. I'm trying to get it back. Rick Nelson. But Texas Moon's $10. There's that. There's that guy again. I told you I had a bunch of those. That's more. Golly. James Stewart. Take It Big. That. Ozzy and Harriet. Here Comes the Nelsons. Ozzy and Harriet. Take It Big. Jack Haley. Jack Webb in 30. I was going to see if the genre changes any. Tom Mix, the Lone Ranger. Look at that one. 1956. Is that a copy? That's a copy, though. I was about to say, that one, that'd be a really good one. That's a print or copy. Powder River. Covered Wagon Raid. That's a good one there. Just the title card. And a lot of these are front and back, too. Tex Ritter, Russell, Nashville Rebel. Uh-oh, you got to be careful with these because he had a lot of this stuff signed. So there's Waylon Jennings' movie, Nashville Rebel. That's, I think we're in Tex Ritter stuff, yeah. We're in Tex Ritter stuff, so that's what's happened here. Where's Denise Offendahl? She's been asking for Tex Ritter stuff for hours. I mean, for years. The Ozzy and Harriet's back here. Regina, Ozzy and Harriet's. That was right back here. Here come the Nelsons. 1951. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 of them. If you buy all 4, I'll do $20 on them. $20 on those. There's that Cowboy Canteen. Russell Hayden, Tex Ritter, Bob Wills, Tex Ritter, Southern Pacific Trail. It's really cool stuff here. It's amazing all these have survived. We had a bunch of these Hoosier Holidays signed by Dale Evans. Yellow Rose of Texas. That's a print. I'm trying to trash all the prints so they don't, nobody, Gene Autry, Sierra Sioux, Melody Ranch, Gene Autry and Old Monterey, Call the Cannon, Saturday, April 10th. South of the Border, Oh Susanna, Gene Autry, Riding on a Rainbow, this, that, Stardust, Gene Autry. There's a poster. There's an actual poster, that's good. Autry, Gene Autry, front and back, one after another, Gene Autry, just movie after movie, original lobby cards, one after another. There's a title card, Heart of the Rio Grande, just one after another. There's another one. That's a really cool one there. Let me make sure that's a print, though. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Who signed this? Gene Autry in 1982. I knew we'd find at least one. I was like, all these, well, there's got to be at least one signed by Gene Autry. I'm probably going to have to take, there's some of these, 2 or 3, probably make sure there's not at least, Silver Star, Lon Chaney, Edgar Berkman. Are these all the same movie? Yeah, that's probably a whole set of those. That looks pretty cool, honestly. That looks like some kind of old cutout thing, like a counter display. We got 2 of them. There's this. There is a lot of Gene Autry lobby cards here. And to think all these were displayed probably in theaters all across Texas where all this stuff came from. I mean, they're beautiful. Some of these are just, I mean, 1947, the colors and the subject matter. Monty Walsh. Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, there we go. Something a little bit different there. Put that over there. There's another one. Here's a few more. I know we really have some people liking this stuff. You're Never Too Young, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. We'll put those over there. Bob Hope here, Jane Russell. The Virginian, Buck Jones and Blackjack. Hold on, I'm almost at the bottom of the stack, and then I'm going to answer some questions. Dallas, Wagon Master, Wagon Master. Okay, so first thing, Regina said she did want all these for $20, which was the Ozzy and Harriet. So let me get all those together for Regina. And there should be 4. And I'm going to put those back in the sleeve. There's all 4 of them. No, there was 5. 1, 2, 3. No, there's 4. Regina, those, so do you. And then Texas Moon, which is completely buried now. If I can find it when I'm flipping back through these, I'll sell them to you. But it's buried now. It'll take me 10 minutes to find it. As fast as I'm going through these. And then a Gene Autry display. I'm going to say, how many is here? Somebody had $30 on it 20 years ago, which, yeah, fold here for easel. I'm going to say $25. That's definitely a vintage or an original item. And in-person famous. So probably something for a theater, like playing here, and they could have wrote the movie. I'm going to say $25. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Anybody even still with me after all that? Sorry, that was a whole boot box of lobby cards, which is just insane. He accumulated all those from all those movies. That's just crazy. And then there was one poster. I try to hunt down the posters. That's what a lot of people look for. I set one poster aside. Let's see what it is. It's a Gene Autry movie. Let's go to the top cam. You might can see it better. Here's an original Gene Autry poster from 1950. Gene Autry and the Mountaineers. Cool subject matter. Playing his guitar down there in the corner. There's the posse. There's a wolf. It's got a little bit of wear and tear on it. It is from 1950. $25 on that. That was the only poster in there, and I think I'd pulled everything out, so that one got overlooked at some point. I probably flipped through these whenever the first time JSA came and we authenticated like 1,000 Fred Goodwin autographs. I was going through box after box as fast as I could trying to find autographs. Because you would open up a boot box and there could be 30 Fred Goodwin items in there or 30 autographs in there at any given box. So, all right, well, my table's really messy now. If I can find something else to go through just kind of quick, that'll probably be all for tonight. At some point, we can get back to the road posters over here. I was hoping there'd be more horror, sci-fi, stuff like that I hadn't found. But that stuff, as y'all know, we've been selling this stuff of Fred's for 5 years. So a lot of new people, the first thing they'll ask, and it's understandable, it's 100% understandable, the first thing they'll ask is any horror, any sci-fi. So anytime I say I got posters, I'll be like, we're going to go through posters later. The first question is any horror, any sci-fi. Now, if you hadn't been watching since about 2020, 21, or especially since last year, when you probably have missed all that. And this was at one time we had boot boxes and it was like horror and sci-fi lobby cards like this. And if you wasn't watching then, you've missed all that. But at one time, I usually say, yeah, at one time, we've sold it all. But I do have some stuff, here and there still. Anybody else? Anything else tonight? Maybe someone's like, Chad, go ahead and sell me that entire lobby card collection. I'll put it on you. I'm trying to figure out what the heck I did with those Caddyshack lobby cards. Oh, they're right here behind me. Yeah. Yeah, we had that's the best stuff still left over right here behind me. That's some stuff I'm going to start auctioning. What I need to do is a couple of these things I've slipped in. And that's it. A couple CDs or cassettes. No. And thanks for asking. You missed cassettes. Man, we sold cassettes all night. We sold cassettes from 5:30 to 12:30. Would you just wake up, Tom? Tom must have just woke up. And then we did magazines. All right, I got to start cleaning up. I am in cleanup mode. I'm going to go eat my parfait and my strawberries and my Subway cookie. And I am done for the night. We still got 104 people watching. 104 people watching. Info on Martin and Lewis. Info on Martin and Lewis. I got 1, 2, I got 3 of them. I'll sell them for $15, all 3 of them. They're original lobby cards. Let me make sure there's not 2 in here. Yeah, 3 lobby cards, $15. CDs, there's still plenty in the store, but that one collection that's back there on all those racks, honestly, don't like them. If I ever can get to them again, I'm going to just sort through them and pick them out by hand. There's just so much, they're like, the cases are scratched and they have those stickers on the front. I just don't like showing them. They're just not top caliber. Of course, some people don't care. They just want the disc. I probably could just show loose disc, but not what I'm trying to find. Unfortunately, that's personalized, but it is signed by Gene Autry. I honestly think sometimes these things, I hate to destroy such an item, but honestly, that would be worth more if you just cut that out right there. If you just cut that out and then you could frame it with something else. But man, if he hadn't wrote that right there, honestly, I don't like when people date stuff. I don't like that. If I had an opportunity to buy a really expensive autograph and somebody dated it, I'd be like, I'll pass. I'm pretty picky about stuff. I mean, if you're going to spend $10,000 on something or $1,000 or $1,500, I'd be like, But might be the only way you can get it. All right, well, this has been fun. I cleared off a whole shelf over here and emptied some boxes, so Regina racked up tonight. Oh, so if you want those 3 lobby cards, let me know. They're original lobby cards from 1955. If not, that's going to be an auction tomorrow for a $15 start. They're either going to sell for $15 or they're going to sell for $30. Nothing in between, or nothing more, nothing less. Let me set this pile. Anybody want a 1-ounce gold coin? Not for free. I just got a comp from a dealer. I have bought them from when I bought them or when Tanner bought them from a guy that came in the store. Gold has went up so much I can almost sell them to a dealer for melt, or not melt, to a dealer for dealer price. I think over here, yeah, I was pricing them the other night for $38.75, and I almost have a dealer that's willing to pay that. That's what's crazy. I know some of y'all gold buyers are watching on late, but that's what's crazy about these. Like, the premiums keep getting higher every day because spot continues to rise. And so, like, retail on some of these is almost what a dealer will pay right now because the premium is jumping every day. It's going to be a weird day when I'm pricing 1-ounce gold for like $5,000. That's going to be like, I'm going to be like, crap, why didn't I buy a lot more when I had the chance? Go 20. Over here, Jeff, I opened your message the other day, but I got to reread it and really understand maybe. I got to reread it, maybe understand what you want to do. I mean, I can get silver at any time from dealers. You know, I have people. One of the bigger coin dealers is right down the road, and that I've dealt with for 10 years. So, like, I can get silver at any time. But, Jeff, what we'll have to do is agree on a price. And then, basically, I can trade you. But what you got to understand is I can't trade you the value of the silver for what you just paid for that item. Because I've got to resell the item and make money on it. But it would have to obviously be less than what you paid. And honestly, I don't know if you want to do that, because I'd have to buy that at, you know, X amount of dollars. And then you say, okay, I'll take that price, and then I'll just go buy you some silver, and essentially we're trading money. I've had people ask me that. They're like, Chad, I've got this I want to trade for silver. And I'm like, well, we really can't do that. What I can do is I can buy it from you, and then I can go get you silver at the cheapest price I can offer it, and I can sell you the silver. So for example, I had a guy, let's say he had a Mickey Mantle card. He's like, Chad, I want to sell this Mickey Mantle card for silver. I'm like, okay, well, I'll give you $1,500 for it. And then here is silver I can sell to you for $47 an ounce. So we'll take 1 ounce silver eagles, 1,500 divided by 47. That's what I'll sell them to you for, minus the difference, and I'll pay you the rest in cash. It's not really like I can say, here's a bunch of silver, I'll trade you even. I basically have to go buy the silver. We'll agree on a price per ounce, per eagle, per bar, per round. I'll have to buy the item from you. At that point, we're just swapping money. I've never been a trader. I've never traded on anything. I've had some people try. They're like, I'll trade you this for this. I'm like, nah. How about I buy that from you if you're trying to get rid of it, and then we'll agree on a price for this. That's the best way to do it. Okay, I didn't hear back from Oso, so I'm assuming he's passing. So sell these for $15 to Chuck Haley. That's going to be the last sell of the night. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm officially now starting to wrap up the feed. I got videos to make. I've got parfaits to eat. I've got strawberries to eat. I got chocolate chip cookies to eat. But in the end, we'll always reach a deal. Think long, you'll think wrong. That's true. But, yeah. All right. So that's it. Anybody else? Okay. Good night, everybody. I'll see y'all back about 5:30 tomorrow. 7 hours later, and we're done here. Actually, longer than that, isn't it? Let me refresh this. How long have we been live? We've been live for 7 hours and 46 minutes. The time is now. Good night. See y'all tomorrow about 5:30. This table will probably still have stuff piled all over it. I hope not, though. I got to clean all this mess up. Good night.